Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 161 to 165. Chapter 161, Our Actions. Goo. He jerked into consciousness rather suddenly, his body snapping back into a wakefulness and finding himself in a rather odd position. His legs were most certainly not touching the ground and he could feel himself resting atop something, albeit only partially given the pressure running along the middle of his body when compared to his upper half and his legs. Ritska could also tell he was in a folded position, his arms dangling past his head and pointed towards what looked like a rushing wall of white. He blinked once, then glanced down and raised his brows as he found himself staring at the back end of a pair of armored legs as well as a short metal shirt. Ah, that was Mash's skirt. What the? Senpai. The voice of the shielder filled his ears a second later, filled with a tone that he couldn't quite decipher but was at least able to understand as a mixture of relief and concern, suddenly finding himself moving once again as a pair of hands brought themselves to his waist and he was dragged off the shoulder of the girl and into the air. He could do nothing more than sputter at the fact she was now holding him above her head with her hands resting just underneath his armpits as though he was a child. Mash stared into his eyes, her own narrowed for a split second before they widened and her lip warbled ever so slightly. What looked like a dusting of tears built up in the corners of her eyes as she let out a shuddering breath. Is that you, Senpai? Yeah, he looked down in a meaningful manner, staring at his feet about 10 centimeters off the ground and then back towards his junior. It's me, can I be put down now? Please. She didn't say anything for a few seconds, then her cheeks dusted bright red and she let out a cough, lowering him back to his feet and taking a hasty step backwards, although she did hesitate for a brief moment and looked as though she was going to grab him again when he stumbled. He did manage to catch himself at the last moment. The flash of pain running through his right arm had him grimace ever so slightly and move his left hand to cradle the limb. What the heck happened while I was out? He looked around and then did a double take as he stared at the sheer number of people that were now surrounding and staring at him, leaning back at the array of faces that he didn't recognize before he came upon one that looked more than a little worse for wear, widening his eyes ever so slightly and deepening his grimace. Dear Lord, Sullivan, what the heck happened to you? Sullivan looked like an absolute mess to say the least. The front of his body was very nearly burnt black and that was somehow the tamest of his injuries. The left side of his body looked as though someone had just cut through it as cleanly as possible, like taking a pair of scissors to a sheet of paper. His left arm was just gone at the shoulder and a little bit of his side with it. The fact his robes looked as though they had been cleanly cut through as well was rather disturbing. The pontiff made a wheezing noise, letting out a cough as he glanced away from him. I encountered some problems after being abandoned by the saint. For whatever reason, Ritska was slightly doubtful of that turn of events, though more bizarrely there was a strange note of begrudging respect in the words of the caster as well. Though Ritska wasn't going to try and guess why the man was respectful of what happened. He took another look around himself and saw that there were more than a couple of new faces as well. He hadn't seen all of the people who had accompanied Mash but he certainly didn't remember the tallest one in the room, or the second tallest. It was a little difficult to be sure between the two of them. At the very least, she was around Lu's height and there was something about her that was almost enrapturing. It took him a split second to tear his head away from her before he could look a moment longer, furrowing his brow in confusion before understanding set in. That would most likely be Guinevere. Suddenly the warnings of Castor, or rather, Haku, made a lot of sense to him. That was rather dangerous. He frowned as he glanced at his arm, though the pain remained it wasn't nearly as bad as he was expecting. Bringing his head back up and looking about the location once more and raising an eyebrow at it. They were still in the open but there was an almost unnatural silence to it, not even the howling of the wind was anywhere near them. There was no end of questions budding in his mind, but for right now he turned his attention back towards Mash. Did anyone explain what happened while I was out? He paused for a moment, and did someone heal my arm? Because it doesn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Mash looked hesitant for a moment, then she nodded her head once, opening her mouth to speak. Though she wasn't even to get anything so much as a word out before the voice of Medea spoke up. Sounding none too pleased. The servants you encountered during our period of separation informed us that you are now playing host to a caster-class servant bereft of a body. He winced, turning towards the direction of the voice and finding himself being stared down at by the floating caster, her lips drawn tight with obvious irritation. One whom claims to have no true name to give due to damage they received and is bound so tightly to your body that it would be difficult for me to extract them out. As for your arm, yes, I managed to apply my magical talents to ensure that you kept the limb. Ritska got the distinct impression that her eyes were narrowed. Setting aside the fact that you did something as reckless as play host to a servant when your own capacity for magical talent is so poor as to be nearly non-existent, I feel the need to question what thought process was going through your mind at the time. Caster, well, his name is technically Haku now. Technically. Yeah, he came up with it for himself. Ritska offered a smile which didn't really land with anyone, the expression soon dying as he was placed under the scrutinous eye of anyone who wasn't already aware of the current situation, though he noticed that the goddess in the corner, Guinevere, had yet to speak up or even turn her head away from the direction of Lu, who himself was so intent on staring at the ground that he looked like he wanted to become part of it. Right, sorry. Haku saved my life and then said he was dying and that he could inhabit my body. And you just let him. Medea pushed further, lowering herself ever so slightly and causing him to lean back, already feeling some sweat tickle his brow from the sudden heat that was coming from somewhere, like he was behind held under a spotlight. Do you have even the slightest notion as to the danger you were, or are currently, in? I shall take the answer to be no. She cut him off with a flat look on her face, because you are a fool who hasn't even the faintest notion of what actually takes part in the creation of someone like yourself. Else you would not have even humored the idea in the first place. She gestured towards Mash. Not every situation is as fortunate as hers. There is every chance the caster could have, and still might, usurp control of your body and burn your soul away for fuel. He wouldn't do that. Ritska did still feel the need to defend Haku, whatever their differences might be, the man had still saved his life. He could see Medea gearing up for another round of argumentative points and he could probably guess a few of them, so he continued on while he still had some momentum in his words. He approached me and told me exactly what was going to happen. If he really wanted control of my body, he probably could have just taken it from me and there would be nothing I could do about it. Pointing at his chest, he continued on, even if it was a bit reckless. He still saved my life when I was dropped into that storm all alone. I wasn't about to let him just fade away and die after that. I owed him that much. Mash opened her mouth in the corner of his eye, then closed it again and looked away with a vaguely troubled expression. This bickering serves nobody. He blinked. A blond man with glasses stepped in front of him with a hand raised in either direction of himself and Medea, wearing a rather smart attire of a white shirt underneath a black blazer which tapered off into a sky blue color. Turning his expression in Ritska's direction, the man offered him a polite smile. This young man has been through quite an ordeal and I would say the last thing we need is to be shouting in his face over choices that were made. Regardless of how we all feel, I would suggest we focus on the positives first and foremost. He is alive and well and, apparently, not suffering from possession. His tone switched into a slightly questioning one, his brows furrowing in clear confusion and he glanced back to Medea. Is that correct? The caster made a noise. Just because it has worked in this single instance does not make it any less foolish. It simply makes him lucky as well as stupid. The blond man exhaled, shaking his head and bringing himself back to face Ritska, holding out his hand and giving a rather exhausted smile. Though I would suggest that manners be observed first. I would like to greet you formally after hearing much of you from a mutual friend of ours. Miss Kyrilight has been a most worthwhile companion. Dr. Henry Jekyll. Ritska looked at the extended hand for a moment before bringing up his own and clasping it, noting that the pain was virtually non-existent now. Also that the name was vaguely familiar to him but he just couldn't place it. Ritska Fujimaru. He let his lip twitch upwards at the compliment. She's bailed me out of more than a few figurative and literal fires by now. That's not true, senpai. Mash hastily called out from the other side of the little gathering, "If anything, you're the one who has bailed me out of problems." He couldn't help but chortle at her words, not at all sure about where she managed to pull that take from. It was consistently the exact opposite. He was normally looking at her to save him when things inevitably went wrong, either her or Ash, but it would seem that. Wait a second. Hey, is Ash not here? Mash winced, then shook her head from side to side. No, senpai. Neither Ash-san, Nobunaga-san or Jin-san are here. Nodding her head in the direction of the wounded pontiff, she continued onwards. And only Sullivan-san has only seen Jin-san during the singularity so far. Letting out a noise in understanding, he made sure to try and keep his visible emotions in check, but he felt the dejection all the same. With those three missing, even with the new allies they had found, he felt deeply understaffed. If only because he didn't know who half the people here actually were in the first place. That and, as their master, it was his duty to ensure that his servants were at least kept safe. Or he liked to think so, at any rate. Don't worry, Mr. Ritsuka. He heard nursery from somewhere, turning his head in the direction of the voice and then freezing as he caught sight of the rather hulking individual in silver armor. The caster was briefly forgotten, her words passing as little more than muffled noises as he stared into the diamond-shaped helmet and the glowing eyes of the berserker from Rome. Though they were quite a bit shorter, he could still hear the faint screeching in the back of his mind. He jolted at the touch on the side of his head, whirling in the direction and finding himself staring up at the tall woman, wearing a silken white robe and a gentle smile that could not be described as anything less than beautiful. You were spacing out there, young one. The goddess, who could only be Guinevere, ran the back of her knuckles across his cheek in a manner that was eerily similar to how someone would pet a dog, and yet he could not find it within himself to complain. It actually felt rather nice, especially with all the stress he had been suffering from recently. Just feeling like he could indulge in the moment. Guinevere fluttered her eyes, a rather content smile on her face as she continued the motion. It seems as though you've been through quite a lot. Don't worry about a thing, you can just take it easy for now. Take it easy, That sounded pretty alright. He was jerked away, the sensation that had flooded his body snapped away from him like an elastic band, and he felt a pressed around his left arm pull him well over a meter away from the direction of Guinevere, blinking profusely and catching sight of her surprise on the face of the goddess morph into a faint degree of irritation, though none of it was directed towards him. Keep those hands to yourself, Guinevere. Ritsuka blinked. He'd only ever heard Sullivan sound that angry when he was talking about Gwyndolin. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed that it was the pontiff who had grabbed a hold of his arm and yanked him away from the goddess. Clarity started to bubble within his mind as he realized once more the warnings of Haku. He could very clearly see the danger that the caster had warned about. Is there something you wish to speak of, Sullivan? The irritation melted away, replaced by a sweet smile as she lay her hands atop one another and looked to the caster with a half-lidded expression. For whatever reason, looking at her face brought a slight tremble up his spine. It was a creeping sensation, like observing a picture that wasn't quite right. There was definitely something amiss with the expression that was causing him to react like that. I am offering my own advice on his well-being. The poor thing looks as though he is going to keel over any second. Her eyes flickered to him for a brief moment before they darted back to the pontiff. Ritsuka noted that the caster pulled him even closer and actually stepped around the side to try and block off her line of sight with him. It wasn't working all that well, but he was more flabbergasted at how Sullivan looked to actually be protecting him. Then there was the action of Medea, the tensing of her posture and the fact her cape was now slowly spreading wide like a pair of wings opening up. And he can be supplied with rest by one other than you. Sullivan spat back at her. I will not have my summoner reduced to one of your addicted sycophants like that fool currently mewling behind you. Guinevere frowned in disapproval. Lou does not mule. He's just a little on edge right now. It's natural, our parting was rather a shock, and I suppose the emotions that came about from that are rearing their head. She gradually turned her attention until she could glance over her shoulder. Ritsuka followed her line of sight as best he could and watched as Lou flinched the second that her eyes landed on him. You were rather emotional at the time and weren't thinking straight. I'm sure that seeing me again has brought all those awful feelings to bear once more. The genial smile, but we shall have plenty of time to sort through all those worries of his and make the most of this second chance. Before you even realize it, he shall be back to his old self. Then the smile faded, which brings about concerns for your old self. Sullivan. Keep your list of victims short, was all the caster said. Then Ritska found himself moving once again as he was abruptly dragged along with the pontiff, moving into a rather brisk walk to stop himself being bowled over. We have wasted enough time. With the summoner awake we can resume moving. Mr. Ritska is still tired. He heard Nursery argue, he needs rest. He can receive plenty of that when we return to the forest. Sullivan replied without even turning. Ritska turned his head up and stared at the caster with a rather curious expression. The urgency in his voice could not be mistaken, and he now found himself dreading how many were actually afraid of Guinevere. The reactions of Lou were deeply concerning, and now Sullivan looked like he wanted to get as far away from her as possible. Let the boy go, you. Be silent for a moment, dog. The sneer in the pontiff's voice was apparent as he whirled around. Ritska turned and found himself staring at the body of Vort once again, though the fact the man had just spoken, albeit slightly echoey, let him loosen his posture a bit. It wasn't that he was scared of Vort, per se, it was just that he got flashes of the accursed, as Ash called them. Go back to standing watch. That is, after all, your one and only talent. Vort's entire body shook. Ritska widened his eyes as the man let out a noise that sounded very much like the berserker self he knew, stomping forwards a second later, and it was only the fact that Mash caught him by his arm that stopped him from charging the pair. Even then her legs dragged through the snow for a few inches before the silver-armored knight with the face of Nero stepped in front and placed their hands on his shoulders. Oi, oi! The Nero face shouted in a gruff tone of voice, planting her feet down and holding Vort back without looking as though she was really trying. You really gonna throw some hands over a couple of shitting comments from a fucking branch? A branch? Vort snapped his helmet towards the knight. He's the one who everything I became he's the one who tortured Carwin into a monster. The voice was almost a crackle, emotion now seeping into it. My Carwin. He broke her and made her a mindless killer. The snarl was back as he started to struggle once more. I won't hear of it. I'll tear him. Vort-san, please. We need to get to safety. It was Mash's turn to beg now, and it truly looked as though she was. The dam broke. An entire cacophony of voices and grunts from all the different servants spoke up at the same time, voices shouting to get over the volume of one another with fingers and hands being pointed in any and all directions. It was chaotic beyond even the deepest reaches. Ritska glanced around with a new sensation of helplessness within him. He had no idea where to begin, and it looked as though the greatest enemy they faced right now was one another. His eyes snapped to Guinevere, the only one, aside from Lou, who was not actually shouting. Her brows pinched themselves together as her eyes danced across each and every single individual. As the orchestra of shouts continued, Ritska felt everything else become drowned out as he focused on her actions. The goddess closed her eyes and brought her hands up in a clear sign of prayer, clasping them together and lowering her head slightly. Then her body started to glow. It was a faint lighting at first that very soon started to intensify, getting to the point where her entire body was a luminescent figure. If it had just been the light, he wasn't sure what it would have achieved. However, there seemed to be something more to it. It was just a feeling of serenity. Whatever emotions had been boiling up inside him, all the stress and the worry, they just evaporated. It was as though they ceased to exist. The shouting and jeering tapered off just as quickly, the servants losing their angered or stern expressions and loosening their postures. After a few moments, the light started to dim and the goddess opened her eyes once more. Children, please. She began with a stern tone of voice but still soft. Can you not see the harm these barbed words you trade with one another cause? We are, all of us, brought together for a shared goal, and if our current course is not changed, we shall perish by our own blades before we see even the reflection of our foes' arms. Her head turned to Vort. We each carry a deep pain, the loss you feel touches my own soul, for I too have experienced such things. However, to let ourselves be lost to our emotions at such a trying time for us all will help none but our enemy." Spreading her arms wide, she soon pointed to Ritska himself. "We are servants, brought here at the behest of humanity, and not once have we considered the well-being of the single human here, either of them. Either." He shot a quick glance to the man by the name of Henry Jekyll, noticing that he didn't really feel at all like a servant. "If we cannot tolerate one another, then perhaps we should tolerate the human we shall soon find ourselves linked to." Once his fate is secured, he watched the light dim in her eyes. "Then we might have the freedom to discuss the status of present allies." A cursory glance revealed that the servants around him were a lot more placated, though he jotted that down to whatever Guinevere had just done in combination with her words that, well, they just sounded like common sense to him, but he didn't have the same background as someone like Vort had, and he was under no illusions with Sullivan. Ash had been rather open with detailing how cruel the pontiff could actually be. The ability to speak words of sense is hardly a surprise for her. He kept his expression schooled as Haku whispered in the back of his mind, though the presence of the caster was far more muted than in the past. Quite literally, as though he was hiding. Then again, if he had history with Guinevere, it would be understandable if he wanted to remain hidden, except he couldn't really remember much, or so he said. "Fragments of my life remain intact, and I am not so desperate for my past as to risk conversation with Guinevere. The crossbreed spirit behind you has the right of it, she is dangerous." She was certainly a little, what was that anyway? He figured he wouldn't have to be any more specific in regards to what he was asking. Guinevere's beauty is all-encompassing. The first of the Lordkin inherited the purest souls. Those that stemmed from the flame first. While her soul is certainly not on par with the likes of the first four, that does not make it any less potent. She inherited the soul of bounty and fertility. Haku made a small noise that sounded almost disturbed. It would not be wrong to call her beauty incarnate. Regardless of your race, her soul was capable of making all see her as attractive. Regardless of race. Indeed. Worse still, she is far from foolish. Once the betrayal of the firstborn was done, she was seen as the de facto heir of Gwyn, even if the role should have been passed to his second son. Looking to the past, there were a great many kingdoms that flourished under her guidance, and fell when she departed the lands. Make no mistake, she is most likely the second smartest person here. Ritska very nearly laughed, instead his lip warbled as he glanced to the side, moving his hand up to cover his face just in case anyone happened to spot him. Though it was inevitable now, glancing to the side and seeing Fran staring at him with a tilt of the head, "Just something Haku said to me." He whispered to her, getting a grunt of affirmation in response. "How many guesses do I get to determine who the smartest person here is? Do you truly believe you would need more than one?" That time, he did snort. It didn't go unnoticed either. He froze when quite a few heads turned in his direction and stared at him with varying degrees of curiosity and bemusement. He froze on the spot, his eyes widening and glancing around. The fact no one said anything and just seemed content to stare at him was more than a little off-putting, to say nothing of the fact that Guinevere's stare most of all was the most piercing one there. Sorry, just, heard something funny." He gestured to the side of his head. "Haku." Guinevere stared at him for a moment longer, then the gentle smile adorned her features once more. "In any event, I am gladdened to see that you are returning to good health, though I must warn you about overexerting yourself." She took a step towards Mash, for some reason, and reached down without even looking at the shielder, placing a hand atop her shoulder. "This young knight was ever so worried about you. It was a most beautiful display to see you encourage such devotion." The hand moved up her shoulder, the back of her fingers brushing against the shielder's neck and making her visibly shudder as she took a step away, releasing Vort and moving her hand like lightning towards the spot where she had been touched, eyes widening and a faint red dusting her cheeks. She very much had a deer in the headlights look. "Oh, sorry about that." Guinevere pulled her outstretched back. Foo, you're a rather shy one, aren't you? But that's all right. Those types normally have the biggest hearts. Ritska would have commented on that, but then glanced at the Nero-faced servant, giving the goddess a gaze that was rather scrutinous. Her green eyes roamed the servant up and down before lingering on her face for a few moments. After a tense second, or what Ritska perceived as tense, the knight stepped away from Vortin in front of Mash, crossing her arms over her chest and schooling her features as though the hard look had never been there before. "Yeah, great," the knight grunted, furrowing her brows and then looking towards him for the first time. "Now that we're all done trying to gut each other or fussing over the princess there," she pointed to him. Ritska felt his brows climb up his forehead. Rather than feeling insulted, he very nearly chuckled at the nickname. If only because he did feel rather put on the spot, as it were. Perhaps we can get a move on. The sooner we don't need to worry about zombie dragons bursting from the ground or skeleton wheels drifting through the snow, the better. A most astute suggestion. Nodding her head to the knight, Guinevere glanced back over her shoulder. "Don't you think so, Lou? You've been ever so quiet over there." A worried look appeared over her face. "You've never been this nervous before. You can offer your opinion without permission." Lou jolted. "Why yes." His voice cracked, coming out rather strained. "That was sure as hell not right. The knight speaks truly." Lou gestured towards the direction of the Nero-faced knight. He really needed to introduce himself to her and get a better name because he was really feeling bad at just calling her Nero-face, or something along those lines. And it was the goal to head in the direction of the low location that Lady Rhyme discovered. The helmet moved around quickly before it landed onto the childlike caster, nodding to her once, at the behest of Haku. One would assume this is the safe haven that Sullivan speaks of. Then we are in agreement. We have dawdled long enough. Sullivan grunted from behind him. Perhaps we can continue moving. I can take Senpei from here, Sullivan-san. Mash called out from in front of him, losing the concerned look she had moments ago and instead replaced with an almost desperate one as she charged forwards and then came to a halt right next to him. Mash Kyrielite, reporting for duty once again, Master. Loyalty such as hers is a curious trait. It goes quite far, doesn't it? Haku commented with an intrigued tone of voice. Ritska internally shrugged his shoulders. I don't know about that, but me, Mash and Ash have been through quite a lot so far. Same with the others at Chaldea. Is that so? Haku went silent not long after that, leaving Ritska's head quiet. Which, now that he considered it, should have been the regular state of affairs. It said a lot about his life that he was more accustomed to having voices in his head than not. He noticed that Mash was still staring at him, growing a smile on his lips that he had been holding back since he heard her earlier. He brought his hands up and placed them on his hips, nodding to the shielder. Yeah, happy to have you back, Mash. Something struck him as odd. Hey, wait a minute, where is Fu? There was something about this place that he had not initially noticed when he arrived, but had since realized the longer he had been here. It had a feeling to it that was eerily similar to that of the shrine. The lack of the firekeeper aside, this place was oddly comforting in a manner that could not be explained, rather it had to be felt. Or if it could be explained, he lacked the words to be capable of that. Suffice to say that being here was something that he was somewhat grateful for. Turning his head ever so slightly, he glanced out of the corner of his eye to the young red-headed teenager currently associating with children, smiling and interacting with them in a manner that was wholly unfit to behavior attached to his name. How that could be Sullivan was beyond his understanding, though it was a mystery that could be dealt with at another time. He drew his gaze away from the direction of the young-looking pontiff, if he could even be called that, and returned it to the large white tree that resided in the center of this small haven. Everything about this place was strange. It carried none of the tension that the world beyond the wall of interlocked trees held. Though the sky remained the same, this one was strangely comforting. Or perhaps, it was less foreboding. The faint tinge of gray and the swirling of clouds above was much less threatening here. Perhaps it would not be odd to say that this location was an equivalent of a shrine. At the very least it promised security. Physical security, at least. His mind had shown little to no signs of recovery, but although he could see the shadow in the corner of his eye, there was something that made it appear much less threatening as it had done so earlier. However, he knew that was merely the result of this strange outcrop grove in the midst of nowhere. The moment he ventured beyond the walls of this sanctuary, he would be at the mercy of them once more and he could do nothing to stop them. A crunch of footsteps behind him gave him pause, briefly forgetting the shadow and turning his head around to glance over his shoulder. He watched as Jean climbed the hill towards him, briefly pausing when they exchanged glances. Though his helmet remained on, he knew they locked eyes, before she offered a cordial smile and a wave of the hand, resuming her short climb towards him. Ash, she greeted when she was close enough, nodding to him as well. Jean. He nodded back to her, keeping his eyes on her for a few more seconds before he turned his head away and back towards the tree. Her approach could have been due to any number of factors, but he supposed that his behavior was probably obvious enough that the saint took notice of it and wished to ensure all was well. She had been here alone with Sullivan and the Lordkin boy when he and the others had arrived, so there must have been something about him. More to the point, he did not know where the other Sullivan was. Now he came to the realization that there were 2 Sullivans present, which was too many. Before he even realized it, Jean was standing next to him and staring at the tree also, though she did not initially begin a conversation with him. Both of them staring at the tree in silence. Perhaps it was the odd nostalgia or the vague similarities in the design of their attire, but for a brief moment he truly felt as though he was back in the shrine and waiting to depart for his next venture into the unknown. A fitting memory, he supposed. A young Sullivan. Jean made a noise of confusion at first, though it quickly shifted into a hum of acknowledgement. Ah, yes. Though, he prefers to be called Sully. Sully. And, like myself, he is a ruler-class servant. Another silence fell. Whatever problems you might have with the caster servant we are both affiliated with, I can assure you that Sully shares none of them. I would dare say he is the opposite of his older self in every way that matters. It is through his hard work that those children who frolic with Kella are even still alive to begin with. That time, he did turn his head in the direction of the children and watched as they amused themselves with a small furry. Is that where Fu disappeared off to? I would have thought him to remain with Ritska and Mash. Oh, so it is. Jean similarly turned her head at his words, clearly being unaware of the presence of the resident Chaldean animal either. Ash would admit some small concern. Fu did not regularly stray from the side of Ritska and certainly not from the side of Mash without due cause. That he was present here at all meant that those 2 had landed somewhere without him, or he had been separated like they had been. Master and Mash will be relieved to see that he is well. He supposed they would. As for himself, it would have been stranger to be absent from the presence of the animal than to be with it at this point. He did not believe he cared for it one way or the other. But Mash and Ritska were comforted by its presence, so he could not bring himself to complain over anything. It was inoffensive to him. Beyond accepting Fu's presence, he had not really given them much thought. Most likely. He answered aloud, keeping his gaze on the small blonde girl who was touching Fu behind the ears and then making loud excited noises as the beast rolled onto its back and let her run her hands along his stomach. Soon joined by an array of small limbs that partook in the fuss of the animal. Jean chuckled under her breath, though, it would seem he is rather enjoying himself a great deal. Perhaps we should be concerned about Fu leaving Chaldea for this warmer atmosphere. I doubt it. That being said, he did not understand the behavior of Fu at all. They would go from moments of intellect that made him believe the beast no smarter than a common animal and then to moments where they seemed a great deal more aware than he would give them credit for. Though, that was not unusual. The great wolves were very nearly as smart as people or perhaps just as in the right situation. Sif seemed to be one of those sort. But that might also have been a result of close proximity with the Lordkin carrying some manner of blessing onto them. Though, distracting as the conversation was, that was not quite where his interests lay at the present time. You truly trust this iteration of Sullivan? I have more reason to trust him than to not trust him. Jean replied, not taking her eyes off the theater happening before the pair of them. He had demonstrated himself to be a most valued ally who was willing to lay down his life to allow others to escape. Perhaps my time fighting alongside him and speaking with him has not been long, but I have great faith in his character all the same. Even knowing who he will become. This version of him will become nothing more than what he is now. Was the argument he received, Jean dismissing his words quickly but not rudely. He was summoned in this form into the class that would ordinarily arbitrate Grail wars, those who could be entrusted to keep people of the modern world safe from harm in such conflicts and punish those who broke these rules. She turned, looking him dead in the eyes. That granted me foundation, everything else comes from his own actions. If you ask, I do indeed trust Sully. While I remain doubtful of the older variation, his younger self is much more agreeable, though that lends credence to the belief that some tragedy befell him and warped him into the individual you know. Perhaps. Though, never mind. It was probably of little consequence regardless, he doubted he would interact much with this iteration of Sullivan regardless. Though, the idea that he had merely lost his sense of duty and become corrupted did play into his mind. They were born at different points in the world. Their end goals did coincide if their methods did not, so perhaps he might well find this version more agreeable. Another time would be best, if at all. Jean watched him for a moment, then drew her lips into a thin line. As for earlier, I am sorry that your arrival was marred with rather hateful comments. From the Lordkin boy. The golden child who reeked of divinity and gave him all manner of crude names when he first arrived. He was far and above crude insults. Least of all caring what some divine child had to say about him. You need not concern yourself with him. I care little for whatever opinion he might hold towards me, he only serves to insult his brethren for creating me. The blonde woman winced. That would be a rather odd comment, considering his identity. He is Gilgamesh, the oldest known heroic spirit of this world. He finished her sentence before she did, turning his head back towards the direction the blonde had wandered off in, catching a glimpse of him still strolling around but maintaining a distance from the rest of them. For whatever reason he was assuming the role of a watcher and merely gazed at them. It would seem as though he was in no rush to interact with them, though Ash doubted it was due to feeling ostracized from the backlash he received. The boy did not strike him as an idiot. You know of him. Olga spoke of him once before, in a discussion about the power of servants relative to their age. He recalled that one well enough. It also brought up the mention of Havel in addition to that, as well as the Dragon Slayer armor. His brows furrowed behind his helmet as he stared at the golden-haired child. There was something strange about them. They might well have been divine, but it felt muddled to him, not limited in the same way as the Silver Knights. Archon's was much purer. Gilgamesh felt as though there was something else mixed in. Much like, is he a child of a god? Gilgamesh is indeed a demigod. One of the earliest recorded demigods. Jean supplied for him. Her willingness to divulge this information was rather gratifying to hear. Much of his story is detailed in the Epic of Gilgamesh, though I suspect this version of him is from before that story itself. He did not know of that. He is a king, is he not? He is. Another kingdom and a ruler of one. This represented a chance and something to distract his mind. No, it was not a distraction. It was the opposite. The shadows that haunted his every step were the distraction, and this was the true goal. Understanding humanity as a whole, or this version of humanity. Until such a time as he did, he was withholding judgment. Though what he had heard of with Camelot was troubling enough towards the end. What do you know of his legend? There was no reply for a few moments, causing him to turn his head in the direction of the woman and find that her expression was one of surprise. She stared at him for a few seconds in silence, the surprise fading. I had not thought you so interested, but I would only provide you with the information granted to me upon my summoning. It would not nearly be as detailed as the source. It would be unbiased, he clarified, and I have little doubt he would trade many words with me. She winced at his words, then nodded her head up and down before she paused. Before all that, I noticed that there is something ill at ease about you. There was another hesitation, then she spoke slowly, and I was informed by Nobunaga of your current condition. He straightened his posture, drawing his shoulders in tight, clenching his hands into fists beneath his cloak. The reminder was not at all what he wanted. He had been hoping to avoid the discussion further, considering it was nothing. It was nothing. It was nothing. It was nothing. You need not be concerned. He kept his voice curt, trying to avoid letting his emotions slip on the subject. Reining them in was proving difficult, he was finding it increasingly difficult to avoid them. It is akin to a poison of the mind. It will pass with time. Jean's expression did not shift, then her brows pinched together as she leaned forwards. Will it pass? Or are you hoping it will? There is no shame to call upon your allies for assistance. She continued on, softening her features. While I am not well versed in the intricacies of magecraft, especially from those of the Age of Gods, I can at least provide aid in comforting your mind if you are so troubled with what you have been afflicted with. I can combat curses, as you well know. She stopped speaking for whatever reason. It took him a moment longer to realize that she was now further away from him than before. He had not even seen her take a step. More to the point, her expression had shifted into blatant concern. Had she seen something that warranted this change in emotion? Ah, right. He was the one who had retreated. Your offer is acknowledged, but I would prefer my mind be left untouched for now. He did not know what frightened him more. The fact that even with her efforts, Jean would be unable to rid him of the voice, or the fact that she might. Ash, you are clearly disturbed by this. She pushed onwards. If anything, it would seem his response had spurred her into action. Her features hardening and taking but a single step, though still keeping her distance. This is not something that I would be comfortable with in leaving you to suffer through. I am asking you to let me help you. It is unnecessary. He ground out, it will pass. And if it does not, it will. You cannot be certain of that. Jean shook her head, grimacing. If not for your own sake, then for the sake of your master. How do you think Ritska would respond if he heard any of this? If he knew that you were suffering through something and resisting treatment? Treatment. He wasn't resisting treatment, it was just not necessary. It is not something that you need concern yourself with. This is no longer something I can ignore. Your reactions speak volumes not just to me but to everyone with the sense to see them. Her expression faltered. I am not seeking to mock your condition, nor draw you into a position you are uncomfortable with. But you are not well, Ash. You have been wounded, perhaps not in the traditional sense, but a wound it remains. I am asking you to let me treat you. If this continues and, Lord forbids, gets worse, then it is not just you at risk. She took another step forwards. He held his ground though felt his positioning weaken. If you falter at the wrong moment, then it could very easily end with someone injured or worse, dead. It might not be you, it could be another servant or perhaps even master himself. By the final step, she was still directly in front of him with her hand outstretched to him as though trying to shake his own. Please, let me help you. Yeah, listen to what she said. He jolted, turning to the voice and finding Nobunaga stood not far from him. The fact Jean did not react proved that she had been aware of the approach of the archer while he had not. Were his thoughts so mixed that he could not even acknowledge the arrival of another servant? If she had been an enemy. Nobunaga continued on, you're not right in the head at the moment and she's offering to treat you. I'm damn near certain that Master would be saying the same thing. She pointed towards her own temple as she spoke, then lowered the arm and made a huffing noise. If you're worried about someone messing with your head like last time, remember who this woman actually is. He looked between the two of them, feeling as though he was being driven into a corner. Just think of it like someone putting a bandage or casting some healing spell over a stab wound or whatever. The archer offered up another example, putting on a more confident aura. Though the disapproving frown remained on her face. Willingly walking into battle with an untreated wound is like saying you want to die. Her eyes narrowed and she looked him up and down. Are you looking to kill yourself? No. Then let the servant help you. His emotions surged, something broke. The words of the queen are all the help I need. He blurted out, they fell so quickly that it was as though they were natural to him. Silence descended. The expressions of both Jean and Nobunaga twisted into bemusement, the pair of them sharing a look for a few moments before their eyes returned to Ash. The latter was the first to speak. Where there had been disapproval before, there was now replaced with apprehensive confusion. Ah, what queen? What queen? What a laughable comment. What other queen could there be except? What queen was he talking about? I do not. His voice wavered, his head ached and he felt his expression pinch itself. The temptation to cradle his skull now more pressing than ever before, a flash of something filtered through his mind for a brief second before it vanished. The queen who? The queen who gave him value. The value in serving the queen. Who was the queen? Why did he? He froze. He could just make it out from the corner of his eye. The shadow was closer than ever before. The golden eyes that burned like twin suns gazed down at him, yet the form remained little more than a silhouette. It moved. Remember your purpose, for that is what makes you treasured. As long as you hold that duty true, as long as you hold it tight to even your soul, your life will be one of meaning. You will burn with the fire of the world in your heart. Make right the darkening world. Let your value fuel the flame. Go forth and shine like the sun. Gawain, don't trust her. Huh. Riduska turned to the voice, realizing that the Silver Knight with the face of Nero was now walking alongside him. He hadn't even noticed her get that close to him. He really needed to ask her name, because it was the polite thing to do, but servant true names were regarded as a pretty big secret and just asking seemed rather iffy. Then again, she had arrived with Mash, so. The knight made a face at him, then schooled her expression and looked straight again, dropping her voice into a low whisper. The tall woman. Don't trust her. She fucking stinks of my mother. A brief moment later, she shuddered slightly as if remembering something unpleasant. Got a lot of nice words about her, but there's something not quite right. She's a schemer, that one. He started to turn his head to look over his shoulder, barely making it more than an inch before the green eyes of the blonde snapped to him with a hard look that flat out warned him not to continue his course of action. He froze for a split second, then returned his focus straight ahead. You mean not to trust Guinevere? The foo, her name is Guinevere. The knight made a dumbfounded noise. Is that some sort of joke? Are you taking the piss? No. Ritska furrowed his brows, turning his head and showing his confusion as best he could. Not really understanding what the knight was talking about in the first place. It's just her name is Guinevere, she's actually a goddess. He paused for a moment, then brought his hand up and pointed towards his head. At least, that is what Haku is telling me, says he knows her, he's also saying not to trust her as well. The knight blinked once, then her expression settled, seriously. You got at least one voice of reason in your head, but this is my gut telling me this. Shaking her head, she looked straight ahead. I trust my gut on this stuff, that's why I'm also telling you that one-armed kindling-looking guy is shifty as shit, but you probably know that already. Her lip curled into a frown. If you don't, then your skull is thick as brick. Sullivan is, well, I had hoped to actually get a conversation in with him. He looked over to the caster who was still actually within earshot of them, having stuck to his left side ever since they started walking and frequently taking a glance over his shoulder towards the direction of the servants behind them. Ritska didn't need to be told what was going on. We haven't had much of a chance. I'm sure the opportunity will arise, Mr. Ritska. Nursery remarked with a hopeful tone of voice from over his shoulder, resuming her usual spot of being a rider on his back. He was tempted to make a joke if this now qualified her for the position. Maybe you should invite him to a tea party. Came her earnest suggestion. Those are most wonderful for getting people talking. A tea party. He hummed to himself. The fact the suggestion actually had merit at all was rather interesting and something he had not considered. Maybe he should start joining different servants for lunch. He did frequently eat with Mash, and, as much as he loved doing so, it did mean neglecting some of the other servants he summoned. Hell, he couldn't actually remember sitting down to talk with Medusa once since she had been summoned. Yikes, that sounded bad. Would you be up for that, Sullivan? Are you joking or are you that stupid? Came the near-instant reply from the caster. The fact he had not even turned his head to look at him as he answered was a little on the nose. For one thing, servants such as ourselves had no need to eat. Quite why you indulge this fascination at Chaldea is a mystery to me, for another, what would we even discuss? Anything. HMPH. Ritska kept his expression level, staring at the caster for a few seconds more and then pulling his lips upwards. He did not hear a no anywhere in that sentence, which means it was technically a yes. Calling that a victory felt more than appropriate. Turning his head back to the blonde, he saw she was giving him a weirded out look. So anyway. Hello, I am Ritsuka Fujimaru. Looking past her, he gestured towards Mash with his hand as best he could, his forearms being used to support nursery. I take it you and Mash know each other already. Yes, senpai. Mash nodded her head, then looked to the saber questioningly, is it alright if we discuss true names? The blonde scoffed, you already know it and I never said to keep it a secret, else I wouldn't have told you in the first place. They then shrugged, fine. Bringing up her arm, she pressed a thumb against her armored chest and cracked a sharp smirk that was eerily familiar to the same sort that CU would give. He was struck with the belief they would get along well. I'm Mordred, Knight of the Round Table. Mordred. He raised his brows, oh, you're. Yeah, Knight of Treachery, Gareth's little sister. Quote. The fuck did you just say to me? He blanched, a chortle sound somewhere in the back of his mind that sounded eerily similar to played through his skull. The words that accompanied it removed any doubt from his mind. Your ability to go from being charismatic to a fault to inviting a beating is as astounding as it is bewildering. I do so wish you would exercise this ability of yours when I am not a resident in your body. Clearly his throat loudly, his eyes darting past her towards Mash in a silent plea for aid was the best he could manage. Unfortunately, Mordred caught it and took a single step forwards, blocking his line of sight with the shielder while keeping her face remarkably blank. That was somehow the worst part. Mordred took in a visible breath, then slowly exhaled, the next words being spoken with a forced calm to them. I destroy King Arthur's kingdom, I kill him, and you know me, as Gareth's sibling. It didn't seem like the best thing to really bring up to your face is all. He winced, bringing his hands up as best he could and giving a shaky smile. Feeling a slight bead of sweat drip down the side of his head. I figured that the whole thing with Camelot might be a sore spot so I wouldn't bring it up. You think I need you trying to look out for my feelings? Mordred cut him off, narrowing her eyes and leaning forwards, her arms crossing themselves over her chest as she took a single step to the side, making sure they were now shoulder to shoulder as they walked. He instantly turned his head from her, though could still feel her eyes burning themselves into the side of his head. I'm just working by what Gareth said. He glanced back at her from the corner of his eye and watched her demeanor change ever so slightly. The calm expression melting into exasperation and turning to the side. You do look like King Arthur. You've met father. And just like that, Mordred was back in his face, except this time there was an entirely different look in her eyes that very nearly took him by surprise. He had been expecting something akin to rage over the whole dying thing, but instead it was replaced by an excited expression, of all things. He was getting some very mixed vibes. Where did you meet them? Did you see their full splendor? PFF'd, what am I saying, of course you did. Well, I guess so. Oi, what's with that doubt in your voice? Are you saying father's performance disappointed you? Oh, no. He hastily shook his head from side to side. I was downright terrified of them the first time we met. With the black sword and the black sword. What in the what black sword? Mordred's expression twisted, replaced by confusion. Father never wielded a black sword. Are you stupid or something? Did you mistake some no-name knight for father? No, she definitely said Excalibur, right Mash? Yes, senpai. The shielder provided from somewhere, Excalibur Morgan. Excalibur what? Outstanding. You have snatched danger from the jaws of safety. Haku muttered through his mind once again. Ritsuka got the distinct impression the servant would have been glaring at him if he had a body. For one who criticized my own recklessness, you seem to put just as much effort into purposefully causing harm to yourself as I did so through an accident. But that was the corrupted version of King Arthur from Fuyuki, Sir Mordred. Mash hastily added on, there was the version we encountered during the Nerifest that seemed much less hostile. Mordred had long since stopped looking as though she was registering what was being said, instead she had a glazed-over look on her face as she leaned closer to him. What do you mean, Excalibur Morgan? She. We're here. He had never been so thankful to hear the voice of Sullivan before in his life, swiftly turning his head straight ahead as he rounded the next corner. Then found himself slowing to a halt and raising his brows, his jaw dropping ever so slightly as he beheld the sight before him. What the? Oi, don't ignore me. Mordred snapped next to him. What do you mean Excal, what in the hell? She trailed off as well, her voice going from infuriated to baffled in a split second, and Ritska could empathize with her completely. It wasn't at all what he had been expecting. Before him stood a wall of white birch trees, each of them interlocking over the other with their branches embracing their neighbor so tightly that no gaps could be seen through it. The trees curved slightly, giving the impression that the entire wall was a circle rather than that of a cube shape. They stretched quite high into the air as well over 10 meters by his own reckoning, and though they were bereft of leaves, he could not call them dead by any stretch of the imagination. He didn't know why, considering they looked for all intents and purposes exactly like dead trees. Though right at the front of the wall, there was a single arch made into the wood the shape of a doorframe, though it lacked a door and was instead replaced by a veil of smoke. A foggy cloud that was thick enough to prevent him from seeing through it, yet it did not spill out from beyond the confines of the interior, as though an invisible wall kept it in place. Sullivan had not stopped unlike the rest of them. He continued marching onwards until he came to a halt directly in front of the fog door. Then stopped and looked over his shoulder towards them. You do not need to worry yourselves over appearances. The fog will allow you entry. Turning back around, he took a single step into the fog and then submerged himself within it, pushing through and vanishing from sight. Come this far, I guess, Ritska muttered under his breath, then looked to the side at the others. Might as well take the plunge, right guys? Don't worry, Mr. Ritska. Nursery spoke from over his shoulder. He could feel her small arms wrap around his shoulders in a manner that was remarkably comforting. I will be right there with you along with Miss Mash. Right, Miss Mash. Yes, Senpai. The shielder chimed in, don't worry about a thing, I will protect you in case anything happens. Yeah. With a cheer in his voice, he picked up his pace and marched straight towards the fog door, though he did turn his head ever so slightly as he drew closer to it. Perhaps it was a psychological thing, but he was already bracing himself for running straight into a glass door or something, like out of some internet video, and falling flat on his back to be laughed at. His face hit the fog. Chapter 20. Chapter 162, and their consequences. Priscilla took a step towards the bed, lowering herself down and onto her knees as she loomed over the small body on top of the mattress. Her expression wavering slightly as she extended a hand towards the body, her palm easily covering the top of the entire head and running her fingers through the mop of white hair. Gently rubbing her thumb along the forehead of the child. How? We encountered the Chaldeans. Atalanta responded from behind her, a clear edge in her voice as she spoke which belied the true anger she felt in this situation. Perhaps she might have shared in it, but she could feel only pity for all involved in this sad state of affairs. While I attacked the one who I considered the greatest threat. The berserker trailed off. Priscilla did not need to be told much more than that. The results went without saying as she closed her eyes and let out a breath. A light with a dark hue grew around the bed, a circle forming inch by inch with symbols carved into the surface of it. She knew very little of miracles, having only been taught a few by her grandmother, but she knew enough to enact minor healing. She focused her efforts into the spell to restore the body of Jack to its prime condition. Pulling her eyes open, she stared at the body, watching as the burns slowly healed over, unblemished skin replacing cuts and bruises. Though the spear wound on the leg would undoubtedly take the longest. To think they would go to such lengths, are they so determined to let this world continue on they would slay its very future. She muttered to herself, her lips pulling themselves upwards as Jack groaned and turned over. At the very least she would recover and be awake shortly. Rising back to her feet, she pulled her hand away and turned to face the other two in the room. Stealing her expression as best she could and moving her eyes between them, though the fact it was only two was rather odd. Where is the one of three bodies? Fried lowered her head. Pinwheel retreated to his workshop once more. Lady Priscilla. I believe one of the Chaldeans caught his interest and he has returned to focus more upon his work. It was only at my behest that he left his studies to assist us. She looked to the Black Knight next. Though he still wore his helmet she could tell he was exhausted. The scratches and burns across his armor, the slash marks from where he had been struck with a bladed weapon were all signs that he had also come into contact with the Chaldeans. Of course, their losses had not simply been a case of mere injuries. Her eyes wandered back to Fried. I understand that the good Sir Dolian is no longer with us. You have my condolences. Though I did not know him for long, I could tell that he valued you greatly. Fried did not speak initially, but when she did it was a slow and measured manner of speaking. His mind was robbed of him and he was set against his own kindred. Though I mourn for his death, I am elated that he was not forced to slaughter more of his brothers and sisters. All that can be done for the moment is to avenge him. Avenge, was it? There was no longer any getting around the issue, she supposed. The Chaldeans had made their intentions perfectly clear and there was nothing more to be said on the matter with them. Perhaps she might have been more partial before they started controlling the minds of the citizens of this land and setting them upon one another, brother slaying brother, at the behest of one who did not even value them. It was beyond cruel, it was positively vile. Kella has since ended his neutrality, even if he does not believe he has. She stated after a few more moments of silence, her eyes sweeping across the group in front of her. I have little doubt that he, and those associated with him, have brought all the Chaldeans together once more within his sanctuary. As I can no longer sense their minds within the world of Ariamis. We can only assume that they shall strike soon, once they have revitalized themselves. Fried nodded her head in assent. They hold a great numerical advantage over us in terms of servants, and I shall not deny the power that they field is greater than many of our own. She took a single step forwards, placing a hand on her chest. For that reason, I implore you, Lady Priscilla, to unleash the full power of your painted world. Even if for a brief moment, the souls of this land will rise at your behest to fight our shared enemies. She pulled her lips into a thin line. To wake them all, I allowed but a few on the belief this would be but a quick battle ending in a swift victory. The souls in this land have found their peace. To force them into conflict, turning her head to the side, her gaze fell once more upon the wounded body of Jack. The small girl lying on her back with her eyes shut, her face shifting ever so slightly as she slumbered. The fact such a young girl was capable of killing was disturbing and saddening to her. It was why she had not led her into battle. She had not even let her go out right up until the moment the girl acted of her own accord and ran off. Something that had troubled her enough to take Atalanta from where she had been and towards the girl to save her from whatever she had encountered. I cannot feel comfort in this state of affairs. Lady Priscilla. Fried took a step closer, coming up to her side and looking at her with a saddened smile. I share in your woes, truly, I do. To force those who have found peace back into war is not something I take comfort in, but we must make these small concessions to secure the peace we crave. What we have built here is a land of true peace. If we are unwilling to even defend its existence, then for what have we struggled for? Your words ring true, yet all the same. If not just for the sake of your home, or for the sake of those you protect, then for the sake of humanity as a whole. Fried continued onwards. Think of the incineration. If Chaldea succeeds here, then this final arc will be torn asunder. All humanity will be burnt away in the great fire and those of this era will surely perish. She understood those words, she understood them well enough, and yet she could not find it within herself to become incensed enough to act. Which was a deep shame to her. She could yield the strength to create this world and slay those who threatened it, but she could not ask any other to defend it in her place. Especially since she was the one who raised them at all. they had come to Ariamis to find a world they could rest, not so they could serve as her soldiers and slaves. Who would deny a request from the one who granted them asylum from the horrors of the world? There was not a soul who would refuse her. How could they? She governed their very world. Do you believe there truly is no other way, Atalanta? The berserker was the only one beside herself who she could trust with such a question, turning her eyes to the animal woman and watching her expression closely. The others fell silent while the two looked at one another. The indigo-haired woman remained silent for a few moments, her expression shifting through several emotions before her eyes closed themselves. She gave a single, silent, shake of the head, sealing the fate of those of the world once and for all, as well as fixing the path they were upon. I see. There was nothing else to be said then. If no one else could see a path beyond this one, then she would commit this sin for the sake of those who would live if they were victorious. She could only hope that they would forgive her for this act, holding their peace at ransom unless they obeyed her orders. Freed, you may go and gather your forces. Ensure yourself and your allies are as well as they can be. I believe that Carwin is in dire need of recovery as well. Once you have called upon all your allies, I shall do what needs done. Though she did not see Frida's expression, she could feel the relief that swam through her mind when the words passed her lips. Your wisdom shines brightly, Lady Priscilla. You need not worry for the people of this world, all they do for your sake. Priscilla could hardly call that a comfort. She needed nothing from them, neither in the form of service nor in tribute. All she ever offered them had been without the demand for reparations. Yet, now she was calling upon a service she never wanted or expected to need. The fact that people of Ariamis believed they owed her anything was a rather horrible feeling. It did not matter to her how eager they all might have been in raising their swords to her words and killing those she wished dead, it was something she did not want. Perhaps it never mattered what she wanted. The two behind her retreated from the building, closing the door behind them and leaving herself and Atalanta in silence. Do you believe I have made the right decision in this? It took a moment for the berserker to respond. I do not believe there was a choice in the matter. If you meet the servants of Chaldea in force, with what few numbers we have, there is every chance that we will perish, and if that occurs, she trailed off, taking a step closer and drawing her lips into a thin line. Though you may not approve of it, this is the only option we are left with. If you cannot accept it, then that is your own burden to bear. She very nearly chuckled at the comment. That could not be more true. I would suppose it is. I am envious of your confidence, Atalanta. You express certainty in every one of your statements. Is that how it appears? Atalanta remarked with a bemused hum. She watched as the berserker pinched her brows together and frowned lightly. Perhaps it is true, but I accept there is no right or wrong in these situations. Merely the choice that is most appealing, perhaps an effect of my class, but it is far simpler for me as it stands. I act in accordance with my own wishes. She turned her head to the bed. And for right now, I wish to keep her and all the children of this world safe. The means by which I achieve that, no longer concern me. If justice will not grant them the peace they deserve, then I have no need of it. I believe that is a fault of yours, she announced, causing Priscilla to blink as the shorter woman turned her head upwards and stared at her with hard eyes. You must be more willing to protect this world of yours with whatever means are available to you. Anything less and the peace you strive for will be lost. Her lip twitched upwards. You are still much too kind for your own good. Her lip twitched at the comment. Perhaps I truly am. That is not all that concerns you, is it? I am hardly one for keeping secrets or my concerns private, true. Glancing over her shoulder, she stared at the door by which both Fried and Wilhelm had departed before returning her attention to Atalanta. I was told not to trust the words of Fried, and while I would not care for them, they came from one closest to her. Perhaps he worked to instill doubt, but I cannot dismiss the strange inkling in my mind. The woman remained silent as she spoke, gradually bringing up her arms and crossing them over her chest. She remained silent for but a few moments, then spoke in a slow and measured tone of voice. Her pale eyes glanced to the door for a brief second before coming back to her. I would not dismiss the possibility of an ulterior motive, but I would question still why such a thing truly matters if the end result is for the best. I have made it little secret I care only for the lives of the children. That is true, yes. Atalanta had been frightfully honest from the beginning that the only thing she was truly worried about were the children. Blatantly dismissing the safety of all others so long as the youths could be kept safe, she might not have agreed with the narrowing of her protection, especially since it was the nature of children to grow, but she could empathize with the desire to keep them safe from harm. They held a similar goal, even if their motives differ slightly. Perhaps it was simply a similar case with the likes of Freed. She had done nothing to warrant any real suspicion and had aided her every step of the way. Bringing her news of the Chaldeans, of the incineration and of the danger they posed and that the spirit Kella would not abide the truce forever and would eventually side against her. Recent events had vindicated her advice time and again, perhaps they were offering warnings from a mistaken position. Or perhaps they truly did not understand what the end goal was. This was a warning from someone she fully intended to kill. It troubled her deeply, to be born in this land of peace, to see all those who found comfort in this world, and then to try and undo all that work because they did not personally accept it. It was the height of arrogance and little more than self-righteousness taken to its greatest extreme. Forgive my worries, I am chasing at little more than shadows. There is more. A statement rather than a question. Once more, Atalanta proved herself to be exceedingly skillful at seeing through the mask of serenity she wore. It was a strange thing, in the past the only one to see through this guise of hers was her grandmother, now it was Atalanta who did much the same. To be read so easily. Was she terrible at masking her own emotions? There is more, yes. There was one thing that troubled her above all else, the flashes of memories she had seen from the one she fought, his violent reaction and his instinctual feeling to flee from her as fast as he could. He had lashed out at her before she could fully complete the remembrance, which meant his mind would be left in turmoil. In effect, she had tortured him. And it was torture, especially given the nature of the memories she had uncovered. The servant you fought, the one who injured me, he did not know it at first, nor did I until light was shed upon his locked soul. She hesitated, the image of a bruised child suffering another series of beatings at the hand of a knight while the blank face of a mother watched on filtered through her mind. He is my younger brother. He didn't know what queen he spoke of, he did not know who Gawain was, all he knew was that his mind was starting to slip away from him. Thoughts that were not his own flooded through him, memories from times he did not recall experiencing and voices from people he never met. If this was indeed a curse, then it was a cruel one. And one that he was starting to believe he could not endure, rather, it was long since past that point. He was becoming dependent on the whispers of the voice, they were starting to control him, bit by bit, his mind was surrendering to the demands of the voice. They spoke of value and duty and he hung on their every word, their every syllable. This was no longer a poison, it was a consistent attack against his mind and one that would not stop. Rather, it had gotten worse. How else was he supposed to deal with this except through the only manner that was presented to him? He could no longer afford to take half measures or bank upon the hope that his mind would somehow banish these thoughts. I don't care how long it takes, he whispered out, ignoring the shadow that invaded his personal space yet remained just hidden from the corner of his eye. It was so close now that all he would need to do would be to raise his arm and he would strike it. At least, if it was solid he would have done. Rather, he stared at the blonde woman in front of him, he cared not for how he sounded or appeared. Just, get the voice out of my head, he might well have been begging her now but he did not care in the least. He wanted the poison gone and if that meant inviting another figure to effect something to his mind, then that was fine. This was what the mental attack wanted, him to become dependent on the voice, that had to be it. That promise of value if he obeyed his duty, it preyed upon the natural instincts that all humans should possess. It was little wonder they slept so soundly in this world, if they were being deceived into believing they were fulfilling their purpose then there was no way they would have been able to resist. Of course, no human would ever accept the world of Ariandel in their current condition, especially if they were from an era that was still moving onwards. Certainly not an entire city worth of people, there would surely have been some who rejected. Yet, how could they reject if this world was subtly influencing them? It was sinister, it was repulsive. It's consuming me from the inside out. He hissed out from between his teeth, his emotions now flaring as 1,000 different thoughts swirled in his mind. Horrific rejection of the voice combated the desire to embrace it further, to hold the value that the voice spoke of so deeply and never let it go. It was a value that he knew would take complete control of him if he let it. His duty was his own. His duty was his own. His duty was his own. He repeated the mantra in his head, all the while Jean had taken a step away from him with wide eyes, clearly surprised by his sudden switch in tactics, but he did not care at this point in time if he was countering himself. He didn't want the voice to steal anything else that belonged to him. He didn't want to lose his sense of duty. He couldn't lose that. If he lost that, then he had nothing left. Bringing his right hand up, he extended his index finger and placed it against the side of his helmet, rapping it against the steel and producing a knocking sound. Just get rid of it, please, I don't care what you have to. Ash, you don't need to. Jean cut herself off, grimacing for a moment and then stepping forwards once more. Bringing her hands up and placing them on his shoulders, steadying him in place and holding him there, her features hardened a moment later. You do not need to beg me to help you. This is behavior expected between allies. She flashed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, though that was on account of the concern flooding them. I will do all I can to help you. My thanks. You do not need to thank me for this. Jean shook her head, dismissing his gratitude as though it was completely unnecessary. He supposed she didn't quite understand what she was doing for him or how deeply he was being affected by this. Death in the physical sense was something he could handle. This wasn't even hollowing. At least with hollowing you lost your duty completely. This was a perversion of his entire being. His mind was being forcefully warped to agree with a certain way of being that he could not condone in any other method. Twisted and controlled, it was a fate far worse than death. Nobunaga nodded her head at his side. Yeah, this is the sort of thing all these saints live for. So, really, she should be thanking you for giving her the chance to do all this sort of purification thing. He stared at her from the corner of his eye, her smug expression as she confidently nodded her head up and down. Privately wondering if she even cared for the fact she was receiving a dull look from Jean. Then the archer paused for a moment, furrowing her brows and stopping her nodding. Wait, you're not gonna accidentally kill him, are you? His eyes switched towards Jean for a moment. He was more than a little tempted to say that dying would be preferable to losing himself in such a manner. No, it simply was preferable. Being killed before his mind was stolen from him was exactly the sort of mercy he would expect or even demand, in the same way he would perform the same act to another if there was no hope for them. Excuse me. Jean, meanwhile, looked thoroughly unamused and almost scandalized as she released his shoulders and whirled on the archer. What is that supposed to mean? Raising her hands, Nobunaga gestured towards him. He's an undead and you're a saint. Aren't you guys supposed to be all about purifying undead spirits? Jean fell silent immediately after that, her expression twisting into confusion and then blanking out as she dropped her arms to her side, furrowing her brows slightly as she fixed the archer with a silent stare. The black-haired woman remained stone-faced in the presence of the unblinking gaze of Jean, still with her hands on her hips. What? I'm asking some very pointed questions here. This seems like a genuine concern. Bringing her hand up, she pointed at his head. What if you try to fix his head and end up frying his brain or something? The saint still said nothing, her face unchanging. We having a staring contest now or something? Nobunaga curled her lip downwards into a clear frown. Now bringing her arms up and crossing them over, and you're looking at me as though this isn't a real worry. He is an undead or an unkindled or whatever type of deathless summon he is. So much so that it's stuck with him even as a servant. Exorcising undead spirits with sermons is what people like you are famous for, not you specifically but all the same. Jean did eventually open her mouth, speaking slowly and in a very measured tone, if there was even the slightest chance I could inadvertently cause him more harm than good. Do you truly believe I would have made the offer and been so adamant on it? She raised a single eyebrow, twisting her expression into incredulity. There is just as much chance of him suffering from this as you. Nobunaga shrugged her shoulders. That's all you needed to say. I don't want to be throwing him into getting treated only to watch from the sidelines as he bursts into flames and screams the whole while. Following this statement, she jerked a thumb over her shoulder towards the direction of the children. How would any of us explain that to the little kids? Not to mention Master. Letting out a breath, the saint returned her focus to him and offered a strained look. You should not pay too great a heed to her words. Though there might have been some risk, the sermons to exorcise curses are radically different to those of removing undead. There was a brief moment before she spoke again. Though, I am unsure I would be capable of doing anything to the most prevalent curse that you are afflicted with. You do not need to worry yourself with that one. He knew what she spoke of. There was only one true curse that he was familiar with. There was nothing that could be done to save him now, if there had ever been something that could have saved him before. My existence is cursed enough, but I retain myself. I do not wish to lose that. While I cannot empathize with that struggle, I shall do what I can. Jean assured him, sending one final glance towards Nobunaga and then letting out a second tired breath. And you may rest easy with the knowledge that I shall not fry his brain, as you so delicately put. Nobunaga made a face at her and threw her arms up, turning towards him and offering a, "What can you do?" expression. At this point, he was finding it difficult to care either way if he was cured or died. Shaking his head, he glanced back to the saint as she stood in front of him, a silence descending between the two of them that stretched on for more than a few seconds longer than he would have thought normal. Is there something I have to do or just stand there? Jean closed her eyes, then brought her right hand up and extended the tips of her fingers towards his head, placing them on the front of his helmet in between where his eyes were and then going silent. He was not sure if something was going to be happening any time soon, but he could feel nothing emanating from the woman. Then again, with his limited experience with mental attacks, he had no way of knowing what went into curing them. Nobunaga was rolling back and forth on her heels, her eyes flickering between the two of them before she started to quietly hum, turning her head away from the pair of them and glancing across the scenery. Jean's expression tightened, her lips pulling themselves into a faint frown and her eyebrows pinching together. That is, she quietly whispered to herself, pulling her hand away from his forehead and opening her eyes once more. That is not what she frowned deeply now. I am not at all familiar with magecraft, but something of the effect you described should have been more noticeable. At the very least, it would have been a surface layer presence upon your mind, and yet, I cannot sense anything ill about you. What? Nobunaga gave voice to his thoughts, her head whirling around and twisting. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He's having hallucinations and hearing voices. You don't get much iller than that. She pointed to his face. He can't be fighting people or doing much of anything like that. Look again. Jean bit her lip. This is not something that requires repeated searches, she explained, though her voice was now marred with confusion. If there is something affecting your mind, it is not a curse, and yet, I cannot sense any of the obvious signs of magecraft affecting you, and if it was magic of the Age of Gods, that would be all the more present upon you. Letting out a breath, she tightened her hands into fists, a flash of frustration running through her features. This is not something I expected. You have high enough magic resistance that anything that affected you would be obvious enough to be seen. Perhaps I might not have been capable of removing it, but I would have detected it. But there is nothing. It couldn't be nothing. That would imply that there was nothing wrong with him. Clearly there was something wrong with him. He knew that there was something wrong with him because he was losing himself bit by bit. If it continued any further, then there was no telling what greater influence this queen would have over his mind. His eyes swiveled, the shadow gazed at him as silent as ever, yet even that provided no comfort. It hung over him, a promise of things to come. The closer it had gotten, the greater the influence of the voice had become. What would happen when it touched him? It has to be something. He stated a moment later. There was no sense in hiding the full weight of his emotions now. He took a single step forwards, reaching out and grabbing the saint by the upper arm. It was not a tight grip, but it was forceful enough that she would not be immediately able to escape. "Jean, you have to do something." Perhaps it was the desperation in his voice, but he didn't care. All he could think of was the idea of being left alone with the voice, that it would remain and never leave him. "She's going to take me." She was going to continue whispering into his mind. He was going to be pulled in deeper and deeper until he could remember nothing but the voice. Until he was obsessed with nothing but the voice, where he would do anything to hear it again. Her voice is going to get louder. His speech cracked the longer he talked, now more aware of the whisper than ever before. He dared not look at the shadow, but he could feel the pressure. Like a burning in the back of his mind, a pulling force that was like a noose around his neck, trying to drag him back and spin him around to face it. "She's taking it from me. She is going to make me one with this place, she's going to make me like them. You can't let her do that, I don't want her to. No one is going to take you anywhere." Jean cut him off with a stern voice, her expression hardening as she reached out with her other hand and pried his grip from her, though she instead clasped his extended hand in her own, holding onto it as though she was now worried he would retreat. "I cannot find anything, but that does not mean it doesn't exist. I promise you, here and now, that I will do everything in my power to help you." He stared at the hand that gripped him so tightly, taking note of its hold on him, perhaps the only literal lifeline he had left. Never before had the similarities between the saint and the firekeeper been so obvious as they were right, yet their intentions could not have been further from one another. "My, thanks." Nobunaga leaned in, furrowing her brows. "So what does the voice even want you to do anyway? You said it's stealing something from you." He shuddered at the memory, or perhaps the command. "It tells me my value is in my duty." "And that is different from what you say because." "Not that duty," he hissed out, quickly realizing his aggression and turning from her in shame. It was an honest mistake on her part and not something he should truly be infuriated with, but he could not help but let slip his true emotions. Taking in a breath, he steadied himself, the duty of all unkindled. "She is telling me that my value is burning for the flame. That is all I am worth." And he was starting to believe her. The pair of them made a face, Nobunaga's being more pronounced. "This voice is telling you to, what? Set yourself on fire and die. And you're putting up with this?" Scoffing loudly, she shook her head from side to side. "Tell it to get lost. Why are you even entertaining?" "Because I believe her." The words silenced her a moment later, or rather, I am being made to believe her. "You cannot imagine the appeal of this voice. The mere thought that my actions will please it, they are consuming." He turned his head to her, a dry wheeze escaping him. "I am losing myself, bit by bit. I fear what will happen if the voice gets louder. Like a chain tightening around my neck and dragging me back. If I return to a point where I believe my one value was in lighting the flame, I will kill myself." The archer grimaced. "We can just summon you again, you know." "Not ideal, but..." He stilled. The grip on his hand tightened a moment later, demanding his attention be pulled from the archer onto that of the ruler once more. He did not look to her at first, for he knew what expression that the saint would be making. His reaction had been subtle, not invisible. If the woman was already paying attention to him beforehand, then it would have been all too easy. And this was something that was rather pressing now and could not be explained away. "Ash." He still did not look, but there was an edge in the voice of the ruler that had not been there before, attention now filling the space around them, as though the air was now heavier than it had been moments before. "Is there something wrong?" Perhaps he would have provided an excuse, or perhaps he would have spoken the truth at that moment. Whatever the case, his mind blanked out on how he would answer her. His ruse would be seen through quickly if Chaldea found they could not resummon him, though, by that point, it would be much too late for them to do anything about it. Except that Romani was also aware, and he would voice his concerns about his death long before he got the chance to die. Though, He could not imagine the reactions. Ritska's inability to treat him like a tool was becoming an obstacle. Especially when he was against the more volatile plans that might end in even the death of a regular servant, he had an insistence on avoiding those situations. A voice called through the clearing. Sullivan, you're back. The jubilation in the voice of Kella snapped him from whatever trance he had been in. His head whirring away from the saint and pulling his arm free from her grip, taking several steps down the hill and coming to a halt. He knew beforehand that Kella was not speaking of the red-haired ruler, and when the caster stepped through the fog wall at the very edge of the clearing, moving into the enclosed space, he could feel only irritation. The caster would, no doubt, hear of this weakness and lord it over him. He tilted his head a moment later as he registered the state the caster was in, missing his left arm at the shoulder, the front of his body looking as though it had been set ablaze and his every step little more than a pained stumble. He looked more than a little worse for wear, rather, he looked as though he would perish at any moment. A large part of Ash very much hoped that he would. That part of his mind was quashed swiftly. Focusing on rage right now would be troublesome. He had to keep his head clear just to maintain his sense of reason. Oh my goodness. Kella's voice shifted into horror and worry in the very next moment, the white-cloaked spirit rushing over to the caster with frantic steps and a face visibly full of upset. What happened to you? It is nothing. Ash took a few more steps down the hill, keeping his eyes on the pontiff as he grunted out an answer, barely making out the voice of the caster as he replied with a rather strained tone of voice, clearly unsure what to do in response to the obvious concern of the small spirit. It's certainly not nothing. Kella snapped and, strangely of all, even Sullivan seemed cowed by the sudden anger in the voice of the blue-haired boy, though it quickly shifted back into a worry a moment later as his shoulders loosened. You're missing an arm and you're covered in burns. You know better than to be reckless with fire. Especially for one of the woodland sort. Ash was left rather confused as to what manner of pantomime he was witnessing at this moment, feeling his brows visibly furrow. Though, it did confirm that this Sullivan and the red-haired one were entirely different, or from a different point in their lives. The physical changes alone were jarring, which meant it was up in the air what the personality changes would be like. Jean seemed to speak highly of them, so he supposed it was worth the benefit of the doubt. It was unavoidable. Sullivan changed his story from last time, turning his head from the spirit and visibly looking to move away from them. He paused a moment later as his head swept across the scenery, briefly locking onto him and then something behind him. HMPH. I see you managed to find safety. I don't know whether to be furious you survived or impressed that you truly had the will to abandon me to my fate. I had no intention of abandoning you. Jean's voice snapped back from behind him, sounding rather affronted. I would have returned if we had not been separated. Would have, and could have, changed nothing of the present. The fact of the matter is that she left you because I took her from the conflict. A third voice spoke up, this one cold and full of rather concealed venom. Ash glanced at it, raising an eyebrow behind his helm at the Sullivan of the younger sort who had risen from his seated position, his expression warped into a deep scowl and leaning on his staff for support, his fingers tightly wrapped around the shaft of the catalyst to the point they were going white. If you were to blame anyone, then you might aim your anger at me, though, the lips pulled themselves from a scowl into a sardonic smirk. I would find myself rather pleased to learn that anything I did was something that caused you harm. That was not what he expected at all. Perhaps Jean truly was correct in her assessment of this one, though it just left open the question of what turned this Sullivan into the pontiff. Speaking of, he glanced back to the caster for a reaction, seeing that the taller servant was now slightly and stood upright, his shoulders squared. Someone who seeks to save the souls of everyone would willingly leave one behind to die. Sullivan dryly remarked with his own irritation. That's rather cold of you, is it not? Are you already finding that childish ideal of yours too difficult to hold onto, boy? Don't talk about my ideal, bastard. Hey! The voice which shook the very ground came from none other than Kella, the young spirit making a show of stamping his foot as well. His face full of disapproval as his eyes darted between the two Sullivans. None of that sort of talk here. There are young ones present and I think they can do without you two trying to bite each other's heads off. He turned back to the caster version, go and wait by the corner. I'll be along to help you with recovery in a moment. Ritska chose that moment to step through the fog wall, a small white-haired girl with a black cap on her head, wearing a wide-hemmed frilly dress of a matching shade clinging to his back. The dark-haired boy paused the very second he stepped through the doorway, yet there was something strange about him. He felt different than he had done so before, as though there was something more to him. His master took a few more steps forwards before he came to a halt directly in front of Kella. He opened his mouth to speak only for the servant to beat him to it. A rather excited noise came from them as they darted forwards. Ash tensed himself as Kella brought his hands up, then loosened his posture as he watched the servant just grab the side of his shoulders and do nothing else but speak in a jubilant tone. You finally made it. I hoped that we would meet earlier but I ended up missing you. Ritska's response was rather eloquent. And you? Kella turned his attention to the girl on Ritska's shoulder, removing his hands from the master, and now cupping his chin. You're not human but you're definitely related to them, I can tell that much. Alright, I like you. You can stay as well. This time, the dumbfounded response was courtesy of the strange white-haired girl who was, apparently, not human. Mash stumbled through the fog wall next, her expression shifting from surprise to amazement a second later. Then Nero in better-fitting armor trudged on through. Plated steel with red accents lining the battle dress, curled horns mounted on the shoulder pauldrons and an expression that was nothing shy of baffled as her head whirled around in several locations. Sir Mordred. Sir what? Mordred froze, turning her head in the direction of the call and watching as Percival raised his hand towards her. For reasons Ash could not even begin to fathom, the knight did not sound infuriated at the presence of this one, but rather, he sounded overjoyed. The confusion only deepened as he watched Percival take big long strides towards her, not even with a weapon in his hand, and spreading his arms wide in greeting. The foo Percival. Mordred stumbled backwards, what the how or when did you? Ha ha ha. Letting out a booming laugh, the knight came to a halt in front of her, swinging his arm down and striking her on the left shoulder. The strike was barely enough to even jostle the knight. It is a rare treat to see you so lost for words. I didn't think my presence would be so surprising, especially since you were also summoned here. Placing his hands on his hips, the knight smiled as though he was greeting an ally and not a fiendish monster. Loss for words. Mordred snapped back at them, her face twisting into an irritated smirk, as if anything I said could pass through that dense head of yours. You're just as bad as Gawain. Now pointing an accusing finger at him, and, she cut herself off, now turning her head and looking at him, frowning openly and leaning backwards. When did he actually get close to them? The hell are you staring at? Mordred snapped at him, looking him up and down for a few moments then glancing at Percival, jerking a thumb towards him. The hell is this supposed to be? Percival made a noise. Ash, I believe that. You are Sir Mordred? He asked, thoughts of whatever had troubled him were all but banished from his mind. Perhaps he would have cared to hold his emotions in check before now, but it could no longer be contained. Not when one who was directly responsible for suffering stood before him. No, worse than suffering, one who plunged an entire kingdom into chaos for simple ambition. This was, without a doubt, the type of human he hated most of all. Even Drake limited her degenerate ways to her own person and those foolish enough to follow her. This was one who ruined all others built because they demanded more than their station provided. The one who destroyed Camelot and slew King Arthur. He elaborated further, he had heard Percival call her as such, leaving no doubt in his mind. Beyond that, he saw the clear relationship now. It was not a shared semblance with Nero, it was a shared semblance with Arthur. Even the battle skirt was similar enough, eerily similar to the version he met in the burnt city. Mordred stared at him in silence, then had the audacity to cross her arms over her chest as though what he spoke of was nothing more than an inconvenience. Yeah, I am. Her declaration was met with silence. The knight of treachery who killed father and destroyed Camelot. Emerald eyes narrowed, her head tilted to the side, You got a problem with that? A problem. Quote. That depends. There was no response save a raised eyebrow. His right arm slowly moved across his body. Mordred glanced down and tracked the movement with deliberate slowness. Perhaps he was obvious, but he cared not. No, he wanted her to see. He wanted her to know exactly what his intentions were. The arms that had been lazily crossed over her chest slowly came undone, though she still had no weapon to grip. Something caught his wrist before he could make it to the bottomless box. He did not need to see who had caught him to know who delayed him. Yet confusion swam to the forefront of his mind immediately. It was impossible for him to consider, yet there was only one person who was close enough to prevent his actions, and Mordred had yet to make a proper move. Quote. What are you doing, Percival? I'm stopping you from making a mistake. The knight answered him with a hard tone of voice. I have my own grievances with Mordred, but I will certainly not settle them here and now, and it remains a matter for Camelot. He tightened his hold on the wrist. While I am heartened to see that Camelot means a great deal to you even through the stories I spoke of, it is not your place to dispense justice already dealt. Whatever guilt Sir Mordred carried, died when she did. Her death is not nearly enough to atone for all the lives she ruined since. Gritting his teeth, he finally turned to the knight and found himself staring into a stern face. And I cannot comprehend why you would even defend this. Looking back at Mordred, he snarled, betrayer. Exactly. Percival insisted, she is a traitor to Camelot. She had done you no personal wrong. Me. He snatched his arm from the knight, stepping back and turning to face him fully. It is not about me. It is about her and what she has done. There is no personal wrong that needs to have been done to me to see what she is capable of. It is the crime she has committed to those of Camelot. The lives she ruined with her thoughtless ambition, and the lives she could still ruin. He glared at the knight, unless she would profess her guilt for all to hear and beg for absolution. Get fucked. Mordred snarled at him, not even waiting for him to finish speaking before she laid her true colors bare, just as he expected from her. She did not even look the least bit guilty for her crimes. She stepped forwards, shoving Percival aside when he moved to block her path. Ash barely noted how quiet it had gotten. You think I'm gonna fucking beg you for some sort of forgiveness? Who do you think you are, you self-righteous asshole? Yeah, I rebelled against King Arthur. The only one who matters is King Arthur, and you're as far from the king as you can get. Bringing her hand up, she stabbed a finger at him. So you can piss off with this, holier-than-thou bullshit. You're not even from Britain, are you? Waving a hand at Percival, she continued on. You think after hearing a couple stories from this rock-headed oaf you can suddenly pull some sort of judgment on me? As though you're the same authority as father. Her helmet snapped upwards, the horns pulling away from her shoulder and towards the side of her head. Steel cranked and hissed as it instantly covered her face. Crimson lightning crackled across the plates of armor. I should kill you for even implying you're the same as father. He scoffed at her. You think my duty ends at the border of my own world? Clenching his hands into fists, he could feel the burn of pyromancy in his hands, the wisps of black fire climbing up his forearms as though to match the night. I might not be your king, but I do not need to be to pass judgment on you. I punish all those who are threats to humans. He took a single step forwards, looming over the shorter knight. Especially those who forsake their duty for their own ambition. You call yourself a knight? He felt the sneer on his lips. You insult those who take their duties to heart. How dare you compare yourself to them? Even without the crime of Camelot's fall above your head, I should kill you for even implying you are to be knighted. Oh yeah. Mordred's arms blurred. He staggered backwards as she punched him in the gut, the blow serving to put some distance between the two of them as she raised her hands, clenching them into fists. You want to fight? I'll turn that empty fucking head of yours into paste, asshole. You could have saved face by offering your neck. Nothing else mattered right now, not the shadow, not the shouts of alarm around them, nothing but this creature. This swine. She did not even realize her own folly, blinded and consumed by her ambition. His hands flexed, black fire surging through his palms and coating his hands in the abyssal flames. Though I can just as easily take it with force. He took a single step forwards. Enough. Every muscle in his body locked up. The voice returned in force, his knees buckled and he felt as though he was to be driven to ground at any moment. Not now. Not when he was about to deal with. Why was Mordred reacting the same way as him? Why did her body shudder as though being pushed? If the voice was in his head, then why did? I'm sorry that I acted first, young one, but I thought to take the lead just before violence could ensue. That impossible, intoxicating voice spoke once more. Every fiber of his body cheered, every inch of his brain screamed in terror. Though I believe I acted for the best in preventing such an outcome, I am rather accustomed to dealing with unruly children such as these. The reactions of the world fell into muted silence. Nothing but the voice filtered through his mind. And truly, I had not expected something quite so surprising when I stepped through the door. The voice grew louder. But, in every era, there are always those who prefer to speak with their fists rather than their wits. The voice giggled, a sound so beautiful, horrifying that he could do nothing but stand in silence. It was demanding his attention. The very notion of doing anything to interrupt the one who spoke was so disgusting, so wrong, that it was barely considered. But that is fine, those can be some of my favorite people to meet with as well, there's something about their fire that is enticing. It was a shadow no more. A woman in a silken dress, chestnut-colored hair and perfectly sculpted features stepped into his line of sight, moving between himself and Mordred. Static filled his mind. Her hands cupped his cheeks, she stared down at him with a smile that was filled with pride, her eyes glow with the radiance of the sun. "You're perfect," she whispers, though the words reached his ears and emotions that could not be described with mere words flooded his body, drowning every sensation. "You will do the work of the kingdom, my work." Her fingers trace along his cheeks. "You understand how important that is, don't you?" He does. He knows what his duty is. "I understand." Wonderful. Another hushed whisper, she draws her hands away from his face. "Think always on my lessons. Her lessons, her wisdom, her grace. Your word is my duty. My duty is my purpose. My purpose is my value." As long as he fulfilled his duty, as long as he fulfilled her purpose, he would be valuable. That was all he needed. "You shall light, a most spectacular flame." She turns her back on him, slowly retreating towards the gates once more. The towering castle that stretches to the very sky. The knights surrounded her, the closest one looked between them with an expression drawn so tightly that it might nearly tear them open. His tutor in weapons shakes for but a few moments before he too turns his back and follows after the queen. His queen. "Go forth, fulfill your purpose and make your value great enough to renew the world once more." The parting words of the queen ring true. She has faith in his abilities, as she always has done. His duty will be in her words. As long as he fulfills her words, her commands, then he shall be valuable. If he burns in the flame, he will be valuable to the queen. He will be valuable to High Queen Guinevere. The woman froze, her head slowly turned back towards him, confusion flashed through her eyes as she focused on him. First looking towards his armor, then back to his head. She fully twisted herself, raising her brows for a moment before taking several steps towards him and then leaning down. "High Queen," she whispered to him, her golden eyes burned so brilliantly dangerously they were enticing, terrifying, as though he could stare into them for hours. "Now that is a rather curious thing to call me, isn't it? I wonder." Her right hand moved upwards, towards her own head, placing a single index finger on her cheek and then tilting her head to the side. "He had to get away. And yet I sense something familiar about you, She hummed, intrigue in her eyes. Then they roamed his body, narrowing. "And far beyond the fact you wear my son's armor." He had to get away from her. Though she did not smile, there was a touch of amusement in her voice. "Though, it is a secret we can uncover together." The amusement vanished, replaced by a stone-cold command, "Remove your helmet." He moved on instinct. "Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving." His body did not obey, his arms brought themselves upwards and reached for his helmet. They stopped just shy of touching him, his muscles locking up and his hands trembling. "Don't let her see your face. If she sees your face, it's all over. You're hesitating, Her eyes flashed, lips pulling themselves upwards into a faint smile that was almost taunting. Quite the strong will you have there. Now I'm certain we must have met. I could just ask, but why spoil the surprise? Another chuckle that sent his heart racing, through fear or trepidation, he could not tell. Just a bit more. Help me. Help me. Help me. His arms shook, his fingers moved closer and thoughts of resistance faded from his mind. His hands wrapped around the side of his helmet, slowly pulling it upwards. Hey! Jolting at the voice, he stumbled backwards as though he had been struck, his hands flying away from his helmet and his breath leaving him at irregular intervals. His hand pressed against his chest, something burned deep inside him, the memories flooded back through his mind. Barely even aware Kella was now standing in front of him. I'm barely allowing you here on a technicality you came with the human. The voice was barely a growl. If you ever think to try and use your authority to control someone in my line of sight again, or if I have reason to suspect you of doing that, the spirit took in a breath. Do not mistake my unwillingness to use violence as a weakness, I can make exceptions. Especially for Lordkin. There was no initial response from Guinevere, then there was. I see you haven't changed your ways. Though, I suppose I'm not that curious about who he is anyway. He turned away, stumbling from the group and back the way he had come, his pace picked up to the point it nearly became a run. He dared not even look over his shoulder, he just had to get away from her. The voice was here and it was even more powerful. If Kella had not been there. His body jerked as he struck something, perhaps a body trying to block his path, but he kept on walking. Pushing past it and further on. He dared not turn around. No matter how much he wanted to. No matter how much his body begged him to. He moved onwards. Queen Guinevere was here, but a single impossible word bounced around in his skull. Another title he knew her by. Mother. And thus, the worst family reunion begins. And it shall only get worse. As for how many chapters are left of this singularity? Not a lot, won't lie. Probably 3 or 4, actually, don't bother asking me because even I don't know. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Chapter 163, The Mask Pulled Off. Compared with his arrival, Ash's departure had been nothing short of anticlimactic, or at least when one took into consideration that he had marched over and then started a shouting match with Mordred which could have ended very badly. The fact that Guinevere took charge and managed to de-escalate it was rather relieving to him because he didn't even know where to begin with that. It very much reminded him of Francis Drake and he wasn't sure what he could have done beyond using a command seal to prevent it. He shot a quick glance to the 2 that now resided upon the back of his right hand, rather than the 3 that had been there previously. He wasn't even aware he could have used them in his sleep but it felt as though it was something he had to do, or rather it was at Haku's insistence as well. Haku cannot act to endanger Ritsuka Fujimaru's life without his express consent. Which was clear-cut and something he would probably need to explain to the others. He looked back up, then frowned. Ash turned away the moment the blue-haired boy had shown up, the cloaked child talking about using an authority or something which drew his warnings about the goddess to the forefront of his mind. Which meant she had done something to both Mordred and Ash in order to stop them from fighting, and then kept using it on Ash to get a look at his face. He didn't see the issue but he did see that Ash was struggling to try and fight her off. If the blue-haired one hadn't said anything, he sure as hell would have. His resistance was impressive. Most would have complied with her demand within seconds. Haku voiced through his head, though he barely paid attention to the comment as the saber retreated further up the hill where he had come from. Stepping forwards, called out to him, "Ash, wait." Though the saber gave no indication he even heard him, and he didn't seem to be very present in the moment, especially when he walked right through Nobunaga as she attempted to stop him, not even breaking stride as he pushed her aside and continued his climb. Biting his lower lip, he made to take another step forwards before stopping himself. Ash probably needed a moment to cool off and approaching him right this very moment might lead to more harm than good. Especially if the topic of Mordred came up, he didn't know what the sabers, problem was with the knight, but he could probably come up with a couple guesses. Especially since the motivation of Sir Mordred's rebellion was one of the better known things about Arthurian mythology, or would it be history? Letting out a sigh, he turned his head away from the saber and glanced over towards Mash. She looked from him to the retreating form of Ash for a few seconds before she gave him a questioning look. He raised his hand and shook his head from side to side. "I'll let him have a couple moments to calm down before trying anything." He sent a quick glance towards Guinevere. Though the goddess had said she did not care, he saw that she was giving a lingering stare to the back of Ash. It now left him in a rather bewildering situation. Despite how impressive this little clearing was with the greenery and the safety it supposedly offered, he didn't feel as though their situation had gotten any better, even if they were all reunited once more. Even a brief glance around the servants and humans gathered around him was more than enough evidence to suggest that his work was going to be cut out for him in trying to get them all to avoid killing one another, some more challenging than others. Someone clearing their throat brought his attention to the blue-haired boy, the smaller servant clapping their hands together and smiling rather genially as they looked around at everyone, though they focused on him in particular. That unpleasantness aside, "I'm really glad that all of you made it here, but I would think that things are a bit strained." Shrugging then continued on, "But I'm not good at reading the mood." "It's fine," he assured them quickly. If they weren't good at reading the mood and could still tell how tense everything was, then it really wasn't a great time they were in for. "I'm Ritsuka Fujimaru for everyone who doesn't know me, by the way. This is Mash Kyrielite, my trusty shielder." He gestured to the girl, introducing her first. "And, yeah, I think we've all been through a lot, so I would say taking a few minutes just to get our bearings would be for the best. I know that I could do with a short break from all the craziness." He chuckled because he couldn't think of any other way to react. It truly was no end of adrenaline rushes, and he finally felt as though he had a moment in which he could breathe. "Any objections?" Silently, he prayed they all said no. "TCH, yeah, whatever." Mordred was the first to speak up, though it was more to shake her head from side to side and march off from the group. He watched the knight retreat and then turned his head onto Percival, another knight of the Round Table, as he sent them an apologetic look. "I am sorry, Sir Mordred is easily angered and Ash," he exhaled, "perhaps I should have been quicker on the uptake that something would have happened and stepped in beforehand, but hindsight is always better than foresight." Percival looked as though he was going to turn, but stopped at the last moment, his eyes moving on from Ritsuka to Mash and his gaze intensifying. "Mash Kyrielite, you said?" "Ah, yes, Sir Percival," Mash hastily replied. Ritsuka glanced at her. Was she actually straightening her posture as high as it would go? "You are not a traditional servant, are you?" He quizzed further, which did briefly surprise Ritsuka as to the fact the servant had managed to suss that out. Normally it would take them having to introduce her as a demi-servant before that to actually be revealed. Which was more than a little curious. He paused then spoke further. Do not misunderstand my question for disapproval. I do not understand the principle, but, shall I assume you were granted this power?" "Yes. The heroic spirit gifted me these powers and gave me the chance to fight as Senpai's servant," she announced, nodding her head once with a singularly determined look on her face. Percival smiled back. "If this servant had reason to give you their powers, then I have little reason to treat you any differently." He turned once more, offering one final comment. "Anyone who would be granted the powers of a heroic spirit by choice is undoubtedly worthy of them. I look forward to seeing what you are capable of, Sir Mash." He waved to her as he departed, following after Mordred with a slight urgency to him. "I'm not a." Mash cut herself off, furrowing her brows and dropping her shoulders. "I'm not a sir," she finished with a mumble, looking somewhat uneasy. "I have not even been knighted. Don't feel too bad about it," he assured her with a pat on the shoulder, trying something to comfort the shielder, flashing her a smile as she looked towards him. "I'm sure you'll definitely make it to that level one day, Mash." If you say so, Senpai." He knew so, she was definitely right up there. Though, for the time being, pep talks could wait until a different time. He looked around at the group that now surrounded him, made up of a variety of different servants that he hadn't really gotten the chance to actually speak with, though they were the few that came along with Mash and the others. All right, so, everyone who came with me from Chaldea. Calling out, he turned on his heel and swept his eyes over the assembled group, then brought up his arm and pointed towards one of the distant spots. Come with me. We're gonna run through a report on what we went through. Everyone else, take 5. Memories of Ash's failure to understand modern slang cycled through his head for a moment. That means take a break. We can all greet each other soon, try not to start any more fights or something. First thing is first, Ritska began, bringing his hands up and glancing around the servants before he pointed in the direction of a certain caster. At this point, it was more than a little disturbing to see him in that state. He was actually more than a little worried. Can you please do something to help him, caster? He raised an eyebrow at Medea. You said you were able to heal my arm. Medea regarded him blankly for a few seconds. If that is your command, master, then slowly turned her attention towards Sullivan. The pontiff did not even offer a single rebuttal. To be honest, Ritska had been expecting some sort of prideful remark about how he didn't need help or something along those lines. If he didn't even have the strength for that, then he really did understand his condition. I shall heal the worst of his injuries. Though the regrowth of a limb will take time and magical energy. I think we can make time for that. He didn't see a real rush, or at least one that was more pressing than making sure everyone was up to speed. They had been out of contact with one another for quite a while. There was no telling all the different types of information that had been picked up by each other during that period, stuff that could be used in strategies and the like. Like enemy servant compliment, but he had already seen a good couple of them, but it would be best to inform the others. He didn't know if Jean and Nobunaga were aware of them or not. Then he needed opinions on the servants he actually brought with him as well. He'd have to discuss that with everyone also. Especially Guinevere. Sullivan seemed to have no end of problems. Unless we should be worried. A frown came onto his lips, pulling up his thumb and pointing over his shoulder. It's just that, he internally blanched as he realized he never got the name of the servant who was actually providing the safe haven for them in the first place. It might have been mentioned, but he was less concerned about that and more concerned with the more pressing issue of a fist fight. Thankfully enough, his awkwardness was fairly short-lived as Jean clearly noticed that something was afoot with his hesitation. Understanding crossed her features before she spoke up. Their name is Kella. They are a spirit of the planet, one who is providing us with this current haven. She hesitated before speaking further, though I call him a spirit of the planet because I believe him to be a powerful Fae, but I cannot truly judge his level. I am not well versed in such things. A fully fledged fairy. Wasn't that? He glanced to Mash with furrowed brows for a moment, then to the others. Hang on, wasn't he? The one who appeared during the small festival of Nero. Yes, Jean affirmed with a nod of the head. However, they did not linger there for long and their short appearance did not truly provide much context as to their nature beyond an ability to spawn trees. Her head turned downwards, glancing at the grass beneath her feet. This was not expected, especially within the confines of a reality marble. Medea made a noise. One would assume that is because their influence over the world far outstrips that of whatever Magus created this land to begin with. Those born of the planet are walking avatars of its senses. The greater their being, the closer to the world they are in terms of strength. Not once during her conversation did she turn her head from Sullivan's left side. One would assume that a spirit of the level of this, Kella, would rank on equal terms with a divided spirit. Sullivan let out a noise. He is Great Father Kella. He was one of two who came from the dreamlands into the world of man. The tone of the pontiff was nothing short of reverent. His stands at the pinnacle of all spirits and treefolk. During the time of Haida, for what little information was available of it, he served as patron of the Blue Sentinel Covenant, for they believed a being of his power could be nothing but a god. A huff of mirth followed. Though, I believe Great Father Kella would have proven himself more than a match for any other mundane gods of the world. If he was a great father, it would go without saying. Medea continued onwards, pulling her hand back briefly and then turning her head towards Ritska, examining his expression for a moment before looking as though she was going to sigh. You have no true understanding of that, do you? Was he that obvious? He gave a strained smile and a shrug of the shoulders, not really sure of what else he could actually do. In simple terms, they are an extremely powerful nature spirit. That is all you need to concern yourself with for the time being. She turned back to Sullivan, bringing her right hand up and allowing a fluorescent green light to coat his wounds. Ritska probably would have used a mystic code to help if he didn't believe Medea would do an infinitely better job than himself. Then again, it was actually Da Vinci's invention, but considering the way everyone talked about mages from the Age of Gods, he figured there was just a massive difference in scope. At least, he would never publicly bring this up with Da Vinci in the room in case she flew into a tangent about how he was underestimating her genius. Okay, so Kella is really powerful. That's basically all that really matters right now. Yeah, but don't count on them to actually do anything. He frowned, now looking at the one who had offered the rather accusatory comment. Nobunaga stood with her arms crossed over her chest, a deep scowl on her face. He's taken up a neutral stance with everything. We encountered hostile servants on our way here and had them dead to rights, up until he showed up and demanded that we let them go to heal their wounded. That sounded more than a little problematic. Sure, he might have been grateful for Kella offering them someplace that was reasonably safe, at least in the sense it was separate from the reality marble outside, but if they couldn't be relied upon to actually help them fight, then that was another matter. Then again, their numbers were fairly stacked already, especially with an actual goddess on their side and Gwendolyn's older sister to boot. I would normally be more troubled. He wasn't ashamed to admit that, but at the moment I think that the loss of Kella's support doesn't really do much for our manpower problem, but I'm just working off estimations here, was the quick backtrack he made, but still worked to keep his words as polite as possible. If we have already beaten the servants in combat once, then we can probably do so again. I think the real problem is the zombie dragon that got raised. Nobunaga double-took. Jean similarly raised her brows. Excuse me. Oh, right, you guys weren't there, he muttered, a phantom pain flared through his arm for a split second. Yeah, there was a zombie dragon that showed up and tried to kill us. Breathed his really menacing cloud of purple smog, which was probably poison or some other toxic cloud along those lines. He paused, then added as an afterthought. It also stank something fierce. We got any dragon slayers? Nobunaga asked almost jokingly. We do, yes. His answer brought a blank look to her face. He chuckled wryly and brought his hand towards his cheek, awkwardly scratching at it. Speaking of which, I should probably introduce him to those of you who either don't know or haven't met him yet. You should probably introduce yourself, Haku. Initially, he didn't get a response. Something that very nearly prompted a frown from him. He briefly entertained the idea that Haku was just shy, but otherwise dismissed it as he remembered immediately who he was actually thinking about. Then the air next to him shimmered, an ethereal blue light rose up from the ground as the glowing particles slowly formed into the shape of a humanoid figure, gradually shifting into the likeness of himself that he had been used to appearing thus far. He figured that little quirk was going to be there to stay even after Haku remembered who he actually was. A copy of himself formed directly to his right, arms crossed behind their back, an expression set into an indifferent frown. Glowing golden orbs that served as eyes swept across the assembled servants, some of who leaned backwards while others narrowed their eyes at the new arrival. I was curious when you would call upon me, were the first words from the caster's mouth. It's not like I can just leave you in my head all the time. They would eventually ask about meeting you, especially considering the impact you actually left the last time you appeared. Ritska wryly replied to the servant, making a show of waving his right arm with a pointed look aimed at the translucent copy of himself. Haku rolled his eyes. I am bemused at your ability to crack jokes at a time like this, but that is one of your many odd little talents, is it not? The caster grunted out, sounding a touch amused before their voice shifted to a more clinical tone. Though introductions are hardly in order, I know all of the servants present here, just as you know of them. Quote dot dot dot. Did you really read my mind again? I read it when I first arrived, that was how I knew you had allies. I collected names, faces, parameters. Haku listed off with an uncensored shake of the head. Truly, you think I would stop at so minor a detail as... Master. Jean interrupted the caster, glancing between the two of them for a few moments with her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. While I would not ordinarily demand answers from you, I feel as though this situation warrants such a thing, especially given that this servant's spirit core is inside me, yeah. Ritsuka pinched his expression at the way Jean looked bewildered at his admission. Nobunaga similarly raised her eyebrows at him and then examined the newly formed caster with a scrutinous gaze. It's a long story. Actually, now that he thought about it, was it really that long a story? No, it was not. On second thought, it probably isn't. He mumbled, then cleared his throat. I ended up materializing alone in the middle of a storm. Haku found me and saved me from dying alone outside. Mash flinched guilty and most of the others looked rather unsettled. Now he just felt bad about saying it like that. Anyway. He saved me and I let him live inside me because his actual body got destroyed earlier and he was basically going to die without somewhere to reside. Jean thinned her lips. While I was not there, I cannot provide a proper judgment, though I must say that seems rather reckless of you to do. Especially since a servant is an incredibly powerful being and requires a specialized vessel to contain even a fraction of a heroic spirit. Which is why I rescinded most of my power save for my intellect. Haku rebuked her swiftly, that is the greatest strength I have available to me and the one most applicable in a reality marble such as this. I have also been using my noble phantasm to empower his body to a state where my mere presence will not turn him to dust. Ritsuka nodded along. Yeah, I did a quick jump and ended up putting my head through the ceiling of the last house we were staying in. Dead silence followed his words. Quote dot dot dot. Okay, probably not something I should really boast about. And yet this servant is also responsible for nearly blowing your arm from your body, quite nearly turning your nerves into rotting dust and crippling you for life. Medea listed off with a monotone voice as though she was reading from a shopping list. At which point, I find myself questioning how durable this noble phantasm of yours actually makes him. Furthermore, your ability to conceal your true name from me. Jean quizzed further, looking from Haku to himself. I must once again urge caution, Master. There are few servants capable of such feats and almost all conceal their true names for a variety of reasons. The most pressing being their true name carries a great degree of stigma to it. Okay, I can actually answer that one. He pointed to the saint. Castor got attacked by someone who destroyed his body and hacked up his spirit origin. Basically he's missing a bunch of information and memories from himself, so he's amnesiac. More silence, then Nobunaga made a small noise of amusement. Are you actually being serious with that? Don't tell me that you fell for such an obvious sham, Master. She jerked her head to Haku, drawing a frown from Ritsuka. You're saying this person, a caster, no less, gets attacked by a servant that obliterates his body and leaves him wandering around without any memories at all but his smarts all remain intact. She curled her lip. This guy should be a gibbering wreck. Perhaps a lesser servant would be. Haku cut her off, almost sneering at her. Though, fortunately, I am far and above the ordinary sort that passes for heroic spirits. His gold eyes made a point of looking the archer up and down with disdain. Nobunaga's expression twitched for a brief moment. Ritsuka closed his eyes and barely fought back the urge to palm his face. Evidently the attitude of Haku was back with a vengeance, though he didn't take any sort of insult against his capabilities all that well, or being called a liar it seemed. Besides, whether or not he was lying didn't really matter all that much to Ritsuka. He had been helpful in locating everyone and the small arm frying incident aside, he was still not over that. Truthfully, there was ample reason to trust Castor. Though, it was clear they were worried about him and it would probably be best to put their concerns to rest. Alright, whether or not Haku is lying about not remembering his true name is a moot point at the moment. He began, opening his eyes and speaking sternly to cut off any future arguments. First thing is first, I trust Haku at the moment because he has been pretty upfront with me in regards to everything else. Now came the moment of truth. He brought up his right hand, flashing the back of it and showcasing the 2 remaining command seals. As for the incident in which he hurt me, he was rather honest in that he lost control and would probably do so again without insurance, so he recommended this. The servant stared, but Mash was the first to recover. You used a command seal. At my own insistence, Haku remarked, his composed tone returning once more. My hatred of the dragons is strong enough to override my self-control, which would place Ritsuka in danger. The translucent copy made a gesture towards him. The command seal works to ensure the safety of Ritsuka, and while the commands are not totally absolute, they will be compelling enough for me to rein in my fury to nothing more than obscene shouts of violence in his mind. Mash, at least, looked mollified at the fact there was now a sort of safety net which stopped future incidents happening. But he wasn't expecting everyone to instantly be on board with the plan, but this was normally how things went with meetings like these. Though it wasn't much of a meeting as it was just him trying to make excuses for himself. It felt more like being called in front of the teacher's office. He did not look forward to explaining this to the director, use of a command seal to ensure his safety or not. Jean looked much less hesitant to put her faith in it, but he could at least see she wasn't as on edge as she had been earlier. While I will not deny that the presence of the command seal upon Haku, she nodded to the caster, is something of a relief. Its necessity in the first place invites further concerns. Her eyes closed, though, if it is your decision to trust them, I shall adhere to it and withhold my judgment until I see their actions firsthand. Ritsuka did not bother to hide his relief. That's all I'm asking for. He reached up, rubbing his eyes. In the meantime, I guess we should start on what everyone else got up to when they were separated. He asked with a shrug of his shoulders, pulling his hand down. Who wants to go first? Following Mordred was hardly a challenge, even if there was something that blocked her path. She left her boot prints embedded enough in the ground to lead a trail that was easy enough to follow that even an amateur could do so. Though, no amateur would ever dream of following Sir Mordred when they got into a mood angry enough to storm off. Normally only a fool would do something like that. Percival Riley smiled to himself at the comparison for a brief moment before the amusement faded. It was hardly a time to be indulging in such things. Especially considering what had gotten Mordred so furious in the beginning. He meant what he had said to the young master. He truly should have been more alert as to the atmosphere beforehand and what came next. It should have been obvious what would have happened the moment Ash came into contact with the rather headstrong knight, but in his defense, he had no way of knowing that Sir Mordred would have arrived here. Especially not in the company of the other Shielder servant. Now that was a genuine surprise, yet he could not call it unpleasant for him. Mash Kyrilight was a strong name, and if she had the courage to travel with Mordred and walk in step with them, she clearly had some promise. No, perhaps it was more than promise she had. There was real strength, much like he had seen with Sir Gareth. Though, only time would tell. His eyes fell onto the back of the knight. Wasn't that a shock that he was actually a she? But considering what Gareth was like, he should hardly have been surprised by it, nor did it change his opinion of them, with her helmet still snapped up and covering her head. She remained still for a moment, standing close enough to one of the wooden palisade walls that she was at arm's length of it. He felt his features flatten. He already knew what Mordred was going to do. Sure enough, the knight drew their right arm back and clenched their hand into a fist before throwing it forwards. Her armored knuckles struck the trunk of the white tree wall with a deep crunch, a noise similar to thunder. He had to hand it for the walls. To survive a blow from an angered Mordred was proof of their strength. All the same, I doubt that our host will be pleased that you are damaging his defenses. He commented in a light tone, watching as Mordred's shoulders squared themselves for a moment. Her fist remained flat against the wall and showing no signs of movement. He moved closer, and I know you're smarter than to damage your own defenses, Sir Mordred. A breath like a growl echoed out from behind Mordred's helmet. Piss off, Percival. That was the sort of response he expected. All the same, he did not move. I have never abandoned a comrade in the past, Mordred. I do not intend to start at this very moment. Mordred pulled her hand from the wall. I'm not interested in any of that, all for one and one for all, bullshit right now. The exasperation in her voice made itself apparent rather swiftly, and I don't need you thinking about comforting me right now. If you try it, I'll kick your ass up and down this field. Not even that little sprout kid will save you. He chuckled. I do not doubt that you would back a rather hefty weight to your strikes, Sir Mordred. The amusement fizzled out, his expression shifting. I am here to offer an apology, however. It was through my actions that you. Not interested. Mordred. Don't do that sappy speech to me. She finally turned to face him, throwing her arms up. You think I don't know what he said was true? Yeah, I am the knight who destroyed Camelot. I am the one who killed King Arthur. There was a pause, then her form jolted and she brought her right arm up, stabbing a finger at him. Actually, what the hell were you doing? How come it's some no-name servant who's trying to take my head and not you? Have you no respect for King Arthur or something? He frowned, but Mordred offered him no chance to speak. You come waltzing over to me like Camlin didn't happen. Now there was aggression and quite a bit of real anger. Throwing up those stupid trunk arms of yours as if we're old pals. How does this guy hearing a few stories from you suddenly make him more willing to avenge Camelot than one of its own knights? She spat. You should be embarrassed. This time, he did raise an eyebrow. Was that truly the sort of response she had been expecting, that he would break out the Longinus for nothing more than petty revenge against her for something that happened well over 1,000 years ago and would change nothing? What would you prefer me to do? He asked with a sigh. Scream aloud that you are a traitor and cut you down for your crimes. This time, he was the one who prevented her from speaking further. We are both servants, Sir Mordred. We both know what that means, and any effort of justice I tried to extol from you would be fruitless. Do not doubt that I loved Camelot. He continued onwards. I truly did, with all my heart. I shall mourn for its loss and for how it perished. It was a tragedy that none of us can change now, but I will not let it guide my actions. He could feel his lips go taut. And perhaps it is my own sentimentality speaking, but I believe enough knights of the Round Table perished upon each other's swords without me adding to that number. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr side of her helmet, letting out a furious scream as she stamped her food on the ground several times. He watched the display impassively, not saying a word. Why the heck do you keep having to say dumb stuff like that? No wonder you and that shield bastard were friends. He snorted, some things never changed. Whatever. Mordred finished with a grunt, turning her head away from him and lowering her arms, hurriedly crossing them over her chest. Who the hell was that guy anyway? Ash. Percival blinked, then hummed and nodded his head. He should have expected that question. He is someone I was traveling with. I encountered him while trying to escort another servant. He was accompanied by an archer by the name of Oda Nobunaga. He paused for a moment. I did not get much in the way of conversation from him, but he seems very duty-bound. Mordred dry laughed. Yeah, no shit. I thought I was talking to that brick-headed Gawain. You got that impression as well. He was rather relieved he had not been the only one, though, yes, I suppose he could certainly match Gawain in anger. He grimaced. He might have had a great many good things to say of his friend, but when Gawain lost his temper he tended to make it well known. Very well known. In fairness, those occasions were rare enough, but when they happened, it was a sight to behold. He had gotten a brief glimpse of that same fury from Ash moments ago when he interacted with Mordred. Interacted, being used in the loosest possible definition of the word, a better would have been threatened. You know, he also sets his sword on fire. You serious? Mordred sounded perturbed. That's just weird. Last thing I need is two of those uppity assholes. Well, I am certain that his master will have words with him. It would seem he was just as bewildered as I was at the sudden change in demeanor, but if he takes his oaths seriously, then I cannot imagine he would respond well to anyone who would betray them. Though, I was the one who informed him of Camelot and its fall, so the burden remains mine. The Knight of Rebellion scoffed, "Get over yourself. He could have learned it from anyone." She stabbed a thumb into her chest. "You think anyone is gonna be ignorant as to who killed the great King of Knights?" Percival pinched his brows at her. He was getting more than a few conflicted feelings from this conversation. Or rather, from that sentence. He'd never actually spoken with Mordred such as this before, so it was rather interesting to see them speak so frankly, as though they were no unburdened by something. Perhaps it was the knowledge they did not need to conceal their heritage and it was for all to know. Mordred turned back to him, then double-took. "What in the hell?" He glanced to his left, then allowed a warm smile onto his face. "Ah, Quellen, I'm happy to see you are up and about." The joy quickly gave way to surprise as he looked over the features of the young boy. His lips parted ever so slightly and he could feel his own confusion rise, though it was mixed with joy. "Your body, it is." Quellen smirked back at him, though a little strained. His skin, meanwhile, was back to being much paler. Though it still had a reddish hint to it, it was no longer as glaring obvious as it had been before. "Not quite cured, but Cousin Guinevere offered to heal me with her miracles." He made a show of rolling his shoulders, flexing the movement. "It is still painful, but, compared to what I have endured, it is bliss. I am pleased regardless." He exhaled, smiling down at the boy before he blinked. "Where are my manners?" He gestured towards his fellow Round Table Knight. "This is Sir Mordred. A comrade of mine and fellow knight. Mordred, this is Quellen, he is that is a kid." Mordred grunted out with no small amount of bewilderment. "Why the hell is there a kid here?" Quellen's expression dropped. "Because of the monster I become." Percival frowned for a moment at the somber mood, then shook his head. "Enough of that. I am gladdened enough that you are able to walk around, if only for a short time, without the threat of pain. While I cannot imagine what it does for your own heart, mine is certainly eased. You're the one who made the last few days bearable, Percival." Shaking his head from side to side, the boy voiced his thoughts. "Had it not been for you and your aid, I very much doubt I would have reached this point. This is just as much your own doing as Cousin Guinevere." He trailed off, then glanced side to side conspiratorially. "Just don't tell her I said that. She gets more than a little competitive at times." He offered a wry smile. "You can rest easy with the knowledge my lips are sealed." His brows furrowed. "And you call her cousin?" The boy nodded his head. "I do, yes. Though she is older than me, she's always been something of a close relative, though, that was when things were better." He grimaced, then made a noise. "I'm more surprised she even remembered me at all. Though obviously her first words were how I became a servant to begin with." Percival grimaced. He remembered the conversation he had with Quellen about it once. Though it effectively boiled down to a few words, it was more than enough to get the point across. "I see. She was horrified to learn about it and said she would do all she could to keep my pain away." He waved his hand from side to side. "So, you don't need to burden yourself with me any further." "Nonsense." He dismissed. "You were many things, Quellen. But never a burden. Did you tell her what your noble phantasm does?" The two of them turned their attention to Mordred. Percival furrowed his brows at the tone of the knight. He recognized it, even if he doubted Quellen would. It was the tone of an interrogation. Her words were cordial enough that it sounded like idle conversation, but she was searching for something. Quellen raised a bemused eyebrow. "Of course. Why wouldn't I? No reason." Mordred shrugged her shoulders. "If you can trust her with that stuff, then that's just credibility to her is all." Quellen nodded his head enthusiastically. "Of course, Cousin Guinevere has one of the biggest hearts around. She's wonderful, I'm sure you'll see it too." Mordred sounded skeptical. Indeed, he supposed the words of Quellen might be a bit biased. His young nature was revealing itself as someone enamored with his older and more mature sibling. Though, her behavior thus far did very little to nurture any concerns he might have had. That wasn't to say he instantly trusted her, but it was a decent enough start with healing Quellen. Family was important, after all. Traveled with her here. Mordred continued onwards. "She gave me that gut feeling she's a very loving person. Just wanted to hear it from someone who knew her. The young boy shook his head. Don't worry about it. It's sometimes impossible for me to believe there's someone like her. Yeah, feels like she has a big heart. Mordred continued onwards in a completely serious tone of voice. Now Percival was privately wondering if she was building up to some sort of joke. Just like my mother. If that was supposed to be a joke, it was not very amusing to him. Mordred's head turned to him for a split second. Only a brief instance, but it was enough. She was not joking. She was serious. Percival cooled his expression. If there was another thing he trusted, it was Mordred's gut. She smiled to herself as she watched young Quellan speak so enthusiastically with the white-haired knight. He seemed so much more alive now that he was healed of the worst of his damages. It's been so long since I've seen Quellan, you know. She spoke aloud to the one person standing close enough to hear her words, though they did not speak. I remember when he was only up to my shins. He was always begging to spend time with his older cousin. She chuckled. He was just like Gwyndolin in that way. It always made me try my hardest. Silence greeted her. A pout that could almost be described as looking playful came upon her lips. Ooh. Are you really not going to say anything? Golden eyes flickered towards the tall knight standing next to her, still as a statue. I remember you always had this funny little comment to make. Those were the highlights of my day. At times. Quote. Are you going to keep silent forever, Lou? She pouted further, turning to face him fully. He shuddered for a split second. Come on. I always said that you had such a lovely voice. Don't you want to say just a few words? Leaning forwards, she let the next words roll from her lips so gently. Just a couple. Queen Guinevere the First. That's my Lou. She cooed, bringing her left hand up and moving it towards the front of his helmet. Her fingers pressed against cold steel as her palm lay flat against the cheek of the helm, yet he reacted to her all the same, as though she had touched bare flesh. A brief gasp as he sucked in air, his body tightening. I knew you could do it. You just need a little push, that's why I like you, you know. You keep things interesting. She was silent for a moment, then continued on in that sickeningly sweet voice. Though, she curled the fingers pressed upon the cheek of his helmet, her nails now resting on the titanite surface. I've never had someone play hard to get to that extreme. She exhaled, when you left me. Her hand dragged downwards ever so slowly, putting enough pressing to cause a faint grinding noise to emanate from the point of contact. You can't imagine how I felt about that, after all those promises you made me, all those oaths about serving me. A somber smile came upon her lips. And then you went and lied to me. That's what hurt me most, my little Lou. Her fingers reached the bottom of his helmet, dancing around the chin before she pinched the inside and outside of the helm between her thumb and forefinger and applied the barest hint of force to lower the angle of the helmet down, just enough that she had to lower her eyes. I always thought you were a very honest one, and then you went and deceived me like that. It made me wonder what else you lied about. Lou's body locked up. Yes. She silenced him, giving a slightly firmer pull. You. She leaned closer. You. Her voice dropped into a low whisper as she aimed herself for his right side. Coming to a halt next to his ear. Even through the enclosed helmet, it was obvious he could feel the warmth of her breath. Especially from the way he was shaking. You. Her eyes kept their focus straight ahead. You said so many things, Lou. About how wise I was, how beautiful, and how you were honored that I chose you to share my bed. If there had ever been warmth in her voice, it was no longer present. But you also said you were going to stay by me and serve me faithfully. Then you lied. If you can lie about that, then you can lie about anything, can't you? Lou had not said a single word. It was almost as though he had forgotten to breathe. But I'm going to give you a chance, Lou. She leaned back and returned to her upright position, even as she kept his head aimed downwards. Because you're one of my favorites. Your bright green eyes and that lovely voice of yours. I just need you not to lie to me. Can you do that? Lou did not respond, his body continuing to shake. Would you happily return to my side? The knight said nothing, then muttered out a single word. Why, yes. Guinevere smiled, slowly lifting the chin of the helmet upwards and aiming it back towards her face. I always said you were an honest one, she cooed in a gentle voice that did not fool him in the slightest, and if the idiot had any sense he would have told the truth. She moved her hand from his chin, resting it upon the cheek of the helmet once more, then the other hand came up and rested itself flat upon the opposite side. The smile on her face was almost loving. The air around the goddess chilled instantly, as though the warmth of the world was snuffed out. It means you've always been a terrible liar. The smile did not even dim. But that's all right. Because you're one of my favorites, and we have this chance, we can always work on that little quirk of yours. We'll make an honest night out of you yet. He wouldn't normally have done anything, but this was something that just wrangled his nerves enough to act. She might not have been Ishtar, but she certainly acted more than enough like her to press every single one of his nerves and bring out the word in him. He could practically feel his friend vibrating with just the mere thought of being let loose on her. Gil didn't normally like disappointing his friend, but it would have to be one of those times. Wow. He made certain to exaggerate the words, a lesson in honesty from a two-faced whore like you. Who would have guessed it? The speed at which the mood had gone from terrible to downright abysmal was rather amusing to him, especially when he saw the way the goddess tensed her shoulders in clear frustration. Though her expression remained unchanged, she was almost certainly affected by what he had just said. He sauntered forwards, making his presence known to the pair of them. The goddess turned to him first, closing her eyes and flashing him a genial smile. He was certain the only reason her eyes were closed were so she didn't advertise the fact she was trying to melt him with them. "Did you say something, little one?" she asked in that sickly sweet voice, the one which sounded to him like nails on a chalkboard. "For I could have sworn you said something rather rude." He gave an innocent blink. "Oh, I was just saying how surprising it was that someone like you is even capable of understanding the meaning of honesty." He reiterated with more elaboration this time, making sure to keep his posture as lazy as possible. With a chuckle, he glanced at the poor sap who had gotten roped in with her. "Goodness me, you've really gotten yourself in quite a spot of trouble there, haven't you? I suppose no one ever told you that attracting the eye of a fertility goddess was a bad thing." Though his expression turned apologetic, "Though, I suppose there's no helping it if you remain ignorant to her attention until it's much too late. They're quite carnivorous like that." He paused for a moment, then snapped his fingers, almost like a rabid dog. "Excuse me." Turning to the goddess, he raised a faux eyebrow of confusion at her. "Have I said something offensive to you or something, Miss Whore? Sorry about that. I understand that the truth can be pretty hard to hear at times." He gave her a smile that was all teeth. "But I think it's really important to be honest with people. I know how much you appreciate honest thoughts about you." The goddess was silent for a moment, then she opened her eyes and gave him a smile that was rather predatory. Pulling her hands away from the knight, Lou stumbling away from her and whirling on him, he didn't need to see through his helmet to feel the horror the man was feeling at this moment. Well, aren't you just a sharp little thing?" The goddess mirrored his toothy smile, pointedly making an effort to lean down just to be at eye level with him, all the while keeping her hands clasped together. "And quite a lot of divinity in you as well. I suppose your godly parents must be very upset their son grew up into such a rapscallion." "Oh no, at the moment I'm just a bit cheeky," he dismissed with a shake of the head. "You should see me when I'm all grown up. In fact, I'm even feeling a little tempted to show you right now." "This is a matter that doesn't concern you." Lou chose that moment to speak up, his voice hasty and full of panic. Gilgamesh turned his eyes back to the knight briefly, raising his brows. "I'm impressed. You understood the trouble you were in and still wanted to try and keep the goddess's attention on you. Now that's what I call determination, though I wonder how much of it comes from self-flagellation." He frowned, furrowing his brows. "I've never seen someone try to punish themselves that way before. It certainly seems excessive." Now, Lou. Guinevere spoke up next, just before he could get a word in. "I think I can at least humor this little boy. I know how much they try to impress grown-ups with all the big words they can string together." The smile she gave was nothing shy of mocking. "I believe in you, little one. I'm sure that you can. one day, sound as though you understand half of what you speak of. And I'm certain that there shall never come a day where anyone can match the number of times you've whored yourself out. Guinevere's features flattened. His followed. He stared at it in between his fingers, such a small thing he had not given thought to in so long now. It felt like a lifetime since he had last gazed upon it, and where he had felt nothing from it before, where it had weighed nothing to him, now it carried deep emotions from within his soul. The small object felt heavier than ever before, as though he now held a mountain between his fingers, threatening to crush not just his hand, but his entire being. Turning it in his hand, his eyes remained solely on the red gem at the very summit of the black band. The dark steel twisted with such precision, a craft in which true time and effort had gone into the construction. He had seen others such as this before, but none had ever fit his finger such as this one. This ring was perfectly suited for him. He had never thought twice about it before, now he did. Now he knew. Raised with this ring, it had been with him from the moment he was ripped from the grave, never earning more than a passing glance and never anything more than a tool for him to use. There was an odd mockery in that, some sort of irony that he viewed the ring he was born with as nothing more than a tool. Perhaps he should have seen the signs. It spoke volumes of what he was. The life ring, it had been called. Enhancing his ability to take blows, increasing his vitality to better serve. Releasing it from between his grip, he dropped the ring into his palm and slowly enclosed his fingers around it, ensuring that his hold was not tight enough to crush but still tight enough to feel its presence even through the armored gauntlets he wore. His arm trembled, shaking all the while he dropped the limb back to his side and kept his voice silent. It had not been the only one. The Ashen Estus ring that still lurked inside his box. Found in the untended graves, in the very spot he had risen from, the ring had clearly been left there and served to fit his finger perfectly once more. Yet again, he ignored the implications and viewed it as little more than another tool for him to use in his quest, or in his duty. Rings that were impossibly crafted for his fingers. No, for Gawain's fingers. But then again, they were one and the same, were they not? He was Gawain, or he had been Gawain. The tool that his moth, that Guinevere had used to try and link the fire and had, evidently, failed to do so, considering his unkindled nature. The memories had become more streamlined, less foggy and more revealing, yet with that clarity, there came only horror and revulsion. His duty, his fixation on the rightness of the world, that duty was the only path to reaching a true peace. That if one focused their life hard enough, if they found that which was perfectly suited for them and ignored all other wants, desires and rejected their ambitions, their greed, that they would achieve something greater. That with their duty, they could achieve a peace far beyond anything that could be imagined. A sense of spiritual completion that would leave the soul content, more than content, that would leave the individual complete. A truly perfect life. All of it stemmed from the gods. The gods, who with their ambition and greed, had ripped the world asunder, who brought a cycle of death and destruction that plagued mankind for so long that even pondering the number of graves their actions had wrought was an exercise in futility. All of this came from that. Worse, that sense of value, that sense of completion. It came from him begging for the barest scraps of attention from a goddess who would doom the world to a cycle again. His mind, Gawain's mind, had been twisted so deeply that it would have done anything to win the approval of her. The belief that his singular duty, that which would give his life a true meaning, a true sense of completion, would build on nothing more than an indoctrinated fanatic who desperately sought to fulfill the arrogant desires of his fiend mother and her quest for power. Her quest to maintain her dominance and to damn everyone else in the world to more cycles of death and decay. That was what he had been born for. That was his life. A tool of the gods, even in death, he upheld their will, even as an unkindled with no memories of his past, he upheld that will. And he did so without question. He did so with zealotry. And he could still see no wrong in the path before him, in spite of its origin. But he had no way of knowing if those thoughts originated from himself, a result of his journey in seeing the state of the world, in seeing where the origin of so much death and destruction had come from, or if it came from his deep-seated desire to impress his mother so greatly that she would grant him mere scraps of attention, as though he was little more than a starving mongrel desperate for food. His understanding of duty, that it was the best way to truly live, was born of the very beings who had destroyed so many lives, who caused so much suffering upon humanity. This was not the path of human peace he fought for, he lived by, it was the path of a tool who had lost the memory of its owner. The chain around his neck remained, all that changed was that another pulled it this time. No wonder he thought of the firekeeper as a parental figure. The life of a disposable tool was one he had been groomed for. And yet, he could not deny what he had seen. Every action, every folly, every point of suffering, it all stemmed from personal desire. Those who rejected duty, those who focused only on furthering their own ends, those who abandoned a greater sense of purpose and instead worked to satiate their own greed. Those had been the ones to cause the greatest pain, the gods themselves were proof of that. The linking of the fire, the undead curse, the fall of Camelot. Gririt. It had all stemmed from desire, something that could have been avoided if duty had been upheld. If those involved had thought of something more than whatever materialistic gain they could have made in these short moments, if they had focused on seeking purpose. A sense of value and belonging that could only be fulfilled when one discovered where they truly fit in the world, where they found the role that was specific for them. Where they could achieve a true sense of serenity that not even the largest vaults of treasures could fill. All of that, he believed that. No, he knew it. He believed the life of duty was correct, yet that belief was born in the mind of a goddess. One who fashioned him into a slave whose duty was to obey the will of its master and find value in completing whatever task was demanded of it. But, was it the life of a slave or merely a life that had been perverted? If Guinevere had not misdirected him, if she had not been the one to aim this belief towards that of the flame and herself, would it have truly been so wrong? If humanity followed that sense of duty, would suffering still be abated? His hands loosened themselves, his fists unclenching as the thought flooded his mind. Was the problem truly the way he had been raised, or did the true crime lay with the one who had forced their beliefs onto him? Who had molded him, twisted his life around their own desires and then aimed him towards that which would bring more suffering? Guinevere might have been one of those who bent the world out of shape and would have used him to do much the same, but that did not mean she had been incorrect to raise him as such. Rather, he had seen it. Those who lost sight of their duty fell to ruin, whereas those who remained true to their purpose found peace at the end. Where was the proof that such a life was wrong? What evidence was presented before him that living a life of greed was superior? Was a life such as that of Francis Drake somehow inherently better than his own? A woman who would fling herself from quest to quest in pursuit of whatever trinket caught her eye, who would doom the world to ruin simply because she could find enjoyment dancing in the inferno that surrounded her. Was that truly the life that humanity should live? No, it was not. Or that of Mordred, who abandoned her duty as Knight of Camelot and tore the kingdom to shreds, who destroyed that which had taken decades to build and would have provided a golden light to the tormented country of Britain. Was he to follow the example of this one, who would destroy paradise because they were not made king of it? The likes of Giles de Rais, who would destroy an entire country, put thousands of innocents to the sword, mangle servants out of shape and invert the image of his leader to become an icon of fury and vengeance out of nothing more than retribution against those who had killed them. Was this truly to be the humanity that he would fight to protect? Were these examples, these heroic spirits, were somehow the best that humanity could field? Legends of old who had made ripples in history great enough that they could be drawn forth from beyond the grave to affect the world once more. Was he truly going to aid in the beginning of another cycle of death and suffering without realizing it? No, he had only a small sample to work with. He was being pessimistic, cynical. There was obviously much more to humanity than these poor examples. The mere existence of Camelot had been proof enough that humanity was capable of focusing on duty. Were it not for the actions of a mere few, then they would have continued onwards without concern. They were the crimes of a few, not of the whole. Humanity, this humanity, was still a far cry away from the suffering he was aware of. Biding his time, that would be the best action for the moment. He would watch and wait, as he intended to do so. There would come a point where he would have his answer, but, until then, he could fulfill his duty as a summoned warrior of sunlight. He would aid Ritska and save this humanity, or work to see all it had to offer. He met those he approved of, those who truly followed duty as he did. That meant there was hope for humanity yet, or perhaps he had seen the very worst they had to offer. There was every possibility that humanity was better than what he had seen, that they appreciated a life of purpose and value and shunned the greed and ambition of the ruinous as they deserved to be shunned. It was the trauma of Gawain that was motivating these thoughts. Acting irrationally would change nothing, especially now when they needed a united front. He might not approve of Mordred, but he did need to work with them. Thinking of them in the same vein as Sullivan would be best for now, one he despised but could barely tolerate to do their duty. At the very least, Mordred had answered a summoning to this world for some reason. Yes, watching and waiting, it would be for the best. He jerked. The scenery vanished in the blink of an eye, the air shifted. The world became cold and numb, blackness consumed every inch of his vision. Wah! He turned, hearing a familiar crunch of ash from beneath him. His vision fell to the ground with such speed that it was nearly instant. His eyes widened behind his helmet as he found himself staring at the familiar field of blackened soot. Staggering backwards, he felt himself strike something and stumbled away, swinging his body around and seeing a sword pierced through the ground at the tip, the cross guard serving as a grave. This place was familiar. No, this place was. He managed to draw his eyes from the impossible sight, the singular rusted sword lodged in the ground and to the side. Haunting familiar scenery struck him with the weight of a hammer. His knees shook yet he felt no weakness in them, he felt nothing. The numbness of his body was as complete as it was all-consuming. Vision swam, his head whirled all around him and he found the land morphing into the final place he had visited from his home. All manner of ancient weapons surrounded him, crooked, burnt, molten and rusted. Tens gave way to dozens which gave way to hundreds. An ash-soaked field extending as far as the eye could see of swords, spears and axes mounted into the ground, denoting where their owners had fallen. Despite the cold blackness that engulfed the sky, light remained. Light which shone from behind him. He could feel every fiber of his being screaming at him. Every ounce of his mind was roaring for him to remain still and to not turn around. Yet, there was one single spark that just begged him to take a glimpse. Before he knew it, he was staring at the sky. The tower of fire stretched across the horizon, the beam reaching towards the heavens as though it was a claw, then it split around in two different directions. The orange flames curved around before rejoining. A band of light hung in the sky. The ring of pure flame, a brand upon the world itself. This place was, without a doubt, truly disgusting. That was not his voice. He spun around a moment later, finding one other figure standing in this field of the dead, not far from him and yet so close. His robes were untouched from the ash that surrounded him, pristine in coloration from the last moment he had visited. Almost as though one had cut his form out and imprinted it upon the very land. It was clear he did not belong, this world had no hold on him. Tanned skin, bleached white hair and baneful crimson eyes. Solomon glared at the mark that was burnt into the sky, just as he turned his attention towards the ground and glared towards the field of weapons that surrounded them on all sides, his expression barely changing from the disgust he had commented upon, the very words that had signaled his arrival. To hear of another world was little more than a passing curiosity. Solomon spoke onwards, as though Ash was not there to hearken to his every word. At least at first. Then that whim grew stronger and stronger until I could contain it no more. Though the work was done, I decided it would be prudent to at least glimpse at the world that meddlers had come from. Even if their efforts will amount to nothing in the end. Ash took a step backwards. Solomon's gaze fell to him in an instant. Which led me to you. It was a whim that brought me to the third singularity, yet it was not a whim to visit those whose ignorance of my plan was only matched by their arrogance that they could upturn it. Despite the hostile words, there was no indication that the emotions of the man before him changed even once. It was a whim to see you. Ash tensed himself, bringing his arms up and reaching for his bottomless box. His eyes widened, his head snapped down and he found his hip bereft of his trove of weapons. "Do you not realize where we are?" Solomon asked with something akin to disappointment. Raising his head, he fixed his attention once more on the King of Mages. Bringing his right hand up, he gently swept the limb in such a way to draw attention to the scenery. "Does this malignant wasteland not speak to you on a primal level? What did you come here for, Solomon?" Red eyes narrowed. "It is a custom to show reverence in the presence of a king." The words were cold and sharp. "Especially when they are the one who sought you out of their own volition." He scoffed. "You think I have an interest in your words? Your intentions were made clear upon your last visitation. And they have not changed." The interruption was as swift as it was blunt. The arm returned back to the side of its owner. "At first, I was content to leave you be. You remained little more than a minor curiosity that would be swept aside by my grand undertaking, regardless of your point of origin. Just as those in Chaldea, you will perish. If not in these singularities, then you will meet your end by my hand. That is the only fate that awaits you now." He remained unimpressed. "If you came here to boast of your victory, you have wasted your time. Your words will not sway me. Remain silent until I have finished speaking." He was interrupted once more. The crimson eyes flashed a brilliant red for a moment before they dimmed. The lips curled into a thin smile. Bringing his arms up, he raised them almost mockingly and gestured to himself. King Solomon was not just regarded as the king of mages, but a king of great wisdom. Wisdom in scorching the world black. Of course. The sheer confidence in his voice was astounding, as though it was the only true answer that existed. "It is the only answer to this mistaken planet. Delusion. You believe that only because your outlook is so limited." He was rebuked instantly. Solomon's brows pinched and his frown deepened. "Flaunt not your stupidity and call it courage or determination. You remain nothing more than a fool who aids the blind in plummeting to their doomed fates, all the while championing yourself as some manner of shepherd. Your analogies do not change what you have done. You have killed everyone who ever lived or ever will live upon this world. And they are better off for it. A king of wisdom." He spat back at Solomon, taking a single step forwards. Though he stood but a fraction taller than the king, the effort of intimidation was pointless from its origin. As expected, Solomon remained undaunted at the proximity they now shared with one another. Not even a trace of emotion crossed his features. Even then, Ash remained undeterred. "You slaughter millions because you believe their lives are mistaken and call it wisdom. Decrying them is worthless." "How so?" An unimpressed gaze was the immediate response, swiftly shifting into one of disdain. "Are you even self-aware of what you speak of? You, who was briefly debating the worth of humanity as a whole, now seeks to criticize me for regarding them as worthless. How did he? Do you truly believe that your mind is somehow hidden to me?" Solomon made a noise of disappointment. "You think much too highly of yourself. Entering your mind and reading your thoughts requires as much conscious effort from me as does a heart to continue beating." Ash took a single step backwards, narrowing his eyes behind his helmet. "What spurred my arrival here, or rather, to venture to your mind, was the epiphany. Watching you fumble your way to finding the correct answer only to stumble across the truth, pick yourself up and dust yourself down as though nothing at all occurred, was a sight that is one of the most pathetic things I have ever witnessed. No one asked you to watch and I do not need your approval. What you need is education." Another interruption. This time the words were delivered with such force the world itself seemed to shudder. "So close to understanding the truth of humanity and yet you defer yourself to watching and waiting." The lips curled into a disgusted sneer. "It was insulting enough to force my hand, even if that fool who summoned you had washed himself clean of your presence. Ritska. What did his master have to do with any of this? Ritska has not washed his hands of. Once more you flap your tongue and flaunt the true extent of your blindness." The drawl was apparent, the sneer dropped from his mouth. "But it is not my place to educate you on your own origins. You have recognized enough of that yourself, Gawain." His emotions flared. "Do not call me that." Solomon did not even blink at his fury. "Yes, you claim the name of Ash now, don't you? For whatever reason, amusement was now visible in those red eyes of his. Claiming a name based on your own origin. How poetic. If there was some hidden joke there, he did not care enough for it. If you have nothing more to speak of beyond insults and boasts, then depart from here or kill me now. I will not trade further words with you. What you wished for was understanding of humanity, was it now? Solomon inclined his head ever so slightly, eyes narrowed. You sought to understand if humanity was truly worth the effort you were being called upon to exert. Especially when you have emerged from one doomed world and to be thrust into another. My understanding of humanity will come to me in time, I shall find it for myself. You will not. Words of confidence spoken once more, Ash once more found their absolution very nearly convincing. Because you have not the ability to see. What do you truly know of this humanity? What can you truly learn of them beyond the mere vestiges of humans pulled from time? Witnessing humanity in sights designed to destroy their history. He gave a single shake of the head, not breaking eye contact with Ash. No, you are pulling knowledge from a corrupted pool. You will find only the answers I have left behind, and even then, you shall never glean the truth of humanity. The king floated backwards, his body gliding just above the surface of the ground and turning away. Disregarding his presence entirely, the handles of swords and shafts of spears passed through his body as though he did not exist. An incredulous scoff came from Ash. And you have. Do you think I would destroy humanity on nothing more than a whim? Solomon called out, his voice rising slightly. Do you think I would commit myself to such a futile effort because my eyes gleamed upon some singular act of brutality, and that alone was enough for me to find all humanity equally worthless? How many Camelots do you believe have fallen over the years? He suddenly questioned, yet before Ash could even ponder an answer, another took its place. How many times do you suppose that humanity has mutilated itself because of their own fears? Their own stupidity and their own inability to see their own faults? The king hung in the air, his movement ceasing and his gaze sweeping across the landscape. Human history is unworthy of the effort of your defense. It is a testament of fear and separation, of endless death and boundless suffering. You decry me as monstrous, but is it not you who ended your world because you found it repellent? You know of that. Do not speak of the act with such shame. You should boast of this achievement. Solomon commanded, you had the wisdom to see beyond the duty you were cast into, to look deeply into the truth of the world and see just how mistaken it was. To see you reach this understanding, but then to bear witness as you were unwittingly thrust into the same situation and strung along with nothing more than hollow images of what you wished to see, it is pitiful. He should have turned away from him then and there, should have ignored the king of mages or found some way of fighting them. Yet, they held promise to his speech, the answers that he so desperately looked for lay right before him. The question that had pondered his mind since it was first birthed, that which would decide his future actions, the answer was right there. Ash stared at him for what felt like years. Turning from Solomon would be right. To return to London and warn Ritska. Yet, what was the humanity he was fighting for? You know this answer. I know the answer. There was clear pride in Solomon's voice, and yet, there was something more to his words. The king kept his back to him all the same. I am the only one who is aware of the answer and is willing to make the choice. Whereas all others blindly stumble through the world, never once understanding their own faults, I alone am the one who sees what must be done. Is that not an opinion you can understand? It was. He had seen it more and more. The flaws of humanity had begun with Drake but had mounted. He had seen the behavior amongst those in Chaldea, their pursuit of something more than their duty, regardless of the danger it would pose if it went astray. And you offer this knowledge. Solomon chuckled. I am a king of wisdom. I have offered the truth of the world to you. It is your choice whether or not you take it. After that, I am certain you will understand my point of view. The silence stretched for but a few moments, yet it might as well have been an eternity, the weight of the words pressing down on his mind like a vice, almost as though it was trying to force an answer from him. You need only speak the words. Ash doubted that, and yet, what was this apprehension he felt? this sense of foreboding that the moment he discovered this answer, he would finally understand something vital. There was never any doubt in the choice he would make, though he might have doubted Solomon, he could not deny the appeal of this knowledge. He had fought for a mistaken cause once before, trapped in a duty that would bring only suffering. He would never do so again. Show me. Solomon's body turned in the air, his lips parting and revealing a smile that was far too wide to be natural. Incisors that belonged in the mouth of a beast rather than that of a human filled the maw of the king. Yet, behind those burning red eyes, there shone only approval. Then accept this boon. I grant you the perspective of the King of Mages. At that moment, his mind was flooded. And thousands of years were laid bare before him. And, now a lot of you may be wondering, hey, Munda. What's with this upload speed? Answer. Same thing as with the end of 3.5. I'm writing it out in blocks, like big blocks. I hit my groove. These are pre-written. Chapter 164, and the monster revealed. A war stretches across the world, a billion souls are plunged into ruin. Why? The army sweeps through the cities, homes burn and thousands are put to the sword. Why? Why? The temple is set alight, centuries of knowledge and learning is turned to dust. Why? 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 The horse that stands as tall as a tower breaks, the ceasefire ends in rivers of blood. All for the love of a married woman. Why? 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 The fury of the child of light rips the land apart, he slaughters everyone in his path. Why? 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 A spear is driven through his back, he dies to the hands of his friend. Why? 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 Rage of a widow destroys everything. Why? 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 Her love goes unrequited, Anshan lies again and again. Why? 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 Her children are put to the sword, her people in return to the dirt, her home is lost to invaders from across the world. Why? 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 A second sun rises in the city, shadows are painted upon the wall, the flash turns all that is into all that was. Why? 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 Dark clouds rise into the sky, the scent of burnt flesh lingers in the wind, metal carriages arrive with 1,000 more and 1,000 more will arrive the next day. The clouds do not stop rising. Why? 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 Her mother does not love her, the food is poisoned again and again, she does not feel the love of her, only the love of the people. It's ugly, it's horrible, it's hideous. He kills 1 to save 10, he kills 10 to save 100, he kills 100 to save 1,000 but he cannot kill enough to save himself. Stop, stop, stop. He watches the suffering before him with but a thin smile on his lips, with the power bestowed to him by God himself. Why does he not act to aid them? Is he not their king? Does he not? No. It is God who punishes men. The king just regulates them. The sadness of others does me no harm. All humans are creatures that reach that conclusion. This way of thinking is wrong. This planet is wrong. Why did they do this, again and again? A land swallowed by the greed of a single man. A people slaughtered by the hatred of but a few. A race enslaved to the whims of another. It's endless, it's horrible, it's revolting. It's ugly. Ugly, 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 ugly. Why would any defend this life? Why would any consider this worthy? Why did they reject that which would bring them peace? This world, this planet, this humanity. They do not, themselves. They do not seek out peace, they seek only pain. They don't better themselves. They do not change. It's horrible. I cannot bear to look at it. I cannot allow it. I will not allow it. This, evil. I won't let them hurt themselves. If they cannot stop, then I will stop them. I will spare them this suffering. The only way I can. Ritska mentally chided himself as he climbed the hill, not even hiding the scowl on his features as he marched. His eyes moving to the distant figure stood right at the summit of the small incline, directly next to the large white tree. Their back was still to him, unmoving even as he moved. "Senpai," Masha's voice was a low whisper as she walked in step with him, "you shouldn't blame yourself." He stopped walking, letting out a breath. "I'm not." He had intended to say he wasn't blaming himself, but that would be a lie. He really was blaming himself, especially with the fact he had let Ash wander off. Perhaps it had just been the chaos they had gone through and all of the stuff with Haku, but he really felt like he could have done with a break. Maybe letting Ash go off by himself had been influenced by letting him calm down, or it could have been because he really didn't want to throw himself into another argument. "All right, I am blaming myself." The admission was pained, his expression twisting ever so slightly. "But it is sort of my fault for letting him go off. I should have figured that something was wrong." Even with Drake, he didn't immediately fly off the handle like he did within seconds of meeting Mordred. Dropping his arms to his side, he turned to the shielder. "I figured everyone had gone through their own troubles, but a mental attack right off the bat and now he's been left alone by himself." Mash opened her mouth, then hesitance flashed through her eyes before she closed it again. Looking troubled for a few moments. "It's still not your fault, Senpai. We were all separated and Jin-san said that she tried to help him but couldn't find any sign of a curse. That probably makes it worse." Ritsuka exhaled with a shake of his head, jerking it towards the group they had been walking away from. Medea still has her hands full healing Sullivan's injuries and strolling up to Ash and asking, "How are you?" Is obviously going to be a stupid thing to do. His right hand came up, nursing his temples. "It's just, from the very start we've been on the back foot, haven't we?" "It has not been ideal, Senpai." Mash spoke slowly, nodding her head up and down in acceptance before her features hardened. "But I know that we can push back. I believe in you, Senpai." "Thanks, Mash." Maybe it just needed to be said aloud, but he really needed that little assurance that he was doing something right, or that people still had faith in him. It was always good to hear, but with everything that happened, he just needed it said aloud. A hug would have been nice as well, but he wasn't going to ask Mash for something like that. "Come on, let's see how Ash is getting on. He could probably do with some peace as well. We'll get him down to Medea and see if she can do anything for his head." Mash smiled. "Yes, Senpai." With a smile of his own, Ritsuka nodded back to the shielder. Armed with newfound confidence, he turned back to the hill and trudged his way up. Though it did make for a short if only silent journey, he could feel himself frown the longer he stared at the unmoving back of Ash. The change in armor aside, there was something else different about the saber. He couldn't quite tell. "Ah." He let out a short hiss, darting his eyes to his right hand and watching as the seals burned a brilliant red for a moment before they reverted to their usual state. "What the?" "Senpai." Mash sounded just as alarmed as he felt, the girl moving in front of him and staring at the hand, having caught sight of the light for a split second. She reached towards him, gently taking the limb into her own hands and examining it with laser-focused vision. "I've learned some things from Dr. Roman about simple examinations," she informed him. He figured it was something more magical than anything else, but it felt like something a little more than that. As though an elastic band around his arm just snapped and he was freed of the pull. The link between master and servant just vanished, pinging away from him so quickly and suddenly that he had no idea what even happened. He just couldn't feel the same pull anymore. Ritsuka whirled his head around to the bottom of the hill, eyes sweeping over all of the servants present with a narrowed gaze. The last time he felt something like this was when Oscar died, the loss of a servant and the end of a contract. However, he could see all of his servants still present and the one who he lost a contract with was. His eyes fell onto Ash once more, widening in alarm. "I just lost my link with Ash." Mash froze, her head snapped up. But how?" Her head blurred as she spun around to look in the direction of the saber. "But if he doesn't have a contract, how will he be able to maintain his existence?" "He wouldn't." Ritsuka burst into a run, the shielder following him with more than enough ability to keep pace with him. The final stretch between himself and the saber was closed rapidly, words falling from his mouth so urgently that he very nearly ended up biting his tongue in the process. Ash, your contract with me just broke. He blurted out to the saber as he slid to a halt. Ash showed no sign of even reacting to what he had just said, more akin to a statue than anything else. Though, he did not much care for that lack of reaction as he continued to speak out. If we don't make a new one, then you're going to end up vanishing. The saber did not move. Ash-san, Mash called out, taking a single step forwards, you need to contract with Senpai, again. You'll run out of magical energy without him, and even if you have enough to last the rest of the singularity, you won't be able to return to Chaldea. Not a single word was spoken by the saber. Ash, he shouted at the servant. He didn't like to raise his voice, but the complete lack of response was starting to test his nerves. Between what he had been told by Nobunaga and Jean and his reaction earlier, he was more than a little worried about the saber. No, that was a lie. He was downright alarmed at how he was acting right now. Just talk to me, you're going to. When were you going to tell me? When Ash did finally speak, his words were delivered with a calmness about them. An emotion that was much too out of place for someone whose very existence was currently under threat of vanishing from existence. Ritsuka raised his brows, his confusion rose, and he could feel his expression twisting to match the newly birthed bewilderment within him. When was I going to tell you what? About human history. The saber continued on. The pause was short-lived as they added another sentence as little more than an afterthought. The human history of this world, anyway. He was worried about this now. Never mind that right now, Ash. Your contract with me just broke, and Nobunaga said you're suffering a magical attack to the head or something that's scrambling with your mind. He took a step forward. We need to get you to Medea so she can actually help you. His plea was ignored. Were you intending to set aside some time in Chaldea to walk me through all of human history? Or just the parts that conform to what you believe I would approve of? Through all of it, the tone of the saber remained unchanged. Though, it does not matter now. I know. About human history. I know. That's great. He waved his hand. At a time like this he really didn't think this was where he should be focusing his efforts. But it really isn't important right now, Ash. Ash cut him off. I disagree. The response was as curt as it was short. I feel as though it is, perhaps, the most important topic for me. All right, we can discuss it after you get healed. No, we shall discuss it now. Ash dismissed swiftly, turning his body around to face him. The saber still had his arms loosely hung by his side and his head covered in the valuably diamond-shaped helmet. Because I doubt there shall be time enough to discuss it later. He felt his brows furrowed, something settled in the air around them. Like a subtle pressure. Okay, if you really want to discuss this now, we can, but your contract. I have surplus magical energy for this brief discussion, Ritsuka. Ash replied with a slow shake of the head. There is no true risk at the moment. He shared a glance with Mash. He could see that behind her own confusion there was apprehension as well. Good thing that he wasn't the only one to feel all the tension around them right now. His eyes fell back to Ash. If you say so, but I'd feel more comfortable if you made a contract with me, Agai. Ritsuka. The interruption was delivered with more force. What I have to say is important. I would prefer you listen before we continue. Ritsuka pinched his brows. Okay. Ash inhaled. Do you know why I snuffed the flame? He didn't even get a chance to speak before the answer was delivered. Because it was the cause of human suffering. Or, rather, the greatest factor in the suffering of humanity that I could see. The world was forced into an existence that was a mistake. Life was predicated on the belief that the flame was the greatest good in the world. Which was wrong. The saber took a single step forwards. I understood that, at least, by the end. The flame was the real cause of human suffering, chaining all humanity with the dark sign and forcing them to submit to its yoke. He stopped moving. So, I ended it. With its destruction, all those still linked with the flame would perish as well. Myself, whatever gods might have remained, and the humans who still remained in the world. Ritska felt his blood turn to ice at the emotionless delivery. True, there existed the painted world. The land of true peace. The world painted from the dark soul, not this mockery of existence. Ash continued onwards, but from that, it would birth a people untouched by the flame and all its vices. The removal of the old so that the new might flourish. Ash, what are you? The saber did not stop. I was prepared to fade away in that cold world, die alone, until I felt a pull. One final summoning from someone who called for my aid. I had no reason to deny, I was still a warrior of sunlight, so I accepted. His arms came up, gesturing to the ground. And I came here. A new world, a new humanity that was free of both the flame and the gods, and I was jubilant. Ritska blinked once, the words running through his head for a few seconds before he felt his body lock up. That wording he used, wait, you, Ash, what do you mean you were summoned here? Wetting his lips, he felt his mind run at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Everything he knew about servants was that, with the exception of Mash, they had to die first. But the way Ash was speaking, how did you die? Ash was silent for a moment, then confirmed those thoughts with a single shake of the head. I didn't, not like the other undead servants. It would be more accurate to say I traveled here, to this new world, so different from my own. There was an audible smile as he spoke. Without the gods to force their hands and the flame to chain their souls, I was convinced this world was a paradise, until the cracks set in. Like that, the warm tone vanished. I saw flaws in this world. Minor, at first, and easily ignored. Yet they built, stacked atop one another until they reached the very heavens. He dropped his left arm to his side, his right remained up, a cruel awakening. Even without the flame and the gods, humanity would suffer, and I knew why. The limb drew itself to the front of his chest, pressing his index finger into his breastplate. I could see why. You all lacked that greater purpose, that duty, that provided spiritual fulfillment. That place in the world suited just for you. Instead I saw you ruled by emotions, by vices. The hand came away, clenching into a fist. I was horrified. Yet, I could ignore them. After all, I was witnessing these sins in singularities. Moments in history designed to destroy humanity, so it should have been obvious that the very worst of human nature would be brought forth to destroy it. Ash took in a deep breath. Except, that was not just what I saw as it was in those who would save humanity that exemplified these sins most deeply of all. He dropped his right arm down. Francis Drake, Sir Mordred, King Leonidas, all of them once ruled by their ambitions. Now I see that such emotions are not shunned, rather, they are seen as virtues. An empty wheeze. You prop up those who exemplify these qualities, spin their stories into legends, and then they become heroic spirits. Individuals who are, clearly, the very worst humanity ever had to offer. Blinded by their accomplishments, you do not realize the motivator of their actions are evil. They are wrong. The saber tilted his head. And yet, even when you see the faults of those involved, the ambition of Sir Mordred, you will still walk over the truth of the matter and place fault on the individual and not on that which they lived by. Now pointing to the ground, he carried on. There lies a body at your feet and you place blame upon the sword, and not the one who swung it. Ritska frowned. Ash, that's a pretty twisted way of looking at it that takes a lot of things out of context. Mordred was the ambitious knight who destroyed Camelot because she would not be made king. Drake was the pirate who traveled the globe in search of more treasure to plunder. Leonidas was a king who ruled a culture that would beat slaves to death as a rite of passage. What further context am I missing? His brows furrowed. Those are some bad examples, sure, but it's not like everyone is running about killing slaves. He pointed to himself. I'm not going around setting fire to cities because I want to be made town mayor or stealing everything not nailed down to the floor. These are people who are famous because they were. They should be pariahs. Ash cut him off swiftly. Yet, Sparta is looked upon as some great testament to warriors. Leonidas can stroll the hallways of Chaldea without ever needing to confront that he is a swine. Drake was spared because her greed was aimed in the right direction, regardless of how many lives it will ruin. Even Sir Percival spared Mordred's life moments ago. I would have killed her then and there, and he acts to save her. Why? He snarled, throwing his arm towards Ritska and pointing. Even if you do not agree with them, you do nothing to criticize them. Any of you would call upon these ilk to protect all of human history. As if any contribution they made to it should not be excised from the world like the cancer it is. This time, the saber scoffed, but perhaps my perception is skewed. My dependence on duty was engraved into my very being. The willing slave, there was an edge to his voice. The legacy of my past self. Of my mother's machinations. Ritska felt himself jolt. Mother. What the? You mean you remember? Oh, I remember Gawain's life. Ash leaned forwards, derision dripping from his every word. I remember the life of one who was born into the servitude of his mother. How that witch poisoned his mind into believing his duty was to hang off her every word as though it was the sweetest water in a desert of ruin. The hand pointed over him, and how she now stands over there with Gawain's father, the one who beat those skills into him from the moment he was old enough to walk. Taking a step backwards, Ash spread his arms wide. Also he could make his mother Guinevere proud and throw himself into the flame to propagate the age of fire. To become a tool that would continue the cycle of suffering and death. His arms dropped like weights, striking the side of his body with metallic clang. And how that dependence on duty was carved into my soul as well. Gawain's chains remain so tight that they pull around even my neck. He felt as though the conversation was moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, with barely enough time for him to stop and process half of what was being said. Though from the sounds of it, there was nothing about it that was even remotely good to hear. Ash, are you saying that Guinevere made you to die? Ha! She made Gawain to die. Ash laughed, a single bark of anything but amusement, even if it held the same form as one. Imitation without any meaning behind it, making it all the more terrifying to be in the presence of. The weight around him was getting more intense, now as though there was something pushing down on his shoulders, not strong but just enough to become aware of it. And die he did, though he failed to die the right way and was turned into ash unfit even for cinders. He became me. But that does not change anything about me. Ash continued onwards, because I was ashamed when I was raised, believing myself to be a failure, and I truly was. I was a failure to the gods. The sneer in his voice was as obvious as the hatred in his tone. The gods who carved the very duty that I extol into my being. It is little wonder that the humanity I saw disgusted me so. Because it was without the influence of those gods. Ash-san. Mash took a step forward. These are some very troubling things. I think you should sit down and. Ash did not stop. He did not even give the barest inkling that he had even heard Mash speak at all. His voice rising higher and higher, his every word struck his body and reverberated through his bones as an actual force. So I understand my hypocrisy, my failure. I judged humanity based upon my own experience as a slave to the god's duty without ever realizing it. He fell silent for a moment. And I would have stood back and watched you, content in realizing that my differences, my origins, would account for any discrepancies. He shrugged. I may not have ever understood humanity, but I would be content that I worked to protect it from suffering of my own volition once again. That desire to protect them was, at least, a duty I formed for myself. Ritska shook his head. All right, I'm glad you feel that way, but this. However, that was the word Ritska had been dreading. Everything Ash had said felt as though it was building towards that, yet he had hoped in his heart he wouldn't. He tightened his posture. He could feel Mash doing the very same thing directly to his right. While she hadn't brought her shield out yet, he knew she was getting dangerously close. However, Ash slowly nodded his head up and down, his tone quieter. That was when Solomon came to me. It took him more than a few seconds for him to truly register what Ash had even said. Even when he did, it still didn't make sense to him. Solomon. He appeared in my mind, just a minute ago. Only that long. And he made me an offer. Ash, Ritska gulped, dread seizing his heart. What offer? He would show me human history in its entirety. Ash explained, his posture still loose and his words unconcerned, as if to contradict what he just said. And in exchange, he wanted to hear what my judgment was. And, you only hurt yourselves. Ash declared, again and again and again and again and again, your own cycle of death and destruction. Even without the flame, humanity will serve to make themselves miserable and ruin all. The saber shook his head from side to side. Perhaps I do not understand humanity and I am a creature of duty, but it is that duty that has led me true thus far. The duty I made for myself. He slowly moved his right arm across his body, towards his hip. I will protect you, all of humanity, from suffering. It disappeared under the cloak. The click of the bottomless box opening was like a gunshot. Ritska flinched at the sound. Ash. The arm came back, this time with Galvatine firmly clenched in his fist. Even if the only way to protect you from suffering is to kill you all. The finality in his words broke something inside him. I will not be party to another cycle of death and ruin again, Ritska. I shall not aid humanity in prolonged suffering. Ash, don't do this. Ritska glanced from the sword to the face of the saber. The cold steel helmet stared right back at him. Clenching his hands into fists, his upper jaw biting into his lower lip. This isn't you. On the contrary, Ritska. The sword burst into brilliant orange flames. The pressure that had surrounded him skyrocketed. His knees buckled as it felt like an entire set of weights was placed upon his shoulder. Every ounce of his strength went into stopping himself from being driven to the ground. Mash was directly in front of him, shield raised. This is me. Ash declared, this duty is all I am. For what little it is worth, I am sorry that you have to die. He sounded as though he truly meant it as well, his voice cracking ever so slightly as he spoke. But you will be swept up in the torrent of human pain and suffering and, I truly do not wish that fate for you. Ritska widened his eyes, croaking out, the contract. Solomon broke it the moment he heard my judgment. Ash confirmed, and it would have tied you down. I realize why I sealed myself when I entered this world. Perhaps a part of me knew that, if I was aware of what humanity was, I would act immediately and sought to spare them. However, the only mercy to be delivered now, comes from me. He took a single step forwards, raising the burning sword up. Farwell. It wasn't the clang of steel that Kella had been alerted to at first, it was the immediate sense of something tearing open the walls of his domain and nesting within it. Something malignant, yet in spite of all that he could feel there was something at the very center of that evil. It was not pure evil, but it was evil regardless. Though, such a thing was little more than a footnote. This world was his domain, he controlled every ounce of it from beginning to end. It was a trial and a half to create it within the world of Ariamis, but he managed to do so. Not even Priscilla was capable of breaking the boundary of this world with the Holy Grail and taking control of it for herself. Even if she had thrown all her might against this sanctuary, she would have came away with only defeat. Yet this outside force, there had been no warning, no hint of anything amiss. It had simply appeared and just as swiftly ripped open his sanctuary with the ease of tearing into a satchel, just to look at everything inside. Yet in the short time the presence remained, he had sensed no hostile nature about it. There was no indication that it meant any ill will to the group. It might have been evil but nature, but it was not aggressive. A paradox that stayed his hand for but a brief moment, yet that hesitation had been more than enough for the presence to retreat. Whatever had arrived, it left willingly during that time, seemingly satisfied with whatever it had seen. The thought of its retreat did not assuage any of his worries, rather they were compounded. It had broken into not just his reality marble, but Priscilla's as well. He knew it did not originate from her, just to look at them for all of a few moments then it departed. He did not force it out, it left of its own volition. His mind burned with questions, not least of all was what it had been searching for in the first place and, woods forbid, found what it had been looking for. Such were the questions that burned in his mind, so much so that he did not even glance at the feelings of aggression that were growing from other areas of the sanctuary. His mind was left to wonder about something else. Then he felt it, the prickling in the back of his neck, the creeping sensation of malignancy once more. At first, he thought the presence returned and yet he sensed no invasion into his world. There was no evidence of tampering and no clear sign that anything had returned once more. Yet, the sensation of evil remained. But this was different. The evil remained, but the texture was all wrong, or rather, it was without hatred. By its very nature, he could find it repellent, and yet there was nothing hostile in this foreign sensation, this swirl of negativity. What was more, he could not find it within himself to hate the source, which was strange. He did not like the texture of this sudden arrival, yet there was no outward revulsion to it beyond a desire to turn away. There wasn't the same drive to expel it as there had come with the first breach. This was a different one. Then the swirl of evil intensified, so close that he could almost reach out and touch it. He pulled his head towards the direction he sensed it, staring at the young humans discussing something with the unkindled ash. There was something about them that was now different, their general feeling had shifted. Everything about them changed. Then they drew their sword and set it alight. The fire embraced the blade like a lover as it was brought above the head of the saber. Kella widened his eyes and felt his body locked up at the sudden murderous intent that filled the world, so powerful that he could do nothing when the sword descended. The Shielder girl was less restrained than he was. Perhaps it was the shock that something like this happened, or that he had not sensed it beforehand. When sword met shield, it was like a drum. The thunderous crash of metal striking metal signaled out across the entire world. Silence descended immediately afterwards. Kella felt the focus of the land fall squarely upon the two figures now locked in combat. Ash moved forwards, driving the sword down and forcing Mash to her knees in an instant. The fact he was still only using one arm and appeared to be applying the bare minimum level of effort was all the more worrisome. The sword slid across the surface of the shield and struck dirt with a thud. Then he pulled the blade back and reversed the strike, this time catching the shielder on the back foot, and with a boom, she was sent twisting into the sky with a pained gasp, soaring far above the heads of those still in the world. Mash! Ritska let out a cry of alarm, struggling to his feet only for Ash to press a boot to his chest and force him back down to earth. Reversing his grip on his sword and poised it to be thrust downwards. That was when his body caught up with his mind. With a mere thought, he ripped the ground open. Hundreds of roots burst from underneath the soil, charging the saber faster than he could even react and tightening their hold around his body. The moment they touched the saber, instantly started to fight back, pulling at them as he was dragged away from Ritska. It allowed Kella to loop another root around the master and pull him down the length of the hill to his allies. Ash, meanwhile, pulled forwards. Kella stumbled. The sound of splintering wood roared in his ears as over half the roots were shattered in the very moment that he pulled. Shouts of alarm and confusion now filled his head as the companions raced towards Ritska, but he did not care for the details. His mind focused on keeping the saber contained, already calling upon more and more of his sanctuary to lock them down. Through it all, he felt his muscles tremble as he flexed his body. Veins emerged on the side of his neck and head as he channeled more and more magical energy into containing the servant, yet it did not stem the tide. No matter how much magical energy he called upon, the saber was matching him step for step. It was difficult to say at what point he exceeded Kella's output. All he knew was that in the split second before his world was turned upside down, it felt as though every ounce of magical energy rushed towards Ash. Then was expelled outwards. An explosion of purest midnight surged out from the body of the saber, ripping apart the shackles that had held him down, pulling himself forwards and then whirling his attention onto Kella. He felt his body very nearly freeze again when the full focus of the saber fell upon him, to be subject to that singular intent of death. When he saw the left hand of the saber swing upwards, the flat out his palm pointed out and more of the vicious black flames swirling into the center of the limb, he reacted. Pulling his arm up, he called upon the largest he could muster at the time. The titanic tree of pure white bark rocketed from beneath the saber's vert feet. The explosion they had been attempting to launch was sent skywards in the chaos. The fire of darkest black blotted out the sky for a split second, shrouding them all in darkness before it faded a second later. He could feel the saber already ripping the branches apart. Even as he called upon them to hold his body tight, Kella could feel as though it was a losing battle from the very beginning. Even here, even with the world to support him, He could not hope to match the generation of magical energy that Ash was currently generating. With a snarl he brought his hands together in a clapping motion. The top of the tree imploded, curling into itself and wrapping around its own body so tightly that wood cracked and splintered, crushing its own body at his command. Yet his hands would not close completely. The invisible force that kept them apart fought back. His eyes bulged and he grit his teeth, feeling something pushing his hands apart. He dared to glance at the tree. Wisps of black vapor leaked forth from the growing gaps between the wood. Horror flooded his body as he put forth more effort into closing his hands, yet they locked in place. He could push them no further and found that it was now impossible to step them from widening. Hands were flung aside by the invisible force. A noise like a falling mountain filled his ears as he turned his eyes upwards. The top of the tree was torn apart. The branches violently shattered into splinters of burning debris, and large chunks of broken wood rained down upon them. With a gesture, he pulled forth a small cover for the children, their screams of panic spurring him onwards as his barrier protected them from the worst of it. A shape dropped from the top of the tree, crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. The saber stood there, wisps of darkness pooling around his body as he slowly straightened himself out. Rising to his full height and brandishing the burning sword in his right hand, trace amounts of black fire intermittently sprung forth from him in flashes. Yet, that was not the alarming thing. It hovered, just around the front of his helmet and doing a full circumference. Small diamond-shaped spots of fire linked together to form a crown which did not truly touch his head, but remained there as though it was nailed to him. The saber silently gazed across the stunned crowd for a few seconds. He stepped forwards, bringing the sword across his body and underneath his left arm for a split second. In the next, his arm was a blur and rivers of brilliant orange flames surged out from his blade, washing over the grassy fields and reducing them to dust within the next second. Kella snapped his arm up. A barrier of branches sprung forth and grew around the servants. The flames crashed into them and set the walls alight with fire, but not a single one broke. The saber whirled his attention onto him, which was the best thing. In this world, he controlled everything, but he could not protect every and fight the saber at the same time. "All of you, run!" he shouted out, sweeping his arm out in front of him and bringing forth a singular root which churned up the entire space in front of him, sweeping his arm across with the root mirroring the movement of the limb, flattening the ground and snuffing the flames that still burned with the force it carried with it. The hurricane winds crashed into the saber, who made not even the slightest attempt to dodge or even block the strike. Instead, he stepped forwards and swung his left side forwards like a battering ram. Fire surged across his body at the moment of contact. Kella covered his face. The explosion of black fire incinerated the center of the attacking limb in a split second. In the next, the mana of Ash flared once more and he accelerated like a rocket. Kella jumped back as the saber appeared in the space directly in front of him. The debris from the shattered trunk had not even gained height by the time he was there. His left hand surged forwards, clamping down around the front of his head. Kella felt the grip like a vice, threatening to crush his skull then and there without even adding onto it the sudden intense heat that spread across his face. Roots answered his call, ripping their way up and snagging around the outstretched arm of the saber and pulling to the side. Ash stumbled slightly and loosened his grip, just enough that Kella dropped down. Clenching his left hand, he swung his fist upwards. He did not have the strength to match the saber. But it did not matter because his intention had never been to punch, it had merely been to aim the attack. The roots around his arm yanked him to the side once more. He pulled his body back and snapped away most of them a moment later, but he had been trapped just long enough. Roots surged up from the ground at the same angle of his rising fist, wrapping around one another to form a coiled shape as they drove themselves directly into the chest of the saber. He let out a single wheezing noise as he was forced up into the air, carried along with the power of the attack. With a grunt, Kella swung the fist downwards. The roots curved their body and drove the saber down to the earth with an explosion of soil and grass. He sensed they were still present. "I can't hold him for long," Kella shouted out, feeling urgency flood his being, turning his head around to face them. "You have to run. I can keep him for as long as I can. But what about you?" Someone shouted. He didn't focus on who it was, just what they had said. Forget about me. Get yourselves to safety first. I can't fight him and protect you at the same. It was in the very instant that he took his eyes from the saber that the opening was revealed, and Ash exploited it. The thunderous roar of an explosion filled his ears once more. Heat rushed across his back and past his face. He whirled around just in time to see the roots that had pinned the saber down disintegrate courtesy of another ball of black fire. The flames parted for their owner, the saber bursting forth from the inferno and reaching him in a moment, sword already gliding through the air towards his neck. Kella widened his eyes. He felt as though his body was moving in slow motion as his eyes tracked the sword rapidly moving towards his neck. The ground beneath him parted, a single branch rushed from the ground straight up and in the path of the sword. The blade cleaved through without even slowing down. He raised the flat of his arms, forming a guard over his body and strengthening his body as greatly as he could. It was all he could do before the sword struck his guard with the strength of a giant. His arms shuddered from the flow and the shock coursed through his entire being. His bones creaked and his skin split. White-hot pain flashed through his arms as his teeth ground themselves together. The image of them locked in combat hung in the air for all of a second, then the saber pushed onwards. Even if his arms could take the blow, his legs could not, and he quickly lost his anchor on the ground. Worse still when the saber twisted the sword in his grip at the last second and dragged it upwards, slinging him into the air and twisting through the sky. The world blurred around him as he flew, eyes swirling around in their sockets as he tried to reposition himself. The spirit was the greatest threat here. This world was their domain and everything he had learned thus far told him that. His every instinct that was returning from the throes of madness was screaming at him to deal with the spirit first. Memories of the toughness of the cursed great tree in the undead settlement filled his mind. The comparison was easy to make considering the fact he felt as though his sword had struck it once more. The toughness of the skin could not be underestimated. He had been forced to apply more strength to them in order to lift them from the ground. Even then he had barely felt the skin split under the weight of the strike. The plants that worked to slow his movements did not aid matters much, but it would be more than enough to deal with them later. His focus fell back onto that of Ritska. The look on his face was rather troubling, but at the same time it could not be helped. Bringing forth pity from the deepest parts of him, he could explain to Ritska at length why he was doing this, but, for right now, there wasn't the time. He had given the indications, and the longer this endured, the more time they had to combat him. It would also be pointless. He knew deep inside him that Ritska would not understand his reasoning, but that wasn't Ritska's fault. The boy was blameless in this entire affair, a victim rather than a perpetrator. What he was doing was the greatest kindness possible, the mercy of ending his suffering before it could begin or before he could inadvertently create more. Galvatine burned in his arm, drawing the limb back with the tip aimed straight towards his former master. The blade glowed a hot white. He thrust his arm forwards. The beam accelerated from the tip of the weapon at blinding speed, crossing the distance instantly and aimed squarely at Ritska's head. Who then dodged? Confusion flashed through him for a second, watching as the body of Ritska moved at speeds he had not seen him perform and avoid the beam. The white-hot light burnt through the ground and a safe distance from the boy, though the explosion did send him into a roll and forced several others onto the defensive. All the while, he felt his brows pinch. How did Ritska do that? He had never seen such displays before in the past. His body shunted backwards, several flying swords bounced off the front of his armor while a spear buried itself in his shoulder to the shaft. His focus fell onto the golden-haired Lordkin. The boy's crimson eyes bore into him. The space next to him rippled like the surface of water. Golden pools formed in the air with the tips of yet more weapons emerging from them. Fire swarmed into his left hand. The black flames twisted in his grasp before slinging the limb forwards, hurling the ball of abyssal flame directly towards the young boy. The expression shifted for a brief moment as a round gold shield manifested in the path of the fire, blocking it and releasing a shockwave at the point of impact. A dozen more weapons of assorted quality surged forth. His box answered him. The shield of Havel fell into his grasp and was held up. The weapons struck the guard and bounced away from the sturdy shield, each impact feeling as pitiful as throwing stones at him. He felt different from before. His body felt as though it was lighter. as though some pressure against him had snapped and he was let loose. Not just his body but his mind as well, though he was unburdened. Was this what Romani Archaman called the self-seal? It didn't matter. Swinging the shield wide, Galvatine roared as he swung the blade upwards, the tip barely grazing along the ground before it unleashed a river of fire towards the direction of the Lordkin boy and whoever else was around him at the time. A blur rushed in. A second later he watched as Mash raised her own cross shield in the path of the flames, the inferno washing over her while leaving those behind presumably unaffected, though he was guessing as such. She was rather sturdy after all. Light flashed in the corner of his eye, yet he felt nothing, turning his head just in time to see a beam of magenta light dissipate an inch from his body. His eyes moved to the source, seeing Medea with her hand extended towards her and several glowing circles full of odd symbols hanging in the air beside her. There was an odd note of surprise on her face before her features hardened. Tossing the shield of Havel aside, he returned it to the box and swung his left hand towards her, snapping his fingers in her direction as he did. Flames surged into existence, swirling inwards towards the direction of the caster. Who raised her hand, the air beside her shimmered for a moment as though she was coated in glass. The fire exploded, the air shattered and she was tossed from the direction of the explosion. Something struck the left side of his head, forcing him to lean forwards ever so slightly. The blow felt rather weak. He turned his head, hearing a grinding of metal and seeing the upper half of Jean's standard resting against his head where she had just struck him. She opened her mouth to say something, presumably at least, though he wasn't all that interested in whatever she had to say. Bending his arm, he swung his left arm back towards her head. She ducked at the last moment, just able to avoid him driving his elbow into her temple. Her leg swung out, an armored shin striking him just behind the knee. He barely felt his body so much as twitch at the blow, something that clearly caught her by surprise if the brief hesitation was any indication. He turned, thrusting his sword down towards her, turning his sword at the last moment to block a strike from the smaller Sullivan. Though when he felt the blow connect, he wondered why he had bothered to protect himself at all. Not feeling anything in the way of weight against his weapon, effortlessly pushing back and shattering the glowing sword that sprung from the catalyst. He punched, his fist driving itself into the chest of the boy and dropping him onto his back instantly with a deep wheeze being forced from his lungs. Jean's standard slammed into his chin, his head twitched backwards before he swung his body back in retaliation. His armored helmet seeking her out and slamming dead on into her face, she staggered away from him with a pained gasp, her hand already moving towards where he had struck her. He reached out, grabbing the standard in her hands and pulling back. With her hands still tightly gripped around it, she came with the weapon as he pulled into the air with another surprised gasp leaving her lips as he twisted on his heel, flinging her away from him and across the other side of the scenery. He whirled back around, fires surging across his sword once more. His eyes sought out Ritska and narrowed, drawing more power from deep within him. The heat from his blade grew great enough that the ground burst into flames around him, the air shimmered and warbled to distort his view. Then he watched as Vort charged up the hill towards him, body coated in freezing chills and a warcry leaving him. He supposed it was Vort, even though they were smaller than he recalled, because of the weapon and the armor. Bringing the great mace up, Vort swung it down the moment he was close enough. He really was slow, wasn't he? Ash stepped to the side, the mace embedding itself into the ground, then rammed the pommel of his sword into the side of the servant's head like a battering ram. Vort stumbled with the blow, Ash followed through and dragged the sword across, slashing up the side of the knight's armor and drawing a hiss of pain from him. He turned his body and swung his left arm forwards, slamming his fist into the knight and released an explosion of black flames at the moment of contact. Vort was sent flying from him and the mace from his hand, the pair fell to the ground a short distance from him. Satisfied, he turned back and then found his vision and his body consumed with heat. Snarling, he brought up his left hand to cover his face as fires consumed his every inch of view. He knew the heat of these flames well enough. Chaos fire, which meant they had come from the demon child. He knew they would be a bother to him. Calling from deep within, the power of his soul answered him and surged through his body. It felt as though he was flexing a muscle, but the results were far more pronounced. The energy was expelled from him as a shockwave, the flames recoiled back the way they had come, vanishing into nothing as they did. His eyes dropped to the ground, watching the young boy roll on his back and cough heavily, the skin around his hands already blistering. Galvatine was raised above his head, moving forwards and swinging it down. A spear blocked his path. Percival stood in front of him with the weapon raised and a deep scowl upon his features before he pushed backwards. The spear glowed, a strange power coating its surface that seemed to repel him. Ash frowned behind his helmet, letting himself move backwards. That weapon seemed troublesome to him, but he might be able to handle the user instead. He swung. Percival kicked down on the top of his knee, his body jerked. The knight jerked to the side and let the blow slide right by him before stepping forwards and driving his shoulder into his face. It was the force of the blow that moved him backwards, though it was only a few steps. Ash thrust forwards, the attack was sidestepped and the spear swung up, sending the thrust pointed to the sky. Spear twirled in Percival's hands before being driven forwards. His left hand came down, grabbing the spear just beneath the head and catching it before it could strike him. He felt his arms bulge, Percival forcing all his power into the thrust, and it was all he could do to keep the knight from actually running him through. He didn't know how. He didn't know why. All he knew was not to let that spear stab him. Galvatine was swung downwards. Percival released the spear and rolled to the side. The greatsword screeched as it glanced along the shoulder plates of the knight as he swung down. Ash followed him, already pulling the spear to the side, the butt of the weapon dropping with its owner to support it. Then Percival swung upwards into the knee he had previously kicked. Ash grimaced and staggered slightly. Standing up straight, Percival swung his next punch and slammed a haymaker into the side of his head. Ash heard the noise of the wind cracking around him, a sound of thunder followed by a ringing. His body shifted to the side and his grip on the spear loosened a touch. Percival yanked the weapon from his grasp, drawing the spear along the front of his armor and slashing through it. The spear met skin. He never felt pain like it. Mana surged on instinct. An explosion ripped from his body was only punctuated by his cry of pain. The black fires rushing to consume everything. Percival was blasted away at the same time. He staggered backwards, his left arm falling to the point where Percival had slashed him and hold his hand over it for a moment. The spear had slashed through his armor as though it had not even been there, yet the length of the cut was barely comparable to his little finger. What manner of spear was that? His eyes fell onto the knight. This was now the most pressing target too. A dozen cracks filled the air. He felt something slam into his body from somewhere, a feeling like crossbow bolts. He stumbled, then turned his head to the new origin. Nobunaga stared back at him with an emotionless mask, rifles hanging in the air around her pointed squarely at him. He drew the sword back. A pointed sack overlapped with her posture, a man wearing rags. He froze for a split second. Then the ground split apart and more roots rushed upwards. He reached out, his senses honing in on the target and calling forth the world to answer. It pained him, truly it did, but this was no longer a case where he could afford to hold back, despite how much he wanted to. He would not kill Ash, because unkindled were still human and he could not kill one, no matter what they were. However, keeping him contained, even by force, was still something he could do. The growl of the world shudders reached his ears. He swung his arm out and caught onto the branch he had launched towards himself. Kella snapped his head onto the saber, watching at the ground beneath his feet rippled before splitting open. Hundreds of roots surged upwards and swarmed the servant, dragging his arms wide and constricting around his body, trying to keep him contained as best he could. Dangling from the newly ground tree he saw that the Chaldeans were still lingering. All of you, run! The prison of roots tore itself apart with a burst of magical energy. The force blasted fragments across the entire length of the world. The servants guarded themselves to avoid being harmed by the subsonic debris. Ash stood amidst the ruins of the prison, ripping his arms free of the chains once more, then reversed the sword in his grip and thrust it straight towards. With a sharp twist, the weapon glowed like the morning sun before it exploded. Kella dropped down, clapping his hands together. A cage of roots, bushes and trees instantly covered the saber, though the explosion was refined into beams of light as they pushed through the gaps in the cage, carving burning lines across the fields. The Chaldeans were still present, a state of shock. He could no longer risk it. I said, "Run." The walls of birch trees collapsed inwards, their branches surging towards the humans and servants before dragging them backwards. One by one he ejected them from his domain and into the world of Ariamis once more, even ignoring the protests and alarms from some of them. When the last of them had been flung from his world, it was safer out there than in here, and he made certain the passage of the children was the most delicate. He flexed his might, snapping shut the entrance to his grove and trapping himself and Ash together in the world. Not a moment later, the cage burst like a balloon. Fires spewed forth and rolled across the ground like rivers, covering the once peaceful land in streams of ash and choking the skies above with the black smoke that climbed into the air. Kella straightened his posture, narrowing his eyes as the shape moved through the thickest point of the black cloud. Ash stomped forth and into the open, his body set against the backdrop of the fires behind him, the flickering dark climbing from him and poisoning the flames. "They are beyond your reach. For now." Ash did not even hesitate, and he had no need to, marching towards him. "You cannot keep me here forever." Kella curled his lip upwards. "No. I can't," he admitted. The saber stopped walking for a moment. Perhaps he was surprised by the admission, but Kella was no fool. He probably couldn't match the unkindled as he currently was, not with the rising level of magical energy he was unleashing. It had grown since he had started and was now eclipsing him. Even his sanctuary, the place where he was most powerful, was not enough. "But I can delay you long enough for them to get to safety." Ash stared at him in silence for what felt like hours. "Why? Why would you go so far to protect them? You are not even human." "I don't need to be human to care about them," he responded quickly. "They are such fleeting and wondrous things. It might be sentimental of me to admit now, but I love them all. No matter what form they take, even undead. Your love will not save them." Ash rebuked quickly. "Do you even understand what you are trying to protect? What you are doing in saving their lives?" He pointed with his sword to the place where the gate had once been. "You only prolong their suffering." He stared at the saber for a few moments, then exhaled. "Well, I cannot speak for suffering. I think that they probably will struggle in the future. They'll encounter hardships that will test them, and some might lose faith." He smiled, "But that's all right. Struggling to do their best, growing from adversity and walking away with all the joys and sorrows that come with it. That's what it means to be human. Sure, they might suffer." No. Nodding to Ash, he would grant him that one point. "They will suffer. You are right." Then tilted his head. "But no life is perfect. Watching what humans can do with those imperfect lives of theirs. It's why I love them. Because no matter how bad it gets, they always try. You know, and let them leave still." The frown in Ash's voice was audible. "Do you delight in watching them struggle and fumble? Seeing them wallow in their lives as they fail to discover their true purpose in the world? Content to smile and wave your hand to them because they made the attempt, regardless of where they end up?" Kella shrugged. "I can protect them from threats, but I can't protect them from themselves. Because they'd lose something important if I did that." Thinning his lips, he sighed once more. "Is that what you're doing here? Killing them for their own good? You have not seen the history of this world, the horrors that they will inflict upon themselves." Ash snarled. "They do not learn, and you might be capable of turning a blind eye to their cruelty, their suffering, but I cannot. If they will not learn the error of their ways and correct their path, if they will continue down this pilgrimage of suffering and death," he exhaled, "then I will save them first. The only way I know how. The only way that I can." Kella blinked at him, the strength of his words and the conviction that he spoke with. It was coming from a deeply personal place, and his motives were. Oh. It was a rather strange thing to realize, but it made sense why he could not see Ash as evil, not truly at least. He disagreed with them, but they were not evil. He could feel the smile coming upon his lips, though it was more resigned than pleased. "So that's how it is. You love them as well, don't you? Ash did not immediately respond, but his posture tightened. Is love what you would call it? I would call it a duty. A value in my existence to prevent human suffering. He swung the sword around, now pointing to Kella. And you stand in the way of, he cut himself off a second later. You are stalling for time. He offered a wry smile. Well, I don't like fighting, and the longer I spoke with you, the less I was doing that. You can hardly blame me for wanting to keep to my oaths. It's why I, really, won't kill you. A restriction I lack. Yeah, he nodded his head. I'm sorry you can't see what humans are like. Sure, they can be evil at times, but they can be pretty good as well. I believe the expression is to roll with the punches or along those lines. They're a bit like undead, they bounce right back up after getting knocked down. I will not waste further words with you, Ash declared, stepping forwards and pulling his sword arm back. The weapon glowed a brilliant white as he charged it with magical energy. Kella frowned and tensed himself, narrowing his eyes. Ash thrust forwards at the same time Kella dropped down and slammed his palm into the ground. A thicket of roots burst from the ground and charged the saber, striking him with force of a hammer as the beam of platinum light carved through the sky. The aim of the sword violently shifted to the side from the impact. Naturally, the explosion of black flames came next. Kella winced at the feeling. This was going to be rough. It was eerily silent as he sat there in the snow, placed firmly on his backside and his eyes still locked onto the place where the door had once been. If anyone was saying anything, then he did not hear it. All he could think of, all he could focus on, were the events of the last minute or so. They had happened so swiftly that it was very nearly impossible for him to believe they occurred at all. Ritska could just not process it, the speed at which what he had thought of as being a mostly harmless situation could escalate into whatever had happened. It was something that he just couldn't accept. Didn't want to accept. After everything they had been through, everything they had done and experienced so far, to think that Ash would turn around on his own and just try and kill him like that. That he would break their link just to have the chance there had to be something more to it. Solomon. Ash said Solomon had spoken with him. He didn't know how or when, but he had somehow spoken with him and definitely done something. He had too. There was just no way that he would do something like this. Then there was what Nobunaga said about Ash's mind being under strain, which was supported by Jean. It meant that there was certainly already something wrong with Ash that was made even more terrible when Solomon got involved. Gritting his teeth, he felt his hands clenched into fists. He had been too slow to help Ash, and then Solomon took advantage of it. What a joke of a master he was turning out to be. Something pressed against his shoulder and then pulled him upwards. He complied with it but did not tear his eyes away from the wall of white trees, which had once seemed so mysterious and entrancing were now ominous, a barrier that separated them from what lay behind. But there was still so much he didn't know. Ash had said he remembered his memories and that. Ritska was turning his head before the rest of his body followed, his eyes whirring around and seeking out the target of his focus. Naturally, she fell into the limelight immediately, especially considering her nature. It should have been expected. The muted world gradually filtered back into his ears, though were still little more than muffled sounds. Yet, silence descended when he spoke in a deathly serious tone. Who the hell is Gawain? Guinevere blinked at him once, surprise coloring her features. Where did you hear that name from? His face felt numb, ignoring everyone else who was trying to speak and focusing solely on the goddess right in front of him. The rest of the world be damned right now. All he heard from Ash was that Guinevere had made him for death. He had been born for the explicit purpose of ritualistic suicide and was made to do that by none other than his own mother. Ash might not have been in his right mind, but that was something that you did not just make up on the spot. Did you birth Gawain just to sacrifice him to the flame? He elaborated this time, just to leave out any hint of misunderstanding. The goddess did not reply for a few moments, her expression shifting into something thoughtful for a few seconds before she closed her eyes and exhaled. Gawain was to be our champion to link the fire. That is true. Eyelids lifted and the golden orbs shone once more. His death would serve a higher purpose. He was your son. Ritska didn't think of himself as a judgmental person, he really didn't. Hell, he could even let a lot of stuff go. But this. Ash had just learned about his entire past and he swallowed. Why? The flame was fading. Guinevere explained easily, not even looking the least bit apologetic, though there was regret or perhaps shame there. But certainly not guilt. To link the fire was to prolong the era of prosperity. We needed a champion who could link the flame, thus, I offered my own flesh and blood. He was raised and trained in the ways of combat, we did all we could to ensure that he would serve as the finest kindling. He's unkindled. Ritska noted with a muted tone, he couldn't link the fire. PFFFFTHAHAHAHAHAHAHA. Laughter rung out around them, it pierced through the tense silence and forced Ritska to drag his head towards the origin of the noise, his face numb and watching as Sullivan hunched over forwards, gripping his wounded side and laughing as though he heard the funniest joke in existence. Ha 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 ha. TTH the unkindled dog is PFFF the ha 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 ha. He continued to laugh, Ritska could find no amusement in his mockery. He was birthed to light the flame. Ha 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 ha. And he is the one who ha 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 ha. Removing the hand from his side, he brought it to his face, wheezing deeply and letting out a final breath. When he spoke again it was still drowned in sadistic mirth. Ha! I almost do not mind that he is the one who killed me. That is such poetry, it is almost as though it was fated to happen. Pulling his hand away, he turned to Guinevere. Your machinations explode in your face one final time in the greatest way possible, Guinevere. Though now we shall all suffer at the hands of this bastard son of yours. He exhaled one final time, shaking his head from side to side. A shame that I shall not get the chance to enjoy this humorous display. The goddess brought her head away from him and towards the direction of the wall, furrowing her brows for a brief moment before her expression evened out. I see. Then the one who lies on the other side of this wall is amazing. The voice of the young blonde came next, crimson-red eyes shined with mirth. The gods birth someone to chain the world of man to them once more, and he rebels against them to end their rule. If he didn't come from another world I'd accuse him of plagiarism. Chuckling, he continued onwards. If he did not currently seek to kill us as well, I would have spared him a compliment as well. Let's just roll back to what the fuck happened? For a second, Mordred spoke up with a growl, pointing a finger to the wall. What the fuck happened in there? The unkindled bastard turned rabid and betrayed his master. Sullivan remarked with a dry tone of voice, then turned his attention to Ritska. Even without a face, the smile remained strong. Just as I said he would, back in that Roman city. Though you dismissed me then, didn't you? Ash-san is just being controlled by Solomon. Mash staunchly defended, offering her own arguments into the mix with quite a bit of heat into her words. Jean-san said that he was suffering from a mental attack. Jean nodded her head in support. Quite so, that is what myself and Nobunaga came to the conclusion of. Though I could do nothing for him, which is why I wished to enlist the aid of Medea, she trailed off, a pained look crossing her features. He had been desperate and troubled for aid, speaking of voices within his head speaking of him to do things. Nobunaga shouted in support, yeah. Someone screwed with his head and now they're pointing him at us. Just gotta smack him around a bit first to bring him to reason. She paused, shrugging, always worked with my retainers when they stepped out of line. Yes, so Ash-san wouldn't betray us. That was too convenient though, wasn't it? Ritska couldn't help but think to himself. Even if Solomon had spoken with him, there was no real reason for him to do anything. Not when he said he didn't even view Chaldea as enemies in the first place. Solomon might have struck him as many things, but he didn't seem as though he was lying. Ash always had problems with some things around Chaldea that didn't focus on duty, but he just considered it a little quirk. Like Ash was a very duty-bound person, much like a knight would focus on chivalry, and therefore he didn't make a lot of time for enjoyment. Solomon, his words silenced everyone else. Ash said that Solomon showed him all of human history. Blue eyes swept over the assembled faces. He said that, he saw nothing but suffering and that it was better for us to die to avoid that. Jean's expression froze. Oh. Oh. We, myself and the saber spoke in Romania during that Halloween festival. The saint quietly revealed, her features were now bitterly resigned to something and Ritska had a sinking feeling what it was. He made his opinions quite clear. He thought that a life of duty was the best life possible and to stray from it was to invite pain and misery onto oneself. He said at that point, the only thing that would await them would be mercy to prevent further pain. She met his eyes. Master, if he has seen human history, he will have seen a great many things he will not accept. Yeah, Ritska whispered to himself, nodding his head up and down. He thinks he's doing the best for us. Because that's what his duty is. He felt his lips curl into a sardonic smirk, aiming it towards Guinevere, and duty is really important to him now, isn't it? Gotta love that. The smile dropped off his face, looking over his shoulder towards the wall. We can't do anything out here and Kella chucked us out. There is still this Prizasilla to deal with and Medea was staring at the wall. We should leave immediately, she announced with no small sense of urgency. Ritska turned to her in surprise, especially given the fact her complexion was approaching bone white. And make plans to fight the saber when he breaks free. When? I thought you said Kella would be. That was when the saber was not channeling magical energy equal to an Olympian. Her head turned to him. That world will hold him for nothing more than minutes. That nature spirit was doomed for death the moment the saber unlocked whatever kept them restrained. Their magical energy was showing no signs of slowing its growth and it was already equal to that of a god. Yeah, the blonde, Gilgamesh, as he had been informed, sounded equally apprehensive. Retreating would be a good strategy. I can't see the nature spirit lasting long against him. Whatever problem that we had with the others of this world, we've all got bigger problems to deal with. Ritska turned, seeing the boy already backing away without tearing his eyes off the white trunks. I would suggest moving to somewhere safe, especially since we have non-combatants. Ritska blinked, then turned to the direction the boy was pointing and bit his lip. The group of children that had accompanied them, all huddled together and looking none too calm. Right, they're in bigger danger with us than away from us. I can take them. Jekyll strode forwards, looking slightly disheveled. The copy of my home should still be there. I have more than enough room for them. He offered a shaky smile, and I believe that there is nothing more I can reasonably do here. I can accompany him. Sully spoke up, the redhead stepping forwards. I can cloak them to some extent and the only one who could track me down would only be interested in me to begin with. He glanced around. Right. Splitting their forces sounded pretty bad but it wasn't like they had a choice. Besides, Fran, the girl who had been otherwise silent thus far perked up, giving him a curious grunt. Please go with them. They need someone to protect them and, he trailed off. She wasn't a servant and although she had proven herself competent the display that Ash had just shown was far beyond anything he was confident in her managing. I'd feel better if you were at least out of danger. When Ash breaks free, he'll come for us first so you should be safe. He doesn't know about Jekyll's home either so. Fran was silent for a moment, then grunted once and nodded her head. Yeah, I'll be careful. He smiled at her, nodding back. Same goes for you. He strode towards her, extending his hand. It was a real pleasure to make your acquaintance, Fran. The girl stared at his hand for a moment, then took it in a firm handshake, a wide smile coming onto her face as she enthusiastically shook the limb up and down. He was thankful for the improvements Haku made to his body, else he was certain his shoulder would have been wrenched right out of its socket. As well, you should be grateful. Figured you were being too quiet. Ritska thought wryly as he retrieved his hand from the girl. She turned and walked towards Jekyll as himself and Sully gathered up the children into a group. Why so silent? What is there to say? It is often our greatest failures that can come back to haunt us. If you want my strategic opinion, then I require more time to think over the capabilities of this servant of yours. If you want my personal opinion. Haku let out a long sigh. Guinevere can birth strong children, but the act of raising them always fell to another for a reason. She cannot help but sway all to her. Any child she raised would be little more than a slave to her bidding because they were so enamored with her. She did this on purpose though. She did indeed. Desperation makes us do things that we would otherwise recoil from. Haku argued with a gentle tone. Though her crimes remain, think on her motives. She has always done what is best for the gods, from what I saw, at least, but time changes many things. I would never have thought her to kill any of her children. Abandoned, to be sure, but death. They are symbols of her power, they came from her and her part of her collection, her achievements. Guinevere might discard a toy once she grows bored of it, but she will not break them. This is her son, not a wooden horse. Ritska argued back, then jolted as he realized he might have missed a conversation. Est that Quellan accompanies Jekyll and the others. Sir Percival voiced out loud, gesturing to the assembled group. It is safer away from the thickest of the fighting. I disagree. Guinevere spoke up, turning her head from the wall and towards the knight. The healing for his affliction requires more than one casting. Without my aid, he will revert to his damaged state before long, and his suffering will resume. Glancing at the boy, she continued on, I believe it best he remains by my side for the foreseeable future. Percival frowned. If the danger is so great, then would it not be best for you to join them as well? Guinevere shook her head, even if such a thing interested me. Gawain will likely seek me out from some form of grief. It would lead him to the other civilians who he would doubtless slay. Her expression hardened. Besides, I shall not avert my eyes to the crisis my actions have caused. He is my child and I shall not let others deal with my mistakes. After a moment of silence, her expression softened, sending a confident smile to Quellan. Besides, I remember a great many little talents from him at a young age. He is a son of the witch Queen Isolith. Every bit his sister's equal in power. He is a greater help than any of you can see. That is what I believe. Quellan himself fidgeted under the compliments before giving a single determined nod. All right. He glanced at the knight. I want to help, Percival. Let me pay you back for all you've done for me. There was an earnestness in the voice that almost made Ritska smile, though he noticed that Percival looked even more troubled than he had done before, glancing in the direction of Mordred for a brief second before returning to the young servant. If it was the threat of his being here, then Ritska was fairly understanding of that. But servants were servants for a reason and Quellan sounded pretty confident. It would be no different to him asking Nursery to sit out because she looked like a young girl as well. Though he had no idea who Isolith, wait a second. You're Quelaag's brother. He turned to the young boy with wide eyes, the child with small horns on the side of his head. He just noticed them protruding from underneath his hair, froze for a moment and then snapped his head to Ritska in surprise. You know big sister? Quellan asked with an almost reverent tone of voice before he quickly composed himself, a mask forming over his expression. What I mean to ask is, you are affiliated with Lady Quelaag. Ritska had no idea where the change in conversation had come from, but he thought it was rather odd. At the same time, there was still a lot they had to do that wasn't really focused on this. All right, we probably don't have a lot of time to argue over this. We'll go our separate ways for the time being. He looked to Jekyll. Lead them back to your house or wherever you were staying. Stay there until we return or, he trailed off, grimacing, well, until we return. Jekyll was silent, but offered a small smile and a single nod of the head. Clapping his hands once, the man started to usher away the children with the assistance of Fran, the two of them herding the children away from their current location. Sully stopped for a brief moment, casting a look over his shoulder towards them, or rather, towards Jean. He smiled once, raising his hand to them. I wish you luck, Jeanne d'Arc. I feel as though you will need every bit of it. Jean exhaled. Thank you. I wish the same for you, Sully. Sullivan. Sully then nodded to his older version. I hope you die. With those final words, he turned and jogged after the group, taking after the children without turning back once as they moved. Ritska had to hand it to him. In the short time he knew Sully, they certainly made an impression. Shame their time together was so limited, though. With a breath, Ritska cast one final look over his shoulder to the wall of wood. The ominous silence that accompanied it never felt as pressing as right this moment. Let's move. What was it Gilgamesh had said? They all had bigger problems than themselves right now. Worth something, he supposed. He started to walk, Mash accompanying him. There was one place they had that could be journeyed to, the place that Ash had not been to. We're going to where Haku found me. I think he can remember the way. I can. He can. The directions fed through his mind, pulling his legs through the snow once more with a lack of effort to his movements. Perhaps it was because the full weight of what occurred had yet to fall upon him, but he found it as though his body weighed a ton. Mr. Liu, are you not going to move? The voice of Nursery broke him from his trance, his movements halted and he turned around to face the back of the knight, who was now standing directly in front of the wall, facing it with his sword buried in the snow at the tip. Sure, he had moved. Closer to the wall. Ritska frowned openly, calling out to him, Liu. What are you doing? The knight barely even turned his head, but his answer rang out clear and true. I'm staying. L. Lost Beast Awakens, Mercy. L. Chapter 165, Carrying a Sin in the Very Soul. It was cold. It was so terribly cold. It had been cold that time as well, a chill that had struck him to his very heart, that he could not feel the warmth of the early morning sun. That moment replayed in his mind now of all times for that very reason, the cold was oh so familiar to him that it was poetic. Perhaps it truly was fate that he felt that chill once more. His eyes remained locked onto the thicket of bark before him, the bricks of wood and fortress of birch. How long had it been since Chaldea had moved on? A few minutes. 10 minutes. An hour. He did not care, could not care. All that mattered was they were moving far enough away from this place while he remained here. As was his duty, to protect the queen. The oath he had sworn to uphold, to protect the royal family and serve them in all things. Whether or not he agreed with them, that was his oath. An oath he had broken in death, or perhaps he had broken it with death. His own. It made itself known the moment the Chaldeans agreed to move on without him, the tightness around his neck. That sensation of strangulation that was just enough to warn him of his fate, a promise of things to come, he supposed. Feeling the same resignation now that he had done so then. Whether or not he tried his hardest in this upcoming battle, he was doomed for death. Green eyes turned to the helmet that lay atop the pommel of his sword, his bare head exposed to the breeze and the chilling winds biting at his flesh. Chipped fragments of his lips blew away into the distance, though he could only suppose the result. He had felt the cold worsen, to the chills that had plagued him before coming to what was supposed to have been a sanctuary. There was nothing that could hide his sins. His shame. Rattling reached his ears, his focus abandoned his thoughts and returned to the world around him. Staring at his helmet as the wind drummed it against his sword like a bell, the metallic clanging echoing through the world and his very skull. The empty features of the helmet glared right back at him. Perhaps to mock him or perhaps something else, a final vision. Was this how Gawain had felt each time he saw that helmet? Was it accompanied by the promise of pain and death? Did he resign himself to that each and every time that helmet appeared before him? If he did, then he could offer nothing more than grim acceptance. There would be no words that he could offer that would be genuine. Regardless of who was to threaten his queen, they were still a threat. Drawing in a deep breath, he ignored the flash of pain that came when he parted his lips. The ice had frozen them shut, pulling them apart caused a sudden warmth to spread across his features, running down his chin for a few seconds before even that warmth faded. A tightening sensation pooling along the front of his face. Closing his eyes once more, he extended his right hand towards the helmet and placed the flat of his palm atop the armor. Curling his fingers ever so slightly and bringing the rattle to a halt, silence save for the howl of the wind descended upon him. A silence that would not last, he knew it would not. Yet even that interval would not last long. You're what? It came as no surprise to him that the voice of Ritska was a mixture of shock and confusion, clearly not having anticipated what he was going to say. In fairness, his statement was nothing shy of foolish for any without context. Even with the full understanding of the situation, Lu would not call his actions of right mind either. Lu, what the heck do you? You are no fool, Ritsuka. He gently chided the boy. He knew that his pseudo-master was much smarter than that. Perhaps not of the level of the archivists, but all the same he was certainly no idiot. Beyond that, he had spoken clear enough that he knew his words had been heard and received. I mean to say that I shall remain here while you all continue on. He drew in a short breath, his next words coming out with less emotion than he currently felt. This will likely mark the final time we see one another, but... Ritsuka did not even grant him the chance to finish his sentence before the next words came from his mouth as an irritated rush. Something that was rather interesting or perhaps novel. He had not heard annoyance from the boy such as this, but his own actions crossed a very foolish line. He was allowing himself to become personally motivated with this endeavor, but it was impossible not to. You're talking crazy, Lu. The young boy's reply was somewhat heated. Medea just said that he was packing some crazy amounts of magical energy and that. He exhaled, look, I don't understand what is going on right now and I'm probably not alone. Hell, I'm freaking out about what just happened. Ritsuka's voice shook. But what I do know is that when Ash tears through those walls, he's not going to be in a talking mood. He knew that well enough. Ash, Gawain, had made his intentions obvious enough during the initial encounter. Had it not been for the actions of Kella to stem the tide of fire and attract the full attention of the servant, he was sure that half of them would be dead or crippled by now. Listen, Ritsuka breathed out, slightly pleading. Kella is buying everyone time to get away from here and that means we all need to move out. You staying here isn't going to mean anything if he just tears through you in, like, 3 seconds. Perhaps he should have been insulted that his skills were being viewed so lowly, but after the display of power he had seen and the sheer magnitude of magical energy he had felt, he figured that Ritsuka was actually overestimating his skills. Captain of the guard he might have been for the royal family, but he was certainly not capable of swinging a sword around over his head and throwing out huge rivers of fire from his blade. Nor could he unleash great gusts of magical energy from his body. He was just a man. It is 3 seconds longer you would have to escape. Even to him, that reasoning sounded pathetic. Framing this as some manner of noble sacrifice was the wrong way to go about it, because there was nothing noble about this situation. He even grimaced the moment he had spoken the words, thankful his back faced Ritsuka and his helmet covered his head, else they would have seen the ugly expression he made. The hell are you even talking about? That came from the younger knight, the one with blonde hair. Sir Mordred, he believed her name was. She actually looked rather familiar to him. He believed that he had a cousin who shared her features. An odd thing to consider at a time like this, but it didn't matter too greatly. The words of Sir Mordred were delivered with a lack of grace about them, blunt like a hammer and sharp like a sword. Cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Are you seriously gonna stand here and die like a chump? In fact, oi, Blondie, Blondie. A younger voice followed, that of the red-eyed boy he had glimpsed briefly and had gotten into a spat with the queen. He was certainly a brave lad, if a lot of foolish. But all right then, that's certainly not a nickname I've heard before. I suppose it's rather fitting with my blonde hair. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Mordred drawled out, earning a chuckle from the boy that didn't sound very friendly. What happens when that fiery asshole comes bursting into this world again? You were the one talking about problems here, so I'm sure you're gonna have something more to say. I suppose, well, it should go without saying that he's above regular servants now. The boy explained without any sense of urgency in his voice. At the same time, he's still a little new to all of this, so I would say we're actually doing fairly well. Or rather, we're in for a chance if we can get to a certain somebody with the right tools for this job. I can explain on the way, but if he's going to stay behind then there's really no need to explain it to a dead man. Lu very nearly laughed at it. That was a rather sensible point of view. So long as he remained ignorant, then the less chance of information being let slip about whatever plan they had. But perhaps it is just me, but it's fairly obvious he's going to stay here regardless of if you order him or not. You could probably force him, but I doubt that would be a good idea. Command seals. Absolute orders, and it would take one of those to get him to move from this spot. Ritska did not speak for a moment, and then, for crying out loud, he all but snarled out, audibly stomping his foot into the snow. Why? Just why are you doing this now? I could get the idea you were trying to buy us time, but you don't need to do that. Lou, this doesn't make sense to me, so just help me understand. Lou moved his hands to the buckle of his helmet, unfastening the clips with a clicking sound and then pulling them aside. Drawing his hands back, he placed them on the side of the helmet and pulled them upwards, exposing his head to the world for the first time since his arrival. Becoming aware of the chill but ignoring it in full, his eyes fell to the sword at his right, leaning over and mounting the helmet atop the pommel of the blade before releasing it. Without his helm, his voice sounded clearer than ever before. Ritska, I still have an oath to protect my lord with my life. If, for only a brief time, I can ensure their safety, then it is of no choice for me. I shall put my entire being on the line to keep them safe. Exhaling, he turned himself around, facing Ritska fully along with the other servants present. For a split second, he watched the most visible reaction coming from the white-armored knight with the spear, his eyes widening and his jaw lowering for a brief second before it snapped shut and focus returned to his features, if a little strained. Lou ignored quickly, instead focusing fully on Ritska himself. The black-haired youth stared him dead in the eyes with a look that would not have been out of place on someone twice his age and with a great deal more experience under his belt. The boy was still green, but he was getting there. Bit by bit. Ritska, there are some things that I cannot explain with words. Clenching his fist, he brought it up and placed it against his heart. I will not explain it to you, but I will say that this is for me to do. My death for your life, it should not be a choice. I'm going to need something more concrete than that, Lou. Ritska shook his head from side to side, though he had not outright rejected him thus far. But he could still not say, for this was one oath that he was going to keep a secret. Yet he could see something blooming in the eyes of Ritska, which was understandable. If he did know Gawain and had seen his face, then he would know. This is probably going to end with you dead end. And that is fine. Lou cut him off. To be a knight is to pledge your life to a cause. This time around, I want to at least uphold that pledge. I can grant you time enough. If this foe is as strong as you say, then every second I hold him here is ground you gain. There was one who would understand. I am certain that Haku can speak much the same. Ritska made a face, opening his mouth for a moment before closing it again. Judging by the pained scowl that now washed over his features, it was clear that Haku was explaining much the same thing. Against an overwhelming force, guerrilla tactics were necessary. If this truly was Gawain, then he was certain he could delay him for some time, or occupy his full attention. He would be surprised if he was unable to. There's still no need for. He is correct. The words came not from Ritska, but from the White Knight. The man taking a single step forwards. This is a matter that can be considered somewhat foolish. We have no way of knowing how long Kella might hold Ash. It might just be long enough for us to make an escape and for him to be left unaware of our location. As he has cut his connection with his master, he has no method of discovering us. The knight was silent for a moment before his expression shifted into something of acceptance. However, your mind has already been made up, has it not? It has. Lou confirmed. The knight was more perceptive than he let on. Silence followed. I would suggest that a more united front would serve us better in the fight that now lies ahead of us, but I can tell your heart would not be in the conflict. He nodded once. This is the best you can muster, isn't it? You do not need to respond, some things shall go without saying. Shaking his head, the knight turned to Ritska. You should accept this decision, young master. This is, more than likely, the only way he can find himself to be of use. But Sir Percival, Sir Kyrillite, it was at least good to know the name of this knight, Sir Percival. He seemed a good man thus far. The white-haired man silenced the girl with but the mention of her name. The matters of the heart are as complicated as they are spontaneous. I will not deny that this plan lacks any and all strategy. Percival turned his head, now looking him in the eyes. But there are some things we cannot force a man to participate in. He knew. That was all there was to it. He knew and understood. Lu turned his attention to the queen. She regarded him with an emotionless gaze that held neither condemnation nor condoning. It was nothing more than acceptance of what was happening before her. Your bond with them has not changed, nor has your shame. The words of the queen might have been biting once, but he could only offer a wry smile to her. He would never have done so in the past, but now felt as though it would be the best time to do so. He would be dead either way. It seems I would take my leave of you again, Your Highness, for much the same reason as the last time, if you cannot find it in your heart to forgive me. It is something I shall never forgive, Lu. Guinevere cut him off with curt words, yet she allowed a faint smile to grace her features. But to complain of your heart now would be embarrassing for me, as that was why I chose you in the very beginning. The smile vanished. Know that if you cannot delay them for more than a minute, I shall remain eternally disappointed in you. Recall that you were elected to be captain of the Royal Knights, regardless of all else that burdens your heart. If that was to be a comfort for him, it was as cold as the land around them. Yet he could not keep his pride from preening at the words she offered. He doubted he would last even a few seconds, and suddenly she was demanding that he last more than a minute. She was always rather demanding of him, he supposed. Then again, she was the queen. If she did not expect the best from her subjects, then she would never have elected to become their ruler. Perhaps he was just desensitized to unreasonable demands, or perhaps it truly was the charisma of Guinevere at work. Terrified he might well be of her, she could turn things around if she wanted. If she was allowing him to remain, then she truly believed it was the right course of action. It all came back down to Ritska. He turned his attention from the queen towards the young boy who would ultimately decide what happened next. Whether he remained here or was forced to leave, it would depend solely upon his next actions. Ritska looked back with a strained expression, hesitation upon his features and a look that made it clear he was heavily leaning towards outright rejecting the idea. After a few seconds of silence, his face dropped and his eyes closed. You'd really force me, wouldn't you? I'm sorry. Me too. The boy opened his eyes once more, presenting a smile that did not even reach them. A somewhat saddened look upon his face. We'll put as much distance between here as we can. You, do your best, Lu. I can't say I understand, but it definitely means a lot to you, so, he exhaled, shrugging his shoulders and making a half turn. Well, you really were a big help, you know. You do not need to mask your disappointment. He had little interest in platitudes that were born of obligation. He had barely been much of an assistance in the first place. Right at the end, he was choosing to be selfish because he could not bear the weight of any other path before him. What a weakling he was, who could not lift his sword when it truly mattered. Failing those at the end of my life when they depend upon me is something I am accustomed to. Ritska frowned for a moment. I don't think this is much of a failure. You do what you think is right. He shot a glance towards Percival for a brief moment. The knight locked eyes with Ritska for a second and the two held a silent conversation. The former returned his gaze back to him. It's all any of us can do. With those final words, he offered a single nod of the head before he turned around and started to walk off. The others remained behind, but those who did not know of him had barely any reason to linger. Yet, there was one who he did trust to carry on with the next task. He might have met them only once, but he was confident in their abilities. Sir Vort. The knight in question jolted in surprise, then turned his helmet to him. It might be selfish, but I ask you to take up my role of protecting Ritska in my stead. I am unable to do so for much longer. Your predecessor spoke very highly of your abilities. Vort stared back for a moment in silence, then nodded once. My strength is all I truly have going for me, but I shall put it to good use. He slammed his fist into his chest. You have my word on that, Sir Lu. My thanks, Archivist Sullivan. You hope I die. The dry words of the pontiff voiced the thoughts he had been planning to do so himself, yet he did not mind. He cracked a half-smile for a moment. You always were good at reading the intentions of others. Sullivan grunted and turned away, hobbling after Ritska with his one arm before he started to fade away, returning to his astral form. He shared one final look with Guinevere. My apologies, Highness. I could have buried this urge of mine and tried to serve you, but you always were a poor liar. Guinevere silenced him with a shake of the head, and your soul shines all the brighter when you act like this. A shame you choose now to do so after a reunion, but Gawain always was the one that broke us, was he not? She mused with a tilt of the head, then she too turned her back on him. Percival and Nursery had stayed the longest. The former looked troubled for but a few moments before speaking. I would wish you fortune in this endeavor, but there are some tasks that do not need one to wish them luck. So I shall simply say, I hope you are satisfied. He followed on after them. Nursery stayed around to stare at him. I'm sorry about this, Mr. Liu. I'm not. That's why I am. The girl did not hesitate. I truly dislike sad endings and this is very unhappy, isn't it? I suppose. No sense in denying it. Farewell, Lady Rhyme. Our short time together was illuminating. Join with the others, unhappy as this ending might be, it is one I must see through alone. He turned around, facing the wall of branches and staring at it. I owe him that much. Though, if there is one thing I would ask of you, a happy ending for him, this time around, would be much better. That is a wish I can support, Mr. Liu. It's naive, but you are a miracle who gained sentience. He shrugged his shoulders, if only so that his son could experience something even moderately decent this time around. It wouldn't be enough, but so long as he perished content with his life, that would be enough for him. The birch trees wilted. It was a change as sudden as it was rapid. The decay spreading over the bark swiftly enough that they consumed the second of the wall in front of him within but a few seconds. He recognized the signs, rapid decay of plant life. That could mean only one single thing. As if to punctuate this belief, the wood in front of him creaked and groaned as it started to bulge forwards and to the side. The protests from the wood continued for a good few seconds before they jerked. A snapping sound filled his ears as the gap in the walls in front of him was widened ever so slightly. A hand burst through the wood and curled around the face of the trunk, soon followed by another hand pointing in the opposite direction bursting out directly beneath the first. The fingers started to visibly pull. Deep cracks spread across the wood as the attacker yanked them inwards. The resistance of the wall lasted all of a few seconds before it gave way. The trees collapsed inwards. The moment they were torn aside, the smoke from behind them came pouring out, spewing forth and rising into the sky. Thick black smog and a scent of burnt ash. A cursory look inside, for what little he could see, revealed that the once green landscape was now a dark gray. A thick covering of ash and burnt cinders lay strewn across it. Though, even that was starting to fade. He could see it, flakes of golden light peeling away from the scenery and rising high up into the sky. He did not track them with his eyes. He kept his focus straight ahead, and to the dark silhouette that stood on the precipice. A backdrop of black fire illuminated his form, yet he made no attempt to move beyond standing there. Liu had expected some sort of reaction by now. Perhaps a blind charge of fury or something else, but this dumbfounded stare of silence he felt he was receiving was arguably worse. As though Gawain had not even considered the idea that he would wish to face him. That was fine, he didn't know what he could say either. His throat dried up in the instant that the shadow stepped through the gap and into the open. He knew that armor well enough, he'd been there when it was forged. The armor that was to be worn by the elder Prince Lorien, who showed as much promise with the blade as Gawain did. He did not recognize the helm though, but it was similar in design to that of Vort's, so he could suppose that was where it came from. The realization that he was mentally stalling his actions came to him as swiftly as it was painful. He fought the grimace that threatened to come upon his features tooth and nail. Neither one of them said a word. Gawain took 3 steps forwards into the snow and then stopped, all the while the world behind him collapsed into golden light. Lu glanced towards the burning sword in his right hand, the platinum blade that looked as though it was carved from molten rock, a flickering white light towards the hilt of the weapon and a cross guard that curved down like an arrow. All the while, wisps of black smoke rose up from them. The sword and the wielder. He could feel no fear. Only shame. He brought his eyes away from the weapon and back to the silent figure in front of him. "You are the only one to remain," were the first words from behind Gawain's helmet, the metallic echo of his words deepening his voice considerably. Perhaps it would have been intimidating to others, but all Lu could find himself seeing was a boy covered in bruises and cuts, desperate, trying to raise a sword much too heavy for him. It's all he could ever see. Yet, he answered the question all the same. "I am." Gawain hummed as he walked forwards. "I had expected that all of them would have used the distraction of the spirit to escape. Or perhaps they would have prepared some sort of trap for me the moment I escaped. It would have been more prudent." He trailed off, the helmet sweeping over the scenery once more as though he was trying to make sure that Lu was the only one there. "But it is just you." "It is." He inhaled, nodding his head once. "Just you and I. Was Guinevere so ready to toss you aside as well?" The words slipped from Gawain with no small amount of venom to them. "Did she command you to remain here and stall me for time? Does she even understand how little a threat you pose to me right now?" He drew his lips thin. "Guinevere commanded nothing of me, I am here of my own volition." The helmet of Gawain snapped towards him so swiftly it blurred, a piercing gaze lying behind the featureless mask. "How sure of that are you, truly?" He prodded, tilting his head ever so slightly. "Is it truly of your own choice or is it just what you believe she wants?" "It has nothing to do with her. I've felt her words in my head." Raising his left hand up, he pressed his index finger against the side of his helmet, drawing it back and then forward. Tapping away at the steel helm. "I know their appeal, I know the appeal of doing whatever might impress her, even now I can feel their pull, like a chain around my neck." He lowered the arm. "So are you truly here because you wish to be, or because Guinevere is pulling at your chains as well?" Lu felt his eyes narrow. "Is that what you see her as? A grand owner of slaves? That she forces her will onto each and every single person she encounters?" Gawain spread his arms wide. "Why should I not? It is what she did to me, isn't it?" The arms dropped, the sword in his right hand thudding against the ground. "Because I wanted to, or because Gawain wanted to. That sweet feeling, that enriching sense of worth when she smiles at you, when she congratulates you and then you're addicted. You search for anything that will bring you the next compliment, or the next smile. Because that's what she does. That's what she is." Not to everyone. It was a feeble argument, not one that truly was made to work in the first place, but he was still a knight. Personal feelings aside, to let one slander the royal family was unacceptable to him. Regardless of how deeply they had been hurt by them. Though, he could not say that Gawain was totally incorrect either, which is what made it all the worse. "Is that truly the best argument you can give?" Gawain sounded disappointed more than anything else. "You can't even be sure that this action you're doing here and now is one that you believe in or one you believe Guinevere will benefit from. Does it matter to you either way?" Lu felt his emotions strain. He did not raise his voice, but he made it pointed. Waving his arm to Gawain and the landscape behind him. "Are you doing all of this because of Guinevere? Is it all for revenge?" "Revenge? You think that I care for revenge?" Gawain sounded disgusted by the remark. "I am above such base vices as that. Pursuing revenge would only cause me to lose myself. I fully intend to kill Guinevere, but it is a public service, not an act of petty revenge for her slights against me. She is a menace, and she very nearly turned me into one." He paused, shaking his head from side to side. "No, she did make me one." Lu frowned. "But it is not just Guinevere you turn your blade on, is it?" He snapped. "What slight did the spirit Kella to you? Or your allies? Was it Guinevere who forced your hand to try and kill them?" "Yes. Do not speak such nonsense. I am doing what she made me to do." Gawain cut him off. "What you made me to do?" Lu could not even laugh at such an absurd statement. His expression shifted and he felt disgust enter his features as he took a step backwards. The shame of being stood before Gawain once more had started to fade, replaced only by anger. You were not made to slaughter your own allies. I was made to follow my duty above all else. I was made to commit suicide for you. Gawain sneered, because that is what gives me value. If I don't follow my duty I am unworthy, if I cannot kill myself correctly for you, then I am nothing. His left hand came up, pointing to his chest. So yes, it is the fault of Guinevere. Because I have lived by that duty, I am that duty, I cannot abandon it now, because I am nothing without it. What duty? Gawain lowered his arm. What do you even care anymore? If you truly came here of your own volition, then what is it you hope to achieve? Even knowing my movements will not close the gap in power between the two of us. I can kill you before your fingers even touch your sword. I wanted to see what you had become. I became what you made me to become. Gawain declared in a cold tone of voice. The perfect weapon of duty. This time though, this time it is my own duty. He paused for a moment, then an almost crazed laugh spilled from him. Or maybe it isn't, maybe I still am chained by the words of Guinevere, convincing me that it is a life in adherence to duty that is valuable and not the duty itself. I don't even know anymore. Guinevere is not alone in being responsible for your state. You think I can blame you? He was cut off with a dismissive tone of voice. You're no different than Gawain. Enslaved to her will. What agency do you even have in your own actions? My actions were always my own. I cannot even trust a single word you say. Even if I did, your blind faith to the gods is just as pitiful as ever. Gawain shook his head from side to side. You cannot even see what they have done to you and you will not accept what I have to say. It makes conversation pointless, you're blind to your own suffering. Then I am pleased to stay blind. But I am not. Gawain cut him off. You think this is somehow pleasing to me. You think that I wish to behold a humanity that tortures itself again and again forever. He stepped forwards, pinching his fingers together, that they cannot grasp the simple concept of trying to find their purpose in the world. Either enslaved to the gods or to their own vices and unwilling to part from them. You think I want to behold a sight so utterly disgusting as that? He let out a long breath. No. I don't. Whether or not this obsession with duty is truly my own, it does not change anything. I do not want to see humanity suffer. I don't enjoy it, I don't like it, and I will not play a part in it again. Even if that means that the only method of saving them is to kill them, fine. I will do that. What you speak of is madness. Madness born at the end of all things. Gawain declared, a perspective I achieved through walking the ruins of the world, seeing the end of existence itself. I walked in the ashes of the city of endless time, I traversed the deepest pits of the embers of chaos, I stood in the halls of the kingdom once mighty now a ruin, I have seen enough. He could not even begin to understand what was being said here. He might have understood the words that were being spoken, but at the same time this was far beyond whatever he imagined. Your allies defended you, even after that display, they said another was influencing your mind. Gawain stared back. My mind is clear for the first time in a long time. I understand my place in the world, even with the memories and lessons that you granted me in the past. I maintain my own will. Solomon only showed me the world, I made this choice of my own volition. Lu spread his arms wide. Could he not see the flaw in his own argument? You speak of ending suffering and yet you shall commit to murdering all those who stand before you. That is no mercy. You think I do this because I enjoy it. Gawain stepped back, pointing to himself. That I somehow take joy in killing humans. I wanted this world to be right, I was desperate for it. He exhaled, but it's not one I can accept, it's not one that conforms to how I view the world, and that's your doing. But, that's fine, I found peace in my way of living. I could endure whatever hardship came my way because of it. He shrugged. If that way of life worked for me, then why can it not be followed by everyone? I had not intended to fight you when we met. I intended to offer my own explanation, but I can see it would be a wasted effort. Lu felt the words pass through his throat without stopping, feeling as though it had to be said. You were right, you were used. But what you seek to do is wrong. It is evil. Evil, Gawain muttered. To you, maybe. To me. He shook his head. But fine, if it is evil to prevent humanity from suffering. Then that's fine, I can accept being evil in your words. His hand moved for the helmet, pulling it off the sword and quickly placing it atop his head. Throughout all that time, Gawain did not try to strike him down. Content to watch as he armed and armored himself. Lu frowned behind his helmet as he fastened it, then reached for his sword and pulled it from the ground. Why wait? Because I know you would prefer to die with a sword in your hands. I can accommodate that, at least. He brought up his own sword. There is no sense in having your final moments be ones where you feel as though you are so utterly useless you achieved nothing. It is a poor way to die. You let me speak. Gawain did not reply. Not with words. Instead, he struck first. The mood was somber as they walked. Ritska felt very little as he moved through the snow and passed by all the houses. Even the cold that had once been a constant concern barely even registered to him at all. He could feel very little in the way of anything at the moment, and he wasn't sure if that was him or if that was Haku limiting his senses as he had done so before. Heck, maybe it was something else entirely. All he could really think about was what to do next. They had to stop Ash. It was just something that he had not even considered being a possibility before right this moment, and still had problems coming to terms with it. What was he supposed to do? After all they had gone through, was he supposed to just kill him? And it would be to kill him. Because Ash wasn't like other servants, he had apparently traveled here from his own world rather than die and be summoned. Which meant that he was alive. Or as alive as someone like him could be. Even still, thinking about the servants as individuals he could let die and then just resummon again and again was not a thought he was willing to entertain. Whatever personal feelings you have on the matter, it cannot be denied that this Ash of yours, he is now a true threat. Haku did not sound cold as he spoke, there was sympathy in his words. Though, to kill a friend is not something that many would consider doing so easily. Especially when they are going down a path that you cannot understand. He never said anything. Ritska cut himself off after saying that. He pulled his face into a deep frown before silently shaking his head from side to side. That wasn't quite true though, was it? Ash had said quite a few things that were worrying, but he had never really paid much attention to it. Not really, just letting each of the comments slip right on by him without a word. And now they were all paying for him being so unobservant. The moment in which Ash might have actually needed support and no one was actually there for him. Or when he needed help and no one could do a thing about him. You cannot blame yourself for this turn. There is only so much one individual can do. Haku admonished him without any real heat, but all the same, Ritska felt his irritation flare at the words. They were nothing more than a cop-out, at least to him. He didn't even feel as though he had tried to make Ash feel better. He'd never made the attempt to really try and help him adjust to the world on his own, just taking him from one spot to the next and letting his confusion build and build and build until nothing. Ritska, you cannot help those who do not seek help. Ritska snorted in his mind, that's an excuse, I was Ash's master. A master is supposed to take care of his servants, and Ash couldn't even trust me enough to tell me he was actually alive this whole time. It was a harrowing discovery. Why the heck would he trust me with all his social issues? Even Jean didn't get a lot out of him. Haku sighed, you are no great king, nor can you command minds to your will. You cannot peer into the minds of your allies nor read their emotions. You can only make do with the tools you have available to you. The caster paused to let the words hang in his mind for a moment, then continued on. There might well have been moments where you could have helped the saber, but there were a great deal more where he could have asked. You are only human, Ritska. There is only so much your people can. The caster cut himself off. Ritska felt the servant tense inside his mind before the presence slowly retreated backwards. She's here. With those ominous words, he departed to the furthest recesses. Ritska didn't need to take a guess who the she in question was. Especially since he felt the presence of her behind him, he didn't need to turn around to feel her gaze in the back of his head. He probably wasn't in the best of moods right now, but snapping at her wouldn't help anything either. Guinevere began the conversation all the same. I feel as though you have gotten a rather grim impression of me in recent times. The goddess's voice was difficult to discern, she sounded as though she was upset but not surprised. You need to not respond for me to acknowledge this. Recent events have not painted me in the greatest of lights and I have accepted all this. Ritska let out a noise. Yeah, first impressions are difficult to get rid of. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Your one is a mixed bag. I won't lie. Guinevere actually chuckled at that, though there was something about her laugh that made it clear she didn't find it all that amusing. That is a more than fair assessment, I would say. The laughter settled down after a moment. You are friends with Gawain. Ash. Ritska corrected on instinct. He grimaced a moment later at how he might have come off as a little snappy with the comment. His name is Ash. The goddess didn't immediately reply. When she did there was some odd note to her words. Ash. She spoke the name as though she was tasting it. After a few moments of silence she hummed to herself, making it difficult to discern whether she approved or was upset at his original name not being used. If that is the name he has chosen for himself, then I will use it. That is, after all, the least I can do. But I don't. Ash doesn't have friends. He remembered being told that by Ash. The fact Ash didn't even view Sigward as a friend was a pretty big surprise to him. Especially since the two seemed to be on very good terms. The idea that he didn't view Ritska himself as a friend was a bit disheartening, but he figured it was just something that would take time. We're on good terms but he doesn't have friends, more focused on his duty, I guess. That time, he did mean his comment to be a little vindictive. It was extremely petty of him and very unbecoming behavior, but he couldn't help it. He disapproved of it the moment he made the comment, but it was a little late to take it back now. He'd already spoken of it. As I raised him. Why did you even do that? Guinevere exhaled, sounding as though the life was leaving her body. Kindling was required for the flame. A champion was needed to link the fire and I came with the suggestion of using one blessed with the blood of a lord. She explained, her voice turning more clinical and distant. Ritska could already see where this was going. I was the only lord available, thus my blood was required. So I birthed children to take up this role. Children. Plural. He didn't need to be told who the father was, it was striking. And he did not immediately receive an answer, but when he did it wasn't quite the one he had been expecting. My father, Lord Gwyn, sacrificed his own soul to the flame. The first Lord of Cinderin started the chain of events. We Lordkin, we need the flame to exist, without it we fade away to nothing. She explained, and if we were to vanish from the world, all we created would depart with us. Everything that humanity could ever learn from us, all we would ever bring to them would be lost to never return. Ritska looked over his shoulder towards her, the goddess stared back at him with an expression bereft of emotion. And all it cost was Ash's life. And all it would cost was the life of my son, yes. Bastard child that he was still mine. Yet, I had a greater duty than to even myself. Against my back was the entire history of my people, of the Age of Fire itself. Guinevere remarked with a somber tone, closing her eyes and exhaling. So yes, Ash was born to be used as fuel for the flame. I balanced the life of my son against a millennium of all that came before, the sacrifices that had gone towards keeping the flame lit. And to the future that would hang in the balance. When her eyes opened, she glanced down to him. When faced with a choice such as that, one life against the entire world, what choice do you suppose would be the correct one? That seems easy to say when it's not your life. Guinevere nodded. True. There has not been another god since Father who linked the flame themselves. It has always fallen to humans or others during that time. Perhaps it is easy of me to make such a choice, but I am a mother. I knew what my son could become if I took the time to raise him correctly. Her lips drew themselves into thin lines. I birthed him, I raised him to be so focused on the duty to the flame and ignore all else that I lost sight of what it was that made those who linked the fire so worthy. I realized my mistake much too late. Her eyes moved away from him, staring straight ahead. Those who linked the fire were legends. They did so of their own volition, and they were more than simple tools. I sought to provide the flame with a sword, when what it demanded was a hero. Ritska already knew what ash was. Unkindled, unfit even for cinders, or so he claimed. Which meant the flame had found him so unworthy that it had rejected him. So in the end, Guinevere nodded her head up and down. In the end, I turned my own son into that for nothing. Whatever future he could have had, whatever he might have achieved with the knowledge I could bestow unto him, that future was curtailed for the benefit of the world. In the end, his death served as little more than a private embarrassment that was never acknowledged. My other son, who would suffer a similar fate, was sent to a firekeeper long since dead. Becoming the judge for any who would rise to link the flame as such a thing came to pass once more. Ash had a brother. What a strange thing to consider. Did Ash even know about this, or did he even care? He probably had quite a few brothers now that he thought about it. He might have even had a few sisters as well. It was such a strange thing to take away from the conversation, but he did. All the same, there was one thing he needed to know. Do you regret it? I regret it failed. Guinevere didn't even hesitate in the answer. If it had not, I could have at least seen my son off with confidence in the knowledge that he had served the purpose I birthed him for. As it stands, his failure is my failure. I took great care to ensure his focus was on the flame and to ignore all else. To fail in such a way meant that everything I groomed him to be amounted to nothing, an effort of futility that wounded all involved. He figured she would say that. But it still hurt for her to speak it out loud. Maybe it was because he knew Ash personally. But he didn't have the same sort of experience as all of them, so there was no way of knowing who was right or wrong here. It sounded horrible what Ash was talking about, but Guinevere was talking about the fate of her world that was riding on this sacrifice. He didn't want to ever be put in that position where he was deciding who got to live and die for the greater good. That was the sort of power that he didn't want, because who the hell was he to even be deciding that? Perhaps, no, I know that my actions will seem cold to you. Guinevere continued on, breaking him from his train of thought. But I wish only to make things clear to you. This is no defense of my actions, nor is it an admission of guilt. I did what I believed to be right in the moment, taking the only choice that lay before me for the good of our world. Anything less would be to insult everything that we had fought to achieve. All those who died to create the Age of Fire, how could I not use everything at my disposal to keep its legacy alight? Raising his hand to her, Ritska closed his eyes and let out a short breath. I can only go by what I know. I have Ash telling me how bad the world is and how happy he is the flame is gone, and I have you telling me how good the world was and how the flame was great and everything. He let the words hang in the air for a few moments before continuing on. I wasn't there. I don't know what you all know, but I think we can both agree that Ash wasn't brought up right, and he's really suffering for it now. He was silent for a moment, then grit his teeth. No. He was brought up horribly. I'm not going to lampshade it. You brought him up to kill himself. You made him believe that killing himself was the only reason he should exist. He cast a look from the corner of his eye. Whatever else was going on, that couldn't be denied. Ash's dependence on duty made so much sense now, and Ritska was sick to his stomach. Even if she talked about how right that was or how much was at stake, that was just something he couldn't accept. Goddess or human, he couldn't accept a mother doing that to her own son for the sake of the world. What the hell kind of world demands you to talk your own children into suicide? He suffered because of you, and now we are all going to suffer for it. The goddess finished with a nod of the head. It is the mistakes we hold so close to our hearts that give us the deepest wounds. Ash is not my first misstep, and it is unlikely he will be my last. All that can be done is for us to correct them before they consume everything else we hold dear. A responsibility is the one who created him, and the one who called to him. Ritska supposed she was right about that. He was Ash's master. It was his responsibility, even if he broke the link. Ritska couldn't help but think of Ash as his servant, so it was his job to make this right. Somehow, anyway. I suppose that's all we really can do at the end of the day. Our very best for everyone. His best for Ash. Maybe he was letting his feelings blind him, but hearing all of that, knowing what Ash was brought up to do, he couldn't bring himself to really blame Ash all that much. He was never educated, never lived as a normal human being. Everything he did, everything he was, depended upon the belief that doing your duty made you valuable. Because that was how he was raised. Which brought to him the question, was Ash doing this because of his duty or because he actually wanted to? Guinevere's smile was rather small, but it looked genuine enough to him. Achieving the best should always be the goal of every action you take. If not, then it is an insult to yourself as much as all others around you. The smile faded, but the warmth remained. Rest assured, I shall not run from him when we meet once more. He is my responsibility, and I can at least correct my failures. He supposed they both had a duty to that. Even thinking on duty now was a weird thing for him to consider. Though Ritska nodded his head to Guinevere, he couldn't help but feel as though he had been drawn into a situation that he had no place in. Family matters and all that came with them, but, no, this wasn't the time to think about something like that. He had a place in setting things right, if not just for the sake of Ash then for the sake of everyone else. Though quite how he was supposed to set things right was a little. He doubted words would be enough. Hey, master. He turned to the voice, Nobunaga approaching him from behind with her arm raised and a thoughtful look on her face. You got a moment? I need to talk with you about something. She sent a pointed look towards Guinevere. Ritska figured as though she wanted this to be some sort of private discussion. Guinevere hummed, you do not need to dance around the subject, I remain an outsider. This is a matter for Ash and those he was traveling with. I doubt my status in relation to him would afford much leeway. Nodded her head slightly, she slowed her pace to a halt and allowed the archer to pass her, maintaining her cool smile as she did so. I can grant you privacy in conversations I have no business in. Ritska was at least grateful to that. Even if she said half the things she had, it was still sort of her fault that Ash was in the situation he was actually in. Accident or no, it couldn't be denied that the way Ash was raised probably led to this situation. Especially since he was apparently raised to be hyper-focused on duty and all that. He watched Nobunaga's eyes track the moments of the goddess as she moved past, then they flickered back to him and she picked up the pace just to catch up with him. When she was close enough, she fell into step with him and dropped her voice into a low whisper. So, that's his mother then. She sets off all sorts of alarms inside my head, just letting you know. I'd be more surprised if she didn't. He exhaled, shaking his head from side to side and feeling a curious look from the servant. I've had several other people who knew her say the exact same thing. I mean, I'm being told that she has this ability to look appealing regardless of who you are, so there's that little cynical part of me that thinks she might be doing something like that when I think she sounds reasonable, but I'm also being told she was actually a good kingdom builder or something. Nobunaga hummed in affirmation, the two are not disjointed. You've got to have some sort of charisma to band people together. Looks sure as heck aren't enough to string people along for the long haul. She's a goddess and all, they normally have some unearthly wisdom to them, she trailed off, her lip curling, half the reason they should stay out of human business and all. Ritska raised an eyebrow at her. Suppose someone who goes by the name, Demon King, would probably dislike the gods, He joked with a wry smile, drawing a twitch of the lip from said Demon King. Nobunaga returned his amused look with one of her own. It was a rather stupid thing for him to find funny, but any good humor he could get at the moment was welcome. Yeah, that can't be helped. She reached up, rubbing her chin before lowering her hand and frowning. Queen, huh, you know he was talking about her before you came. Ritska didn't even need to guess what she was referring to. Especially give her face shifted into something more strained, like she had tasted something foul. Said he was losing himself. Hearing this voice in his head and all that, messing him up from the inside, red eyes narrowed. It ain't right watching a man get reduced to that by something he can't fight. Was half expecting him to try killing himself just to save face. Killing himself. Ritska blanked at the remark for a few moments before he let out a short breath. I'd rather not think about that right now. Just the thought that Ash would get desperate enough to be rid of Guinevere's voice that he would kill himself was just, he didn't want to think about it and was now put more on edge than ever. It further compounded his own guilt. Ash was going through something that rough and heat. He closed his eyes and exhaled. No sense in focusing on what he could have done at the time, all that remained was focusing on what had to be done next. He hesitated, opening his eyes, then snapped towards the archer. Her words bounced around inside his head for a few moments before he furrowed his brows at her. He was sure he had heard her correctly, but he needed to be sure. Ash did. Nobunaga nodded. Yeah, weird. Had me dead to rights with that glowing sword of his, and he just froze up. Just stared at me for a good second or so. She raised a finger, which, for a human, probably ain't all that long. For a servant, that's a good long while. Lot can change in a second, so I just thought it was strange that someone so desperate to kill us didn't really go all out. That was actually some good news. If Ash hesitated to attack Nobunaga, then it meant that some part of him was still set against the duty. More than that, he had actually explained what he was going to do rather than immediately kill them. Wetting his lips, he glanced at Archer. Ash, he actually wanted us to know what he was about to do. Which, Ash isn't one to waste time. Nobunaga thinned her lips. If you say so. I was just coming over here to give you some advice. Pointing to herself, she gave a strained smile. I have a fair bit of experience in dealing with retainers who wanted to betray and kill me. One of them actually more or less succeeded in that part. Lowering the arm, her features turned hard. Just saying, you should probably prepare yourself for disappointment if you're banking on words. Because sometimes, the only choice is to kill them. I can't do that. Yeah, I figure you like the guy. She gestured to herself. Heck, I think he can be pretty decent as well. The whole murdering us aside. Her fingers grabbed at the black fur cloak over her shoulders. He even gave this warm cape thing for the cold. Ritska shook his head. No, I can't kill Ash because if I do then he. Something else caught in his throat as he realized what Nobunaga had just said. He stopped walking and slowly turned his body towards her, focusing down on the black furry cape that was draped around her shoulders. Ash gave that to you. Yeah, to keep me warm. Why? And did it come from his bottomless box? Yeah, Nobunaga nodded her head. The one that is his noble phantasm, so he knows where everything inside it goes. Yeah, another nod of the head, then her expression dropped and her skin paled as the pair of them slowly lowered their eyes onto the black cloak again. It felt as though the world had gone silent around them. Oh shit. Nobunaga's hands flew to the cloak, hastily ripping it off herself before turning and hurling it away with as much power as she could. The fabric flying through the air with a great deal of force before it smashed through the window of a nearby house. The pitter-patter of falling shards of glass were almost like gunshots through the street. Neither himself nor Nobunaga said anything as they both gazed at the shattered window. Eventually, the Demon King spoke in a slow tone of voice. Think we're safe. Naturally, a house several buildings down exploded seconds later. Ritska whirled his head onto the direction of the noise, watching as the building was torn up from the foundations upwards. Fragments of everything were sent hurtling into the sky, all coated in black fire, raining down onto the street once more as the inferno continued to burn. The distinct figure of Ash marched out into the center of the street from the wreckage of the bonfire, sword still set alight in his hand and keeping his pace consistent. His every stride was full of purpose as his head locked onto them. Ritska could feel the eyes of Ash on him even through all the distance between the two of them, and then turned and started marching towards them. You got further than I thought you would have. Ash's voice didn't contain a hint of emotion. He hadn't heard the saber sound so apathetic before. But this is as far as your journey goes, Ritska. His feet fell to a halt, standing a good 20 meters from them. But you need not struggle so violently. I don't wish to extract pain from this encounter, if you will just offer up your head. No. He didn't even need to debate that in his mind, whatever else was going on. Whatever Ash was struggling with. This wasn't a choice Ritska felt as though he would ever make. Because I can't give up my life that easily, Ash. I've got duties of my own to perform. Ash said not a single word for a moment, then he nodded his head up and down, mistaken they might be. I can, at least, offer begrudging respect for that duty of yours. He exhaled. That's what makes it all the more tragic, to see you put so much effort into a goal that is wrong. Whether it's right or wrong isn't up for me to decide. Ritska cut him off once again, walking forwards as he continued to speak, passing all the other servants and focusing solely on Ash. He made it as far as Mash before she raised an arm, blocking him from moving any further and stepping before him with her shield raised. I'm not some great leader or some all-knowing king. Nor am I some great scholar or whatever else. I'm just some guy. Chuckling his words, he shook his head. That's all I am, some guy who just wants to live. I don't know anything about trying to value human history or not. Sure, there's bad and there's good, but it is what it is, and I wouldn't have it any other way. A shame. Ash slowly raised his sword. Then we shall end this the only way that it can end. Once more, you show your strength of mind to stay this path. The flames on the blade intensified. If it were focused on something else, but we are not here to debate this. I just don't get it. Ritska finally let it slip, pointing to himself. I really don't. After all we went through, are you really going to try and do this? Everything we did around Chaldea, all the people we saved and the eras we restored, did it all mean nothing to you? Ash's body shuddered for a split second. I can't. Ritska blinked. Huh. I can't do it, Ritska. Ash snapped at him, dropping the sword and pointing to himself with a snarl in his words. I fought with all my soul. Dedicated my second life to undoing my mistake. To serve my penance for failing to light the flame or for trying to light it, I do not know which. I just knew deep inside me that I couldn't turn a blind eye to how humanity suffered in my world. Ritska stepped back at the emotion that claimed the saber's voice, an audible tremble as his words grew louder and louder. So I dedicated myself to it, dying again and again for that aim, that duty, to end the suffering of man. Even if salvation was imperfect, I still fought so that no others would suffer in that world ever again. Ash spread his arms wide, the flames snuffing out on his sword. They would not suffer. I granted the only mercy I could. Dropping his arms, he heaved. I saw your world as a paradise when I arrived. There was real grief in his voice, and true regret. A land without the curse, but the same elements remain. I can see the grasp of everything wrong, the abandonment of duty. Humanity still suffers. He pointed straight down to the ground, punctuating each syllable with a flex of magical energy that shook the air around him, humming like the calm before the storm. They still agonize and writhe in pain, and no one does anything to help them. And you would propagate this. This isn't the type of future I would fight for. He let out a shuddering breath, lowering his arm once again. But this is what humanity is without the gods and the flame. This is what I fought for. That is your history, and it is unspeakably ugly to me. Ritska opened his mouth, but someone else cut him to it first. So piss off then. Mordred snapped from somewhere behind him. If it looks so bad, then just leave. Ash bristled. Unlike some, I do not just abandon my oaths. There was derision in his words as he aimed them at the knight. But you don't understand. This is how I am. It is what I am. What I have to be. Ritska called out. You don't. There's nothing forcing you. Remember your purpose, for that is what makes you treasured. As long as you hold that duty true, as long as you hold it tight to even your soul, your life will be one of meaning. Ash cut him off, reciting words as though reading from a script. He furrowed his brows at the sentences. They all sounded rather horrible. The words that define me. Regardless of if it is Guinevere's or my own, duty is what makes me valuable. It is what I am for. I can't abandon it now. Ritska slumped. You really can't let it go, can you? I don't expect you to understand. Ash shook his head from side to side. I don't want you to understand either. It is just what I am like and I cannot change that now. You cannot change that, I can just live by the duty that has kept me strong thus far. It is telling me to end you before you can bring ruin to yourselves. So speaks the weapon of the gods, who views himself as naught but a tool of them. Gilgamesh spoke from behind. Yet even as he brandishes his hatred of them for all to see, he still clings to their ways for they are all he knows, I see. Ritska did not turn, but he heard the king exhale. You know your way of life is a mistake but you cannot abandon it for it is all that keeps you sane. That is a rather ugly existence you lead. Ash didn't reply for a moment, then he spoke up. My adherence to duty is born of the gods. So is its zealotry. That I will not deny, but my care for humanity is my own. This is not me acting on the behest of another, it is my own mission. My own purpose to keep humanity safe. If that's what you call it then nothing I say is going to change your mind. But you're now aware of your own foundation. What can you save if not even yourself? Gilgamesh asked with an audible frown. That would imply I ever once cared for myself. I am unkindled, failure to link the fire at the will of the gods, and now a failure to even understand the people I seek to save. Ash let out a long breath, turning his head up and staring to the sky. I don't understand anything. I never understood anything. All I know is that human history, what you all do to yourselves is something I cannot approve of. It is not something I would condone, but my own way of life is born of the gods I despise. He lowered his head. So that is what it is. If your way of life is so good, if you truly believe it is so worthy of existence, then prove it. Prove it. Ritska furrowed his brows. What do you? I believe in my duty, that a life should have a purpose to truly have value. This is not something shared in human history. Ash's arm gestured from himself towards Ritska. You do not share that belief, humanity does not as a whole. We cannot both be correct, which means one of us is wrong. So, prove you are correct. How? Senpei. Mash raised her shield, ducking in front of him and blocking the stream of light that hit the surface of the defense. The blast bucked Mash back into him. Ritska brought up his arms and placed them on the back of the shielder, feeling his legs drag through the snow as the force shoved both himself and Mash backwards for a good few feet. He looked past to see Ash with his sword pointed forwards, platinum light dimming from the weapon. I could enforce my will because I was the only one to remain. Because I was the only one strong enough to do so. If my methods allowed me to endure to the very ends of the world, they have stood the test of time. They must be correct. Ash turned the sword to the side, but now you face the same trial. If you can defeat me, then your own methods can endure the end of the world as well. Which would make you right. Ritska opened his mouth to say something. He didn't know what he was actually going to say but he knew that he didn't agree with a single word Ash had said just now. Deciding who was right or wrong based on something like that was just insane. It was like saying that having the loudest voice in the room was correct. Hell, it was like saying Solomon had the right to it because he incinerated humanity. It would be like Mash suddenly being correct in everything she said because she could beat him in an arm wrestle. It relied solely on brute strength and nothing else. The logic was so simple that he couldn't even make sense of it. He never got the chance to speak. A hand placed itself atop his shoulder and he watched Ash tense in front of him. His movements went stiff and his helmet switched its focus from Ritska onto whomever was currently standing behind him. Though, he could feel that soothing presence once more, some unexplainable sense of warmth. Guinevere whispered to him, "You have said your piece, Ritska. Allow me the chance to say mine. For it is the very least I shall be capable of doing." He closed his mouth, glancing at her from the corner of his eye as she released his shoulder and walked past him. She did not even show the slightest ounce of hesitation as she strode towards the saber. He watched as Guinevere drew closer to him. He'd seen her move behind Ritska but he hadn't expected this course of action. The whispers in his mind got stronger, the desire to obey her in all things. The desire to lower the sword, the burning from even pointing at her, was faint enough. He knew if she drew closer, it would get worse. Ash raised his sword, pointing it squarely towards her but didn't do anything more. He physically found it as though he couldn't. That's close enough, mother. He spat the word out with enough venom to make it apparent that he really didn't mean what he was saying. Guinevere did obey the instruction, something which surprised him if only a little. She came to a halt and stared right at him. I am rather surprised that you even called me that. It was hardly as though I was something of a parent to you. There was a brief silence before the goddess let out a short breath. Nor did I ever intend to be, that I shall admit. It is what you are though. Ash replied in a cold tone. You are my mother, regardless of whether you or I like it. Everything I am, it all stems from you. Everything he ever sought to achieve, everything that had guided his actions. They all came from the upbringing she dealt out to him. All of it, that adherence to duty, that belief that without it, life was worthless. It forced his hand even now. She nodded her head up and down, at the very least showing she did not deny the accusations against her. You are correct. All I did to you was to make you into what you are now. Her right hand moved with deliberate slowness, gesturing towards him while her face softened. I can even tell what you think as of this moment. You cannot harm me, can you? He stilled. You cannot harm me because you still seek to win my approval. As I raised you to do. The hand returned, all else is of no consequence. My words are your duty and that is your purpose, that purpose is your value. Those are the words I would speak to you, every single night. I would watch as they granted you the strength to push through all trials before you, to stand even when sporting such terrible injuries. Her lips pursed. I was wrong. Ash felt himself visibly jolting at her words. It was difficult for him to tell if she actually said them or if he imagined it. The silence hung in the air for what felt like an eternity. The casual acceptance of her own role was just. He had expected more of an argument from her was all. He had expected her to declare him a fool or to soundly reject his reasoning, perhaps brand him a failure as well for his role in being unable to link the flame. He didn't expect this. Nor did he feel the pull as before. The presence that had commanded him faded away into nothing. When he looked to Guinevere now he could no longer see the infallible object that demanded every ounce of attention in his body. He blinked, closing his eyes for several seconds and waiting for the urge to open them again, the pain that would rack his body as he turned away from the shining star. Nothing. He felt nothing as he peered into the blackness of his closed eyes, gradually opening them back up. What did? I have mastery over my own beauty. Guinevere informed him with a shake of the head and a gentle smile, yet that was all it was. A mere smile, there was no profound compulsion to it. He felt nothing but surprise and shock at her, the same feelings of disgust he always felt remained, there was no dissenting voice. He was free. I will not have you heed my words under threat of control. The goddess continued her explanation, shaking her head from side to side. And I shall not have you speak as though the words are forced from your throat. I have no interest in your words as the tool I created you to be, but as the person you have grown into. Her arms slowly spread wide. I only ask for but a moment of your time. If you wish to continue this battle, to slay your own friends, then that is your own choice. I will not force your hand, not this time. Ash. His sword arm lowered. You called me Ash. Guinevere raised an eyebrow at him, looking confused. Does that strike you as odd? It is your name. The name that you have chosen for yourself. I will not force you to return to your old ways. If what you wish for is your own self, free of me, if that will finally give you true peace, then that is what I shall aid you in. The confusion faded into resolve. Even if that shall come at my own departure from your life. He raised his left hand, though he did not feel the burn of pyromancy, he just wished her to stop speaking. You, stop just, slowly clenching the hand into a fist, he pointed his index finger to himself. I am, what you made me. This adherence to duty, is what I made you to be. All for the sake of the flame, everything I created you for, trained you for, it was all for the flame. Her expression now full of sorrow. And it failed. All my efforts to groom you for your role were met with failure. An effort that was so wasteful that not even your body survived the ordeal. What I turned you into, was a mistake. What could he even say? His right arm lowered, the tip of his sword pointed to the ground as he felt his emotions shift beneath him. There was nothing to describe what he felt. No words that he could string together, there was no end to his own confusion at his predicament. Everything he had done was for the sake of duty. His life that now was called a mistake by the very one who created him. They admitted they were wrong. It is no lie to say that Gawain is the shame of my years. Guinevere started moving again, closing in on him. He very nearly brought his sword up were it not for the fact he could feel no pull. The desire to kill her then and there was still at the forefront of his mind, it was not being affected. She wasn't even trying to save her life or make excuses for herself. She was confessing. The failures that he suffered, they are a fault of my own design. These failures should not haunt our steps further. He looked her up and down, taking a halt step backwards and tightening his hold on his sword. It is far too late for that. You made me to never reject that duty. Guinevere nodded her head, closing her eyes and letting acceptance drift onto her face. I know. You cannot release that duty because my hold is perfect. Whether or not I exert my authority over you, that shall never change. I set my mind to this goal so that you would never lose faith in your duty. Her eyes opened up, showing there was such shame in those eyes. And look what it is forcing your hand to do now. Look where you point your blade, those who have such trust in you. Trust that no duty can ever match. He shook his head from side to side. No, I can't let them suffer like that. They don't. I know. Her voice was so soft now, but it was not enthralling. They do not live as you wish them to live. But there is no need for that to come to bloodshed. You care for them so much, do you truly wish to see them gone? He didn't want to see them gone. But he wasn't doing this because he wanted them gone, he was doing this for their own good. Because he didn't want them to end up, he didn't want this world to end up like his old one. A wasteland, where ambition and greed had turned the world into nothing more than a husk. The end result of vices. Apparently she didn't need to hear him speak to know the answer. You don't. I know you don't. This duty of yours, what is it? To end the suffering of man. Then why must you kill them? Her voice was only a touch admonishing. Why must they die for this if your duty is to protect them? There is no need for such things, no need for you to bring such ruin to them. Because it was the only way. Humanity would not change their path. He had seen more die than he ever dared to believe possible. He had beheld more suffering and death than he ever wanted to do so. Solomon had shown him thousands of years of where greed and desire had led humanity, how many lay dead at the base of the world. This planet's history was built on the foundations of a billion needless corpses. How could he protect something like this? How could he ignore it? I'm stopping them from bringing ruin. He defended, finding his ground rather easily. They will bring ruin upon themselves if I let them continue. That is all that stands before them now, I cannot let them do it. I won't, not like this. Guinevere exhaled. You are letting your duty guide you. No, you are letting it control you, becoming a vessel for this obsession of yours. I never raised you to understand the motives of humanity, what drives them. Melancholy filled her face. So you cannot understand why they would follow these vices. She trailed off, her words filled with hesitation before she finished them. That is my sin. When she extended her hand towards his head, he watched it move towards him but did nothing. He was confident he could remove her arm with but a single thought. She was nothing like Farum, her skill lay in her words and she had disarmed herself. Her hand rested upon the side of his helmet, slowly moving down to the straps underneath. He allowed her to unclip them, feeling the pull of the helmet being removed from him and his features exposed to the world. She stared into his features. You could not be more different from Gawain, even if you share his face. She took a single step to the side, exposing the view of Chaldea to him. The assembled faces stared right back at him, mixed with some degree of surprise from some constrained expressions from the others. Gawain was made to shoulder this duty alone, but you, look at all those who gather alongside you for the same goal. If their vices are so wrong, why was it you found yourself alone at the end? Because they died. They all died. Gririt died for his vices, Sigurd died for his duty, Anri, Horus, Gale, Ceres, Igon, Hawkwood, all gone. You share Gawain's face, you should not share his faults. Guinevere's voice sounded so distant now. Let him finally have his rest, put this behind you. You seek to protect the world of man. Then do so, but it should not be protection from life itself. He felt her hand touch his cheek, turning his head towards her. Let me set things right. Let me put to rest the shame of Gawain once and for all. Do you truly wish to see Ritska dead at your feet? He didn't, but how could he go back after all he knew? My duty is all I have. I know. Guinevere's hold became just firm enough that she could pull on his chin, turning his head to face her and bringing it up, now finding himself staring into her eyes. Let me make right this shame to all Lordkin and the flame itself. Let me end this adherence to duty that forces your hand. How? She smiled at him, moving her other hand to cup his right cheek and holding his head in place. Her eyes flashed golden. Her beauty filled his mind. Drop your sword. The weapon slipped from his hand, panic filled his mind in a split second. Then his body burned with pain. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.